The screaming came through the wall on my left, and I did not know whose body I was standing in yet. But I knew that scream. That is a woman who has been in labor too long. My hands were somebody else's hands, thinner, a callus on the middle finger from writing. There was a chipped enamel basin on the floor by my feet with water in it that had gone cold enough to skin over. And a strip of red paper on the wall that said something about a bumper harvest in 1983. And a smell of coal smoke and blood. Then a woman's voice from the doorway, sweet as syrup, said, "Little sister, don't to go in there. It's bad luck for an unmarried girl. Bad luck, sure. That is why you are standing in a doorway timing someone's death." The information dropped into my head the way it always does now, like a folder slapped onto a desk. Novel title, character bio. My name here was Mei Lin. Which is convenient, because my name everywhere is Mei Lin, and I have stopped questioning that particular mercy. Age 19. Role the little sister, the mean one. Canon fodder, which is the actual industry term for a character who exists to be disposed of, and which I have now been 3 times. This is the 3rd book. I am going to take you through 7 of them. And in about 40 minutes, according to the book, my sister-in-law dies on that bed, my brother marries the sweet-voiced woman in the doorway, and 8 years later, the little sister gets 10 years in a labor camp for something she did not do, and bleeds out on a broken piece of porcelain in a washroom. I want to be clear about something. I did not read that novel. The system gave it to me. There is a difference, and the difference is that when you read a book you can close it. "How long?" I said. The sweet voice paused. "How long what? How long has she been like that?" "Since yesterday evening, Joe." "Little sister, these things take time. My auntie in the village says a first baby can take 2 days. It's not her first baby." Silence in the doorway. I liked that silence. I have gotten a lot of use out of that silence over the years. I went in, dead. Here is what I have learned about walking into a room where a woman has been dying for 18 hours. Nobody stops you. Everybody in that room is waiting for permission to panic. And if you walk in like you own the deed to the building, they will hand you the panic like it's a coat they've been holding too long. She was gray. Not pale. Gray. Her lips had gone the color of dishwater, and her eyes had that flat shine of a person who has stopped participating in the argument. My brother was on his knees by the bed holding her wrist, like a man checking whether a rope will hold. The midwife looked up at me and said the sentence I have now heard in 4 different centuries. "The baby is crosswise. Save the child or save the mother." Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. "Neither," I said. "Get the cart." There was a hospital 11 kilometers away with a surgical department and a doctor who, per the folder in my head, would go on to become the county's chief of obstetrics. There was also an ox cart, a road with 2 washouts in it, and a mother-in-law in the courtyard who had already decided this was a waste of money. I have a system. I should explain that now, quickly, because it is going to keep dinging at me for the next several lifetimes, and you should know what it is. It is not a god. It is not a friend. It is an administrative process that dropped me out of my own life, out of my own apartment, out of a Tuesday, and into the bodies of women that other authors wrote to be disposable. It gives me a warehouse I can reach into. It gives me points when I make myself useful. It fills a progress bar. When the bar fills, I go home. The bar was at 4%. What the system did not give me that morning was a car. So I picked up my sister-in-law. The midwife made a noise like a kettle. My brother said my name. The sweet-voiced woman in the doorway said, "She can't lift." And then stopped, because I had, and because a 19-year-old girl carrying a full-grown woman through a doorway without adjusting her grip is the kind of thing that ends a sentence for you. I should mention that in my second life the system gave me a skill called permanent divine power. Permanent. As in, it follows me. As in, I have walked into 7 separate novels with the load capacity of a small forklift and a face that suggests I could not open a jar. It is the single most useful thing I own, and I have never once used it dramatically. I put her in the cart. I put my brother in the cart. I hit the ox. We did 11 kilometers in 50 minutes, which for an ox is a personal best, and the ox and I both know why. The doctor did a cesarean. It was the second one he had ever done, and told me afterward, hands still shaking, standing in a corridor that smelled like carbolic, that another hour and there would have been nothing to open. She lived. The baby lived. The baby was a girl, which in that house in that year was considered a disappointment, and I want you to know that the disappointment weighed 6 pounds and screamed like a factory whistle, and I have never in my life been so pleased to be told bad news. That is the sound. You will hear it a lot. It means the system has noticed something and would like to be involved. Reward, 500 energy points. For what? I said out loud, in an empty corridor, to nobody. The system does not answer questions. The system only ever announces. In 7 lifetimes it has never once said hello, goodbye, or good job, and it has 3 times interrupted me mid-crisis to inform me that I had planted a vegetable. I went back into the room and my sister-in-law was awake and looking at the ceiling, and when she turned her head and saw me, she started crying. Which was a problem, because the character I was playing had never once in 19 years done anything that would make a person cry with relief, and she knew it. "Why?" she said. I could have said a lot of things. Dead have said that in the book, she dies on that bed and her husband marries the woman in the doorway within the year and nobody ever says her name again after chapter 9. I could have said that I have started keeping a list of people who die in the margins of other people's stories and that the list is the only thing I take with me between worlds. You make the noodles right, I said. Nobody else in that house makes the noodles right. She laughed. It hurt her. She did it, anyway. That was world number 3, and I had just broken it in the first hour. Now, the interesting part about breaking a novel that early is that nobody in the novel knows it is broken. They just know something is off. The sweet-voiced woman, whose name was Zhou Jue and who was supposed to be the heroine of this entire book, kept looking at me like a person checking a watch that has started running backwards. She had come to that house as a distant relative with a sad story and a talent for being nearby whenever something terrible happened to someone else. In the original, she nurses my brother through his grief, marries him, raises another woman's daughter with enormous public patience, and becomes a beloved model of feminine virtue at the county level. There is a whole arc where she is given an award. Now she was standing in a courtyard with a living sister-in-law, a healthy baby, and a 19-year-old who had just carried a grown adult through a door. She adjusted fast. I will give her that. Within a week she was the most helpful person in the province. She helped so much. She helped with the laundry so that she could count our clothes. She helped with the rations so that she could see the book. She helped my mother-in-law onto a chair so she could whisper into her ear from a comfortable height about how strange it was. Really, that a girl who had never been kind before was suddenly so capable. And where does a person learn to carry a woman like that? And is it interesting? The whisper campaign took 9 days to reach me, and it reached me in the worst possible format, which is my brother standing in a doorway, not knowing where to put his hands. They re-saying you learned it from someone, he said. Learned what? Strength. Medicine. The hospital thing? They were saying a girl does TED like that on her own. That kind of saying. The kind where the accusation is never stated, only shaped, so that when it lands on you it is your job to explain it away, and every explanation makes it worse. Dink. Here is the thing about being accused of something in 1983 in a county where everyone shares one road. You cannot argue with it, you can only replace it. So I got a sewing machine. I did not steal it, and I did not conjure it, because that is the entire discipline of this job. Anything that comes out of the warehouse has to have a story attached to it that a nosy neighbor can verify. This one was easy. There was a commune workshop with a dead butterfly, brand machine that 3 men had failed to fix, and that was, as of that spring, being used as a table. I asked for it. They laughed and gave it to me the way you give a child. A broken watch. I fixed it in a night. The bobbin case was warped and the feed dogs were packed solid with 7 years of somebody's lint. Then I made my sister-in-law a nursing blouse with a front panel that opened, which did not exist there yet. That was it. That was the entire marketing campaign. By the end of the month I had 9 orders. By the end of the summer I had a room, 2 apprentices, and a line of women who wanted the thing where the collar sits flat. In 1983 the collar sitting flat is a miracle on the order of powered flight. I was charging $120 for a shirt in a place where a factory worker made $30 a month, and I want to be honest with you about how that felt, because I was raised to be embarrassed about money. It felt incredible. I counted it at night, out loud, in a drawer, with the door shut. The system paid me 50 points for it, for counting money. No answer. There is never an answer. The system, ladies and gentlemen, Zhao Zhu came to the shop in August. She stood in the doorway with her hands folded and said she had heard I was doing well, and that she was so happy for me, and that of course people were talking about a young unmarried girl handling that much cash, and that she personally always defended me. I always tell them, she said, that I am sure here is an explanation. Translation. I have started the fire and I am here to sell you a bucket. I looked at her for a second. Then I said, do you want a job? That was not in her script. I watched it not be in her script. Her face did that thing where the expression stays and the person leaves. Job, she said. You are clever, you are patient, and you can talk to anybody. I need someone to take orders and handle the customers who want things changed after they refinished. Why let that sit? 1 yuan a day, 6 days. 1 yuan a day was more than her uncle made. It was also, and this is the point, a wage. A wage has a ledger has hours. A person who is on your books at 9 in the morning is not standing at somebody else. Well, at 9 in the morning explaining that she's shirt here is an explanation. She took it. Of course she took it. She was a person who had spent her entire fictional existence converting other people's misfortunes into leverage. And I had just offered her the one thing that arrangement never provides, which is a salary. She was good at it, genuinely good. She sold more shirts in a month than I did, 10. And every single day she spent 6 hours where I could see her. That is not mercy, by the way. Do not get the wrong idea about me, that is scheduling. I need to explain the economics because otherwise none of the rest of it makes sense. That county in 1983 ran on 2 currencies. There was money, which almost nobody had, and there were coupons, which everybody had and which were worse. Cloth coupons, grain coupons, oil coupons, meat, on the good months. Issued by household, by head, by month, and the amount of cloth allocated to one adult for 1 year was about 5 meters. Which is one padded jacket and a repair. You could not simply go and buy fabric. There was no shop where a person with money walked in and left with cloth. Which means that when I started sewing, my problem was never customers. It was material. I solved it in the ugliest possible way, and I want to be honest about it because the version where a clever young woman starts a business with pluck and a machine leaves out the part where she spent 2 months buying other people's coupons. Here is how that works. A household with 4 adults and no wedding coming up has cloth coupons they are not going to use. And they expire. A household with a daughter getting married has nothing like enough. And in the middle of that, in every county in that country, there was a quiet trade in coupons that everyone did and nobody discussed. I paid over the odds. Deliberately and consistently. I paid 20% above what the old women at the well were paying, and I paid in cash on the day, and within about 6 weeks, I had the coupon flow of 7 households, and a reputation as the girl who does not haggle. Then, I made a shirt for my sister-in-law with a front panel that opened for feeding, which did not exist there, and she wore it to the well. That was the entire marketing campaign. 1 woman at a well with a practical blouse. 9 orders in the first month. Now, the collar. 2. I have to talk about the collar, because it is the single most important thing that happened in that world and it sounds like nothing. Every shirt in that county was made by somebody's mother or by the commune tailoring group, and every one of them had a collar that stood up wrong. It rolled. It buckled at the back of the neck. It sat away from the shoulder and it made everybody look like they were wearing their older brother's clothes. The reason is interlining. You need a stiffener in the collar band, cut on the correct grain, and you need to understeer the top collars so it rolls over its own edge instead of fighting it. 2 things. Neither of them is hard. Both of them are invisible. I made 1 collar sit flat and the county lost its mind. I had 4 apprentices by the autumn. The first was a girl of 16 called Song Zhou, whose father had refused to let her sit the middle school exams and who could unpick a seam faster than I could sew one. I paid her. That was the second scandal. Not a food allowance, not a place at the table. 18 yuan a month, in cash, into her hand and not her father's. Which caused a conversation in her courtyard that I heard about from 3 separate directions. Her father came to see me about it. Ching was not a bad man. I want to say that because he stood in my doorway with his hat in his hands and explained, with genuine confusion, that a girl's earnings belonged to the household, and that this was not greed, it was how the world was arranged. I said, then let her give it to you, if she wants to. That's the same thing. It is not remotely the same thing, and you know it. Or you wouldn't be here. King looked at the floor for a while and then went home. She gave him 12 of the 18 every month for 4 years, of her own accord, and kept 6. And by the time I left that world she had a bank passbook with her own name on it. That passbook was worth more than the tractor and the bicycle put together, and nobody has ever made a film about it. Somebody reported me in the spring. I want to be careful here because this is the part where the era stops being scenery. The charge was speculation. Buying and reselling for profit, which in that decade was, depending on the year, the month, and the mood of the man reading the file, either an ordinary fact of life or a criminal matter. The complaint went to the commune. It said that Mei Lin was operating a private workshop, employing labor, and trading in coupons. 2 of those 3 were true. The man who came out to look into it was about 50, from the Industry and Commerce office, and he sat in my front room drinking my tea for 40 minutes without asking a single question. Then he said, how many people work here? 4. 8 is the limit. Above 8 it becomes exploitation. 4 is a household sideline. Ting set the cup down. Say 4. There are 4. Good. King looked around the room. The machine, the bolts, a rack of 15 finished shirts. Then he said, the complaint mentions coupons. And I said nothing at all, because there is a moment in a conversation like that where the only correct move is silence, and I have learned it in 4 separate centuries. Ting drank the rest of his tea. My daughter is getting married in the 9th month, he said, standing up. She wants the collar. I made that girl a jacket. I did not charge her. I would like to be clear that this was a bribe, that I knew it was a bribe while I was cutting it, and that I would do it again in any decade you like. Zhou Zhu was the one who reported me. I found that out about a year later, and not from her. By then she had been working for me for 8 months, had been promoted twice, was handling the customer accounts, and had a fiancé at the credit cooperative. I never told her that I knew. I want to be extremely clear about my reasoning, because it was not forgiveness. It was that she was the best salesperson in that county, and that a person who is being paid well and promoted regularly and who believes her employer trusts her completely is a person who works extremely hard and does not have time to write letters. I got 4 good years out of her. She got a career, a marriage, and a small house. She was still, in the original novel, going to marry my brother over my sister-in-law's grave and be given a county award for virtue. That was the whole of what the author had for her. I gave her a job instead. I have been asked whether that is kindness and I have never had a clean answer. My mother-in-law was the harder one, and I did not solve her. I want to say that plainly. In 7 lifetimes, I have solved corrupt prefects, con men, kidnappers, and a plague, and I could not solve a 70-year-old woman in my own house. She did not forgive me for the hospital. Not the money, although she mentioned the money for 4 years. The disobedience. I had gone over her head in front of the entire village, and a woman of that generation in that house had exactly one asset, which was that her word was final in her own courtyard, and I had spent it on a Tuesday morning without asking. She never once thanked me for her granddaughter. She also cut that photograph out of the county paper and put it under the glass on the table, and left it there for 4 years, and never mentioned it. Both of those things are true. I have made my peace with the fact that they are both true. My sister-in-law took 9 months to come back properly. The surgery had been rough and the recovery was rougher, because in that county in that year there was no such thing as convalescence for a woman with a baby. There was work. So I did the work, not nobly, badly, and resentfully, at 5 in the morning before opening the shop, because I have never once in 7 lifetimes been able to make myself enjoy sweeping. She sat in the doorway with the baby for the first 4 months and watched me do her chores, and I could see it eating her, and one morning, in the 3rd month she came out and took the broom out of my hands and we had an argument about it in a courtyard at dawn in whispers so as not to wake the old woman. She won. She always won those. She had a way of simply continuing to do a thing until you gave up, which is the only strategy available to a person with no authority, and which she had perfected over 5 years. The baby was called Minmin, not for anybody. Her mother picked it because it was ordinary. She had a theory that an ordinary name is a kind of protection, and I did not argue. Because in that world, at that time she was probably right. Minmin learned to walk holding the leg of my sewing table. She learned to talk in a room with 4 machines going. Her first word was a swear word she got off Songzhou, and the entire workshop denied it for a week. She sat the college entrance exam in 2001 and did not do especially well and became an accountant at a fertilizer plant. And she had a completely unremarkable life, and I would like to point out that unremarkable was not on the table for her in Chapter 9. The soldier came in the 4th year. Beastay came in the 4th year with a limp and a letter from my brother from a man they had both served with, and he stayed 4 days in that courtyard and said, in total, about 9 sentences to me. I counted them afterward. 9. Feast day fixed the gate hinge. They carried water without being asked, which in that house was a genuinely strange thing for a male guest to do, and which my mother-in-law found so unsettling that she mentioned it twice. Jing sat on the step in the evening while my sister-in-law fed the baby and did not look at anybody. And on the last morning he stood in the doorway of the workshop for about 6 seconds and then said, the stitching on the shoulder, is that a different foot? It's a different foot. Ah, and that was the 4th sentence. I was on a bus to Ru University about 6 weeks later. His letter reached that courtyard after I had gone, and my sister-in-law kept it in a drawer for 2 months and then sent it on to me in Beijing with a parcel of dried vegetables, and I read it in a dormitory with 5 other girls playing cards behind me. It was extremely formal. It read like a requisition. Qing had used the word furthermore. And in the middle of it there was one sentence that was not like the others, and the sentence was, I heard about the tractor. I did not know what he was. I want that on the record. I thought he was a nice man with a limp who wrote like a quartermaster. I wrote back, took me 4 days and I threw away 3 drafts, which is the only piece of evidence I have that some part of me knew. We wrote to each other for 6 years. I am not going to tell you the rest of it, because the rest of it is mine and because it is a story about letters and letters are extremely boring to anybody who did not receive them. Dear. What I will say is that when I left that world I was 31 and I was in a physics department, and there was a man in the Northwest with a bad leg who had written to me every fortnight for 6 years, and the last letter I ever read from him contained a diagram. Qing had built the bicycle. From my description, out of scrap, badly, in a courtyard, and it did about 9 kilometers an hour and the panel was cracked. Qing had drawn it for me with the dimensions marked. I would like to know how that ended. I have been carrying that for 5 worlds and I am not going to find out, because that is the actual price of this arrangement and nobody mentions it in the reward descriptions. The tractor competition happened in October. The county ran an agricultural mechanization contest every autumn, which sounds like a thing from a propaganda poster and was in fact a thing from a propaganda poster, and the prize that year was 200 yuan and a photograph in the county paper. The events were plowing accuracy, a repair trial, and a timed obstacle course, which is exactly as insane as it sounds. It is a tractor. On a course. With cones. I entered because of the 200 yuan and stayed because of the men. There were 8 entrants. 10 of them had been driving since they were 12, and all 10 of them, when they saw me walk up to the machine, made the same face. It is a very specific face. It is the face of a man deciding to be gentle with you in public. The head of the commune came over and explained to me, kindly, at length, that the clutch was heavy. I have carried a full-grown woman 11 kilometers, sir, but go on. The plowing I lost. Fair and square. To a man named Elder Gao who had been laying furrows since before the country had a name I would recognize, and whose line was so straight you could have used it to check a wall. I came forth. I have made peace with it. The repair trial they rigged. Not maliciously. They just handed me a machine with a fuel line problem instead of the timing problem everyone else got, because they assumed I would not find it, and a fuel line problem is quieter and less humiliating to fail at. I found it in 4 minutes and then, because I was annoyed, I also cleaned the injector. The obstacle course I won by 19 seconds, and I would like to describe the atmosphere at the finish. Absolute silence. One man clapping and then stopping. Elder Gao laughing so hard he sat down in the dirt. 200 yuan. A photograph in the county paper of a 19-year-old girl standing next to a Dongfeng Hong tractor with an expression that the caption described as modest and that I would describe as barely contained. My mother-in-law cut the photograph out and put it under the glass on the table next to my brother's army registration and a picture of a leader. Do die, I never mentioned it. She never mentioned it. It stayed there for the rest of that life. The bicycle was the part that got out of hand. I want to be careful here, because this is where people usually stop believing me. I did not invent anything. I have never invented anything. What I have is a warehouse full of items from a century these people have not reached yet. And a rule that says I can only take out what I can explain. What I took out was a photophytic panel about the size of a serving tray, and what I explained was that I had read about it. That is a real answer in 1984. There were popular science magazines. There were translated Soviet journals in the county library with diagrams in them. There was an entire national culture of extremely determined amateurs building radios out of scrap. And if you walked into a room and said the words "I read about it in a journal," nobody asked you which journal. I built a bicycle with a hub motor and a panel on the rear rack. Top speed about 18 kilometers an hour. Range about 25 on a clear day. Absolutely useless in December. It looked like a bicycle that had been in an accident with a filing cabinet. I rode it into the county seat to buy thread. By the time I had bought the thread, there were 40 people around it. 2 weeks later, a man came from the city. Not a buyer, a teacher. Ding had a bad coat and worse glasses, and he walked around the bicycle 3 times without speaking. And then he crouched down and looked at the controller I had bodged together out of a radio chassis, and he said, "Who taught you?" "Nobody." "That's not an answer, comrade. The only one I've got." Fichno asked me 4 questions. 3 of them I answered, and the 4th one I got wrong. And I want to point out that I got it wrong honestly, which I think is the reason everything after that happened. Fichno was from the physics department at Rewrote University, and he was in the county because his own teacher had been sent there in a previous decade and had never left. Tang wrote a letter in that system. At that moment, in that country, a letter from a man like that was not a formality, it was a door. I sat the exam in the summer of 1985. I sat it in a room with 140 people and a ceiling fan that did not work. And I want to tell you that I was calm, and I was not. Because it turns out that when you have died in 3 novels, the thing that makes your hands shake is a piece of paper with your name on it. Department. Rewrote University. My brother read the admission letter 4 times. My sister-in-law read it once and then went outside and stood in the yard for a while by herself. And when she came back, her eyes were red and she said the rice was ready. Zhou Yi was still working for me. She had, by then, been promoted twice. And she had a fiancé who worked at the credit cooperative. And she had entirely stopped mentioning that she was sure there was an explanation. She saw me off at the bus. She hugged me, which surprised us both. And then she said something I have thought about in every world since. She said, "You were supposed to be the one everything happened to." I said, "It still is." Ding. Progress bar 5%, reward 1 random skill. And here's where I have to tell you about the men, because the system was about to hand me the single strangest piece of continuity in 7 lifetimes, and I did not understand it for 2 entire worlds. I have met him in every single one. Not the same face, not the same name, not the same century, not the same species of shameless, but the same person, and I know it is the same person the way you know a song from 3 notes. In the 80s, he was a soldier who came back from the border with a limp and a letter for my brother, and who spent 4 days in that courtyard failing to say anything to me at all, and who then wrote me a letter so formal it read like a requisition form. I was on a bus to Rewrote University by the time it arrived. I did not read it until I got there. It said 1 sentence that mattered, and the sentence was, "I heard about the tractor." I want to be clear that I did not know what he was yet. I thought he was a nice man with a limp. The system did not explain. The system waited 2 more worlds and then handed me a reward called the Knot of Hearts, and by then it was much too late to pretend I did not know. But I am getting ahead of it. The 4th novel started with a wedding, which is a red flag, and got worse from there. I came to in a sedan chair. That is a genuinely disorienting way to arrive. A sedan chair is a small dark wooden box that somebody else is carrying, and there is a specific sway to it, and you cannot see out, and for about 8 seconds I thought I was in a machine. Then the folder landed. Prime Minister's household. Concubine born 4th daughter. Married by imperial decree, which is a phrase that sounds like an honor and functions like a sentence, to the deposed crown prince. Qing was being exiled south to the barbarian frontier, where the previous 3 officials assigned there had died of what the court called miasma and what I, having a passing acquaintance with the concept of standing water, called an entirely solvable problem. In the original novel, this girl gets 4 chapters. She panics. She bribes a guard, she runs from the wedding procession on the second night and gets 60 kilometers before she is caught, and the fallout goes like this. Her father is demoted for the insult to the throne. Her full brother, 12 years old, is taken by the people her father made enemies of, and never comes back. Her mother loses her mind in the practical, medical, permanent sense. And she herself is beaten to death in a back courtyard by people who are not even angry anymore. And Lin Yuan, the deposed prince, dies at the miasma before he is 30, in a mud-walled residence, having accomplished nothing, and the actual heroine of that novel never even meets him. 4 chapters. That is what she is worth to the author. 4 chapters and a lesson about how women who run get what they deserve. I sat in that box and I did the arithmetic, and I want you to understand what the arithmetic was, because it was not noble. The arithmetic was, everyone who will kill me is behind me, and everything that could possibly be useful is in front of me. I lifted the curtain and asked how far to Jinan. The bearer said, 3000 li, my lady. Great. Excellent. 1600 li in the wrong direction from every person who has ever met me. I have never in my life heard better news. The first thing I did was inventory the dowry. 10,000 taels, that is the number, and I need to translate it, because a number in a fantasy is just noise. A skilled craftsman in that dynasty made about 20 taels in a year. A county magistrate's official salary was around 45. 10,000 taels was a house in the capital with a garden and a staff and change left over to be smug about. They had given it to her because she was being thrown away and the throwing had to look generous. It was in the form of silks, jade, ceremonial silver, a set of hairpins with more gold in them than cents, and 11 scrolls of calligraphy by a man who had been dead for 200 years and whose work made my new husband's mother weep at the wedding. I sold all of it. Not at once. Over 10 days, in 4 cities along the road, through 3 separate pawnbrokers and 1 extremely unhappy silk merchant. And I did it with the assistance of my 2 maids, who thought I had lost my mind and who did not say so out loud until much later, at which point one of them cried, I turned 10,000 taels of prestige into 5,200 taels of cash, and then I turned the cash into cargo. Iron, salt, grain seed, 4 kinds, chosen for drought, cooking oil, alum, sulfur, charcoal, quicklime, cotton wadding. 280 caddies of dried tangerine peel, which I will explain. 6 carpenters, hired at triple wage on a 2-year contract, which caused a scene in a tea house, a blacksmith who was in debt to a man who wanted his daughter. 400 bolts of the ugliest, cheapest, most durable hemp cloth in the province, and mosquito coils. I need to talk about the mosquito coils. The court said miasma, bad air, foul vapors of the south, which enter the body of the virtuous northerner and rot him from within. There were poems about it. There was an entire literary tradition of dying tragically of the South. It was malaria. I knew it was malaria in the way you know a thing you have never personally seen, from a paragraph in a textbook, and I want to be honest that I was about 70% sure and I gambled a human life on the 70. Erythrum. Dried, powdered, mixed with sawdust and a binder, rolled into a spiral, dried again, and burned at dusk in a closed room. I had the formula because the system store sells things at prices that suggest it has never had to explain itself to a finance department. And I had the plant because pyrethrum daisies grow in the hills west of the capital and look like something you would put on a grave. 400 caddies of chrysanthemum family weeds, purchased at the price of weeds, from a farmer who asked me twice if I was sure. My husband saw the cargo manifest on the 9th day. I should describe him. Lin Yuan at 24 looked like a man who had been beautiful and had decided to stop cooperating with it. Jing had been the crown prince for 4 years and then, over the course of 1 autumn, had not been. And he had come out of it with a face that gave you absolutely nothing and a habit of standing very still. Jing read the manifest twice. Tang got to the 400 caddies of weeds and stopped. My lady, he said, may I ask what these are for? They kill mosquitoes. A long pause. And that is important because the miasma is mosquitoes. Longer pause. I want to tell you what he did not do. Tan did not laugh. Jing did not explain the classics to me. Tina did not summon a physician to have a look at his wife. Qing said, show me. And that right there, in a cargo yard in the rain, 20 days into a marriage neither of us had agreed to, is the entire reason that man ended up on a throne. We reached Jinan in the 7th month. Jinan was a prefecture, the size of a small country with a population that did not want to be counted. 4 rivers, no roads worth the word, and a capital city whose main street turned into a canal every time it rained hard. The residence they had prepared for the deposed prince had a roof that leaked into the ancestral shrine. There were 2 officials waiting for us. They came out to meet the procession with an honor guard, banners, drums, a poem, and a written statement of the annual tax receipts. and every single one of those things was a lie. The prefect was a man named Zhou. Jing had a soft voice and a beautiful residence and had been in that post for 19 years, and he had been sending the throne 1/3 of what the prefecture actually produced, and keeping the rest in a warehouse system so well organized that when I finally saw the ledgers I was genuinely impressed. The commissioner's name was Sting. Tin had 300 registered soldiers and about 400 actual ones, and the pay for the other 700 went somewhere, and the somewhere had a stable with 9 horses in it. They had killed the previous 3 imperial appointees. Not with knives, with hospitality. You put a northerner in a low house near standing water in the 7th month and you send him a great deal of very good wine, and in 18 months you write a sorrowful letter to the capital about the miasma. They were extremely pleased to see us. Ju, in particular, could not stop smiling. Qing had drawn a disgraced prince with no allies, no army, no funds, and a 19-year-old 4th daughter with a dowry, which from where he was standing was not a threat. It was a delivery. Qing said, "Your Highness must rest. The southern air is treacherous for those unaccustomed." I said, "We brought our own air." King laughed. Everyone laughed. Lin Yuan did not laugh, but the corner of his mouth did something, and I caught it, and that was the first time in that world that I thought this might actually be fun. We burned the coils that night. Every room, shut at dusk, gauze over the beds, coils on stone dishes on the floor. The household staff thought we were performing a rite. 2 of them prostrated themselves. One of the maids asked, very seriously, which god? By the 3rd week, nobody in that compound had a fever. By the 6th week the guards were stealing the coils. By the 3rd month I was selling them, at 8 coins for a bundle of 10 out of the front gate of the residence, in a city where the summer death rate had been running at a level that everyone had simply agreed not to discuss. That is how you take a city, by the way. Not with a garrison, with a product nobody can afford not to buy, and everybody can afford to buy. Prefect Zhou came to see me about it in the 4th month. Fima was still smiling. The smile had changed shape. My lady's little enterprise has become quite popular, he said. One hears things. One hears that the people call them the princess' incense. They re-8 coins. Ah, but your ladyship must understand. Fima set down his cup with enormous care. In the south, we are a superstitious people. When a great lady sells a charm against death, the common folk do not think, "How clever." They think, "This lady has power over death." Theama looked up. Some might even say that sounds like a claim. There it is. That is the move. That is the entire move, and it is the same move in every century, and I have now seen it in a courtyard in 1983 and a reception hall in a dynasty with no name I can give you. You do not accuse a person of being effective. You accuse them of being uncanny, and then you stand back and let the crowd finish the sentence. You are right, it does sound like a claim. Pasha inclined his head, gracious in victory. So I'll stop selling them, I said. I'll give them away. The gracious inclination froze about a 1/3 of the way down. Free, I said. Every household in the city, 1 bundle a month, distributed by the ward chiefs, whose names I will need. The prefecture can bear the cost. I'm told the receipts are healthy. Ju left 40 minutes later having agreed, in front of 17 witnesses, to fund the free citywide distribution of mosquito coils out of the prefectural treasury, which required him to open the prefectural treasury, which required a figure, and the figure he gave was the fake one, because he could not give the real one, and once a man has told you a number in front of witnesses, he has to keep building on it forever. I built on it for 2 years. Look. I am aware of how I sound. There is a version of this story where I am a nice young woman who improves the lives of the poor with modern knowledge. And I want to say clearly that the poor did get better, and that is not why I did the first 13 things I did. I did them because a man in a nice house told me my incense sounded like a claim, and I decided to find out what he had in his warehouses. Iron first. There was iron in the hills north of the city, and everyone knew it, and nobody minded it, because the ore was lean, and the smelting they had could not make it pay. What they had was a bloomery. What I had was a diagram for a small blast furnace and a man who owed me his daughter's freedom. The first furnace cracked in the 2nd week, the second one worked for 9 days and then the lining went. The third one ran for 4 months and produced pig iron in quantities that made my blacksmith sit down on the ground, which I have now caused twice in 2 lifetimes and which I have decided to be proud of. Limestone next, for the flux. Then coal, because we ran out of charcoal in 9 weeks and the hillsides were starting to look concerning. Then kaolin, because I wanted crucibles and then discovered I wanted porcelain. Then saltpeter. I want to be honest about the saltpeter. I did not open that mine to improve anyone's agriculture. Lin Yuan asked me about it exactly once. We were standing on a hillside looking at a hole in the ground with 11 men in it, and he said, without any particular emphasis, "My lady is building something." Yes. Will you tell me what? Not yet. King nodded and looked at the hole for a while and then he said, "Then I will tell you something instead. Du has written to the capital twice this season. Both letters concerned my health." A pause. Both letters reported that it is declining. I turned around. Pi Qing was watching the hole, not me. Peating had a way of delivering the worst possible information as though he were mentioning the weather, and I have known him in 7 lives and it has never once stopped working on me. King's laying groundwork, I said. King is. How long do we have? Until the rains, I would think. A man who dies in the wet season is not a suspicious man. Finum finally looked over. His face did that nothing. It did. I am not particularly frightened. My lady, I have been dying since I was 22. It is only that I have recently become interested in other outcomes. I have thought about that sentence for 4 subsequent lifetimes. The roads went in that autumn. Cement, which is not complicated once you have limestone and clay and a kiln that gets hot enough, and which I had to demonstrate personally by pouring a slab in the residence courtyard and then standing on it in front of the entire household staff while they waited for it to swallow me. 19 li of road in the first year, from the city to the North Mines. It does not sound like much. It moved ore at 4 times the previous rate and it did not wash out in the rains. And the second year it was 70 li and the third year the merchants had stopped asking permission to use it and started asking permission to build on it. Then the plow. This is the one I am actually proud of, and it is the least dramatic thing in the entire life. They were using a straight shaft plow. It required 2 oxen and could not turn tightly and buried itself in the wet clay of the southern fields, which is why the whole prefecture farmed in long strips on high ground and left the rich bottomland alone. A curved shaft. That is all. A curved moldboard and an adjustable depth peg, which lets 1 ox pull it, which lets a household that owns 1 animal instead of 2 farm at all. Yield went up 40% in the districts that took it in the first season, and the second season nobody had to be persuaded. Then sugar, because there was cane and nobody had a decent press. Then soy sauce, properly brewed, in vats, because what they had was a thin salted liquid and I was homesick. Then bean curd, which is 9/10 of the protein problem in a place with no pasture. Then canned fruit in sealed jars, which is the single stupidest and most profitable thing I have ever done in any century, because the capital had never seen lychee out of season and paid for it like it was medicine. By the 4th year Jinan was sending the throne more tax revenue than the 2 prefectures above it combined. That is, when Prefect Shu tried to kill me. Tiging did it politely. That was the thing about him. Tiging was, until the last 3 minutes of our acquaintance, a genuinely polite man. There was a banquet. There is always a banquet. The occasion was the completion of the river works, and I had been in the sun for 19 hours, and I was tired, and I drank the wine, and I want to say for the record that I did not drink it because I trusted him. I drank it because I had a skill called water evasion, an absurd amount of raw constitution, and a system store that sells a health pill for 200 points, and I had taken one that morning out of a habit I could not have explained. Arsenic, as it turned out. Slow, 2 months of it in the wine at every official function, and the symptoms present as a wasting illness of the South. And if I had died of it, the letter to the capital would have written itself. I did not die of it. I got a headache and an interesting metallic taste and, on the 61st day, a system notification that said my body had processed a foreign compound and awarded me 100 points, which is how I found out. 100 points. Qing tried to murder me for 2 months and the system paid me the price of a bag of fertilizer. I did not tell Lin Yuan. I want to be precise about why, because it was not to protect him. It was because I knew exactly what he would do, and what he would do was correct and legal and would have taken 18 months, and I was not in the mood to die. I invited Zhao to inspect the North Road. Team came. Of course he came. Team came with 16 retainers and a sedan chair and a good hat, and I walked him along the new cement to the place where it crossed the ravine on the bridge my carpenters had built, and I showed him the piers. And then I showed him the warehouse at the far end. It was full. Wall to wall. 19 years of skim, in bolts and boxes and stamped ingots, every crate marked with a prefectural seal because a man that organized cannot help himself. I found this in the 2nd year, I said. I've been counting it since. Would you like to know the total? King did not say anything. 409,000 taels, give or take, at present prices. It's a magnificent achievement, Prefect. I mean that sincerely. 19 years without a single reconciliation error. I turned around. Here's what happens next. You are going to write to the capital. You're going to report the discovery of a large irregularity in the prefectural accounts, dating to your predecessor, and you're going to remit the entire amount to the treasury with a covering letter recommending that His Highness be granted authority over the Southern Revenue Circuit. That is absurd. It's about 11% as absurd as arsenic in a wine cup for 2 months. Ting went gray. Not dramatically, just a slow loss of color, like something draining out of the bottom. You're alive, he said. I'm annoyed, I said. It's different, and you'll find it worse. Qing wrote the letter. Fina wrote it because the alternative was a memorial signed by a deposed prince of the blood arriving in the capital alongside a ledger, and because a man who has spent 19 years being careful was recalled the following spring. Not executed. Reassigned to a salt post in the northwest, which for a man like that is the same thing at a slower speed, and I have thought about him occasionally with something I would not quite call fondness. Commissioner Du was less complicated. Qing was complicated in the way a dog is complicated. Qing had 400 real soldiers and 700 fictional ones, and when the letters stopped working he did the only other thing he knew, which was to arrange for bandits. Actual bandits. Hired. 40 of them, on the road south, on a day when the prince's party was returning from the sugar works with a light escort. I would like to describe the ambush from the bandits' point of view, because I think it is the more interesting angle. You have been told there will be a carriage, 4 guards, 2 servants and a woman. There is a carriage. There are 4 guards. There are 2 servants. There is a woman. The woman gets out of the carriage first. The woman picks up the shaft of a spear that one of your associates has just dropped, and she does not swing it. She throws it, and it goes through the trunk of a tree and stops with about a third of its length on the far side. And then she says, "Right, who's in charge and how much did he pay you, and would you like to know what I pay?" 9 of the 6 took the job. I am not joking and I did not make it up on the spot. I had been short of men for the river works for a year and a half and I had a fixed rate. The other 2 ran, and one of them ran directly to Qing, which is exactly what I wanted, because the message I needed delivered was not "I survived." The message was, she recruited them. Qing held on for another 8 months. Qing held on through the audit of the garrison rolls, which found the 700 ghosts. Qing held on through the reassignment of the pay office. Qing held on right up until the day the first cannon fired. I want to talk about the cannon, because I have been putting it off. I built artillery in a pre-industrial society and I do not feel good about it, and I did it anyway, and I have had 4 subsequent lifetimes to decide whether I would do it again, and the answer keeps coming back the same. The South had a coast, the coast had raiders, and the raiders had been operating on a 20-year cycle of burning a fishing town, taking whoever was slow and being gone before the garrison arrived. The court's position was that the South was difficult. The garrison's position was that the raiders had ships. Everyone's position was that this was weather. Bronze. Board, not cast hollow. On a lathe I spent 9 months getting to run true. Saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal, corned rather than serpentine, and I will not be giving the ratio. 6 guns. Then 12. Then a shore battery at the river mouth. And then, because the guns were useless if the ships could simply go around, a fleet. Not a large fleet. 19 hulls, junk rig, shallow draft, 4 guns each, crewed by fishermen who had spent their whole lives being the ones who got burned. The raiders came in the 6th year. They came in the 6th year because they came every 6th year, and because the entire coast had been sending them a signal for 2 decades that the coast was undefended, and there is a particular kind of arrogance that comes from 20 years of being right. Whiffrey. It lasted 90 minutes. I was not there. I was 30 li inland at the powder mill, and I found out from a rider, and the thing the rider could not stop saying was that the second ship had turned to run and had not been able to. Lin Yuan was there. Qing had insisted, and I had lost that argument in about 4 exchanges, and he came back with a cut across his forearm from a rope that had parted and an expression I had not seen on him before. Qing said, "They ran. I heard, my lady." Ting sat down. Qing was still holding his helmet. In 20 years no one has ever made them run. And then this man, this deposed prince, this person who had received the news of his own planned assassination in the tone of a man discussing rainfall, put his face in his hands. I stood there and did not know what to do with my arms. Here is a thing I have learned in 7 lifetimes, and it is not a pleasant thing. The moment that breaks a person is almost never the disaster. It is the first piece of good news after a long enough run of disasters. Grief has a shape and people can carry it. Relief has no shape at all and it goes straight through you. I put my hand on the back of his neck. That was all. I did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that would not have been smaller than what had happened. Qing said, into his hands, "I thought I would die here." "I know. You knew when you came." "Yes. And you came anyway." I said, "I came because it was the direction that was away from everyone who wanted to kill me. And then I stayed because the mines were good." King laughed, wetly. "And once, and it turned into something else halfway through. That was the closest either of us came to saying it out loud for another year and a half. Now I have to tell you about the woman who nearly killed me, and I have been putting it off since the beginning of that world, because she is the only opponent I have had in 7 lifetimes who was better informed than I was." The new crown prince was Lin Yuan's younger half-brother. Yi Qing was 21, he was not stupid, and he had spent 5 years watching somebody else be the heir, which does things to a person that I am not qualified to comment on and that were visible from across a room. And in the 6th year he sent his consort south on an inspection tour. Zhong inspection tour is a thing a court does when it wants to look at something without admitting it is worried. She came with 200 people, 20 wagons, a stated purpose regarding the Salt administration, and a letter of authority signed by a man who had never once been to the south. Her name was Lady Wei Du. I met her on the road outside the city, in the rain, because I had gone out to meet the procession, which is the correct courtesy and which I had budgeted 40 minutes for. She got down from the carriage. She was about 24, beautiful in the specific expensive way of a woman who has never done anything outdoors, and she looked at the road under her own feet. 19 lie of it by then, running from the city gate north to the mines, in the rain, not washed out, with a camber and a drainage channel. She looked at that road for a long time. Din. She looked up at me and said, "This is very good." And I said the polite thing, and she said the polite thing back, and then she said, without any change of tone at all, "The prince is well? His Highness is in excellent health. How old is he now?" 29, my lady. And she smiled. I want to describe that smile, because it took me 2 more months to understand it, and by then it had cost me a great deal. It was relief, not pleasure. The smile of a person who has been carrying a piece of information for years, and who has just had it confirmed, and who is now going to have to do something about it. She knew he was supposed to be dead before 30. I did not work it out that night. I worked it out 16 days later, at a banquet, when she asked me about the canned fruit. Not whether we made it. How we sealed it. Nobody asks how you seal it. Nobody in that dynasty had a reason to have a mental category for sealing, because the entire concept of hermetic preservation did not exist. Students asked how much. Officials asked how many. Scholars asked whether it was harmful to the Constitution. She asked whether the jars were sealed hot or cold. I put my cup down, and then, because I have never been able to leave a thing alone, I said, "Hot. Does my lady have an interest in preserving?" And she said, "I had a recipe once, sure from a book. 2 people at a table, both holding a bomb, deciding whether to put it on the tablecloth. Neither of us did. Not that night. We talked about tea for another hour, and I want you to know it was the single most exhausting hour of that entire lifetime. Here is what she had that I did not. I had 4 chapters. That is what the system gives me. It gives me the folder for the character I am wearing, and my character in that book was a 4th daughter of a concubine who gets 4 chapters and dies in a back courtyard. Everything I knew about that world, I knew because it happened to her or near her. Lady Wei had read the whole novel. Not lived it. Read it. She had been an ordinary woman in an ordinary century with a phone and a bad commute, and she had read a 900-chapter historical romance about a court, and then she had woken up in it as a minor noble's daughter with 8 years of lead time. 40 years. She had used them extremely well. She had gone from a minor branch family to the consort of the crown prince by being in exactly the right corridors at exactly the right moments, and every single one of those moments was in a book she had read on a train. And she knew the plot of the next 40 chapters, and I did not, because my character was already dead in them. She moved in the 7th year. I want to walk through it slowly, because it is the closest I have come to losing everything, and because the mechanism is worth understanding. She did not attack the mines. She did not attack the roads. She did not attack the fleet, which was the obvious target, because a prince of the blood with 19 armed hulls is a sentence that writes its own memorial. She attacked the saltpeter. A memorial went to the capital in the 8th month. It was not signed by her. It was signed by an assistant censor with an unremarkable record, and it did not accuse anybody of anything, which is what made it good. It observed, in the tone of a man raising a technical matter, that the prefecture of Jinan had over 4 years opened and worked a saltpeter deposit. That saltpeter is a controlled substance under the statutes governing military materiel. That no application had been made to the Ministry of Works, and that the prefecture's own submitted returns showed a production volume for which no corresponding agricultural or medicinal consumption had been recorded. Every word of that was true. I had opened that mine to make gunpowder, and I had never filed for a permit, because filing for a permit would have required me to say what it was for, in writing, over the name of a deposed prince. And the follow-up question, which the memorial did not ask because it did not have to, was, where has it all gone? Into powder, into a shore battery and 19 ships and a garrison that had run out of raiders to shoot at. Song Imperial Commission was appointed in the 10th month. I found out from Lin Yuan, who came into the room where I was working and stood at the window with his back to me for about 4 minutes before he said anything, which was how he delivered the worst of it. He said, "They are sending 3 men," he said, "a vice minister of works, a censor, and one of my brother's household. When they're already on the river, how long? 19 days, perhaps 20. I did the arithmetic out loud, which is a bad habit, and it came out badly. You cannot unbuild a mine. You cannot unbuild a battery. You cannot unbuild a fleet that 11,000 people watched come home." Thing said, my lady, if it is put to me directly, I will not lie about it. I know. I would like you to understand what happens then. I know. King turned around, and it was the only time in 8 years that his face gave me anything at all without permission. "There is a boat," he said. "There is always a boat. It leaves for the outer islands twice a month, and it does not carry a manifest, and I have arranged for you to be able to take it. I am telling you this once and I will not mention it again, and I will not think less of you." And I said, "Do you want me to go?" And he said, "No." Then stop talking. We had 19 days. I want to tell you what I did with them because it was not clever. And every clever thing I tried in the first 4 days failed. I tried the permit. I sent a writer to file a retroactive application with the Ministry of Works, and the ministry correctly declined to accept a filing for an operation already under investigation. I tried the classification. There was an argument, and it was not a bad argument, that the mine's output was agricultural, because saltpeter is a fertilizer, and I had in fact been putting a proportion of it on fields for 4 years. It failed in about a day, because the volumes did not match and the volumes were in my own returns, in my own hand, because I am a person who writes everything down. I tried the ministry's own precedent. There were 2 prefectures in the northwest working saltpeter under an old exemption. The exemption had lapsed in a reign nobody wanted to discuss. On the 5th day, I stopped trying to win the case. Because the case was not winnable and I had known that since the first hour, and everything I had done for 4 days was the reflex of a person who thinks the correct answer is a correct answer. The court was not going to decide this on the statute. The court was going to decide it on whether the empire was better off with Jinan the way it was. So I stopped writing to ministries and started writing to everybody who was better off. I want to list them, because the list is the whole of it. 16 merchant houses in the capital that had been importing our canned fruit at a margin that had made 2 of them extremely rich. The Salt Commissioner of the Eastern Circuit, whose returns had gone up for 3 consecutive years because our cement had fixed the road his salt traveled on. The Ministry of Revenue's own Southern Accounts Office, which had received, from a prefecture that had been a net cost for 40 years, 4 consecutive years of the second largest silver remittance in the empire. Chapped. 14 ward heads, village heads and household registrars, in every district of Jinan, who had received free mosquito coils out of the prefectural treasury every month for 6 years and whose districts had a summer death rate that had fallen by a figure I am not going to give you because you would not believe it. And the fishing towns. I did not write to the fishing towns. I did not have to. Somebody in one of them heard about the commission from a boatman, and by the 9th day there were representatives from 9 coastal settlements standing in the prefectural yard, having walked, wanting to know whether it was true that the capital was going to take the guns away. The commission arrived on the 20th day. They were shown the mine. I did not hide the mine. I walked the vice minister into it personally and had the overseer explain the extraction to him at a level of technical detail that took 2 hours and that I had, I admit, specifically requested. Then we went to the powder mill. Then the battery. Then the shipyard. At no point did anybody deny anything. And on the 4th day of the inspection, the censor, who had said almost nothing, asked me the question the entire commission had come to ask. My lady, under whose authority was the powder made? And I said, mine. The room went absolutely still. Lin Yuan started to speak, and I put my hand flat on the table, which is a thing I had never done to him in front of officials and which he has never let me forget. Your Highness signed no order and gave no instruction, I said. I opened the deposit. I hired the men. I ordered the mill built and I set the proportions, and I did it out of my own dowry, and every ledger in this prefecture will show the disbursements in my name. If the statute has been broken, it has been broken by the prince's wife, and the prince's wife is the daughter of a prime minister and is available to the commission at its convenience. The censor looked at me for a very long time. Then he said, that is an extraordinary statement to make in front of witnesses. It is an accurate one, dear. Here is why I did it, and it was not sacrifice, and I want to strip the nobility out of it because there was none. A deposed prince who arms himself is a rebellion. There is no other reading available. The word for it exists, and the punishment attached to the word is not survivable, and it extends outward through a household. Chapter. A woman who arms a coastline is a scandal. Scandals can be managed. Scandals can be reduced to a fine and a demotion and a strongly worded edict. Scandals have precedence. I made myself into a lesser category of crime, in public, in front of a censor, and it worked. Not immediately. Gus. It worked because of the 91 memorials. I did not organize 91 memorials. I want to be honest about the number. I wrote to about 40 people and about 140 ended up writing to the throne, because I had underestimated the merchant houses, who had a great deal of money at stake and a much better understanding of how the capital worked than I did. The Vice Minister of Works went home with a technical report and a shipyard he could not stop talking about. The censor went home with a signed statement from me and a quantity of information he had not come for. And the third man, the one from the Crown Prince's household, went home and told Lady Wei that it had not worked. She came to see me before she left the south. She came alone, which took nerve, to a room in a residence in a prefecture she had just tried to destroy, and she sat down opposite me and said, without any preliminaries at all, "You are not from here, no. How much do you know?" 4 chapters. She actually laughed. She put her hand over her mouth and laughed like a person hearing the punchline of a joke she had been waiting years for. 4. King gets a paragraph in mine, I said. King dies of miasma before 30 in a mud-walled residence and the heroine never meets him. She does, said Lady Wei. In chapter 602, Jing is a footnote in her husband's coronation. 2 lines. We sat there. I want to describe what that room felt like, because I have never been in another one like it. 2 women from a century with electric light, in a prefecture in the far south of an empire that does not exist, holding between them the entire text of a book neither of us had written, one of us with 4 chapters and the other with 900. What do you want? I said. I wanted him dead on schedule, she said. That is not a figure of speech. My husband becomes emperor in chapter 410 and reigns for 31 years, and it is a good reign, and the only reason it happens is that his elder brother dies in the south of a fever at 29. That is the entire mechanism. 1 fever. And now he is 30. And now he is 30, and he has iron and cement and a fleet and a coastline that worships him, and I no longer know what page I am on. Then she said the thing I have carried for 2 lifetimes. She said, "Do you understand that you have taken it away from me? Not the throne. The book. I had 900 chapters. I knew every flood and every famine and every appointment for 30 years. I knew which minister dies in which winter. Done. And you took a prefecture I had never heard of, and you turned it into a thing that is not in the text. And now it is all just happening. And I have to guess, like everybody else." I said, "Welcome." She looked at me with something that was almost hatred and almost gratitude and was probably just exhaustion. "How do you stand it, Jeeves?" "I have never had anything else." She went north in the 4th month. And here is the part I did not arrange and could not have arranged and have never entirely enjoyed. She was right about the rain. Her husband would have been a good emperor. I have thought about that a great deal, and I have never once been able to make myself sorry, and I am aware of what that says. The abdication happened because of the revenue, and I have already told you that. What I did not tell you is that the memorial that finally moved it was not written by a merchant house or a censor or a minister. It was written by the crown prince. Wrote it himself, in his own hand, in the 2nd month of the 9th year, and it recommended that the southern circuit be placed under the administration of his elder brother, and it observed that the empire had been governed for 22 years on the principle that the elder brother was unsuited to govern, and that this principle had now been tested for 8 years in the most difficult prefecture in the empire and had been found to be false. He was 24 when he wrote that. I have read a copy of it 400 times. She never forgave him for it. That is the last thing I know about Lady Wei. They were married for another 30 years and she never forgave him, and he became the most powerful minister in his brother's court, and he was extremely good at it, and every single official who worked under him said the same thing about him, which was that he had absolutely no fear of being wrong. Tada! I saw her once more, 22 years later, at a court function, across a hall. She had aged the way people do. She was talking to somebody about a garden. She looked up and saw me and inclined her head, and I inclined mine, and neither of us crossed the floor. That is what happened to the only opponent I have ever had who could see as far as I could. She ended up at a function talking about a garden, in an empire she did not recognize, married to a man who had chosen his brother over the book. It is not a humiliation. I want to be precise. Nobody stripped her of anything and nobody read anything out in a courtyard. It is worse than a humiliation. She had to live in the world I built, for 30 years, knowing exactly how much better her version would have been for her, and every single thing that went right in it was one more thing she had not predicted. The emperor abdicated in the 9th year. I would love to tell you it was because of the canon. It was not. It was because of the revenue. There is a rule about dynasties that nobody writes down, which is that a throne will forgive almost anything except a province that pays. Jinan had gone from a place you were sent to die to the 2nd largest source of hard silver in the empire, and the man who had done it was the son the emperor had personally disinherited, and every year that arrangement continued was a year the court had to explain to itself why the man producing the money was not permitted to spend it. It took 9 years and 4 memorials and one extremely uncomfortable imperial inspection tour, during which the inspector was shown a cement road, a blast furnace, a shore battery, a fleet, a bean curd works, and a warehouse of canned lychee, and during which he ate the lychee and, I am told, went quiet. The abdication edict cited the emperor's health. The emperor's health went on being fine for another 13 years, in a very pleasant palace, from which he wrote his son extremely long letters about the proper administration of the salt monopoly, and which his son answered every single time. Coronation was in the spring. I want to tell you about one small thing from that day, and then I will move on, because I have 6 more lives to get through and one of them involves competitive ice skating. There is a moment in that ceremony where the empress is presented with the seal. It is heavy. It is deliberately heavy. It is a block of jade the size of a brick, and there is a whole tradition of the lady's hands trembling as she receives it, and there are poems about the trembling, and court painters have made careers out of the trembling. I did not do it on purpose. I want that understood. I have carried a woman 11 kilometers and thrown a spear through a tree, and I genuinely, completely forgot. There were 400 people in that hall. The chief minister of rights made a sound. Somewhere behind me a woman dropped a fan. Lin Yuan, newly crowned son of heaven, ruler of all under the sky, looked at his wife holding the imperial seal like a lunchbox, and his shoulders started shaking, and he had to turn his entire body toward the screen for a count of about 8. Ding. Progress bar, 10%. Reward, knot of hearts. I opened the description standing in a corridor in a crown that weighed more than the seal, and I read it 3 times. The soul designated as your counterpart is bound to you. In every world remaining to you, he will be there. Recognition is not guaranteed. The binding is. Recognition is not guaranteed. Cool, J. I would like to state for the record that at that point I had already met him 3 times and had recognized him exactly 0, and that this record would go on to stand for another 2 entire lifetimes, and that the thing that finally broke it was not fate, or destiny, or a moment of shining clarity. It was a man overhearing me sing badly in a hot spring and deciding that was the woman he was going to marry. But that comes later. The fifth world I'm going to move through fast, and I want to explain why, because it is not because it was bad. It is because it was the only life I have had in 7 that was mostly happy. And happy is very difficult to make interesting, and I would rather tell it honestly and briefly than pad it out with things that did not hurt. Ding. Modern world. 21st century, a city I will not name and a village 3 hours from it by bus. I was 17 and I had a stepmother. I want to be careful with that sentence, because the word stepmother does a lot of unfair work in stories, and this one had earned every syllable. She had married my father when I was 9, and my father had died when I was 15, and in the 6 years in between she had been unpleasant in the ordinary way, and in the 2 years after she had become something with a strategy. The strategy was the inheritance. 200,000 yuan, in an account, in my name, which I could not touch until I was 18 and which she had spent 18 months preparing to touch on my behalf. The novel's version of this girl signs the paper. She signs it because she is tired and because the woman has been working on her for 2 years and because there is a boy involved who says it would be the mature thing. She signs it at 17. And at 22 she is a cashier in a town she hates and the woman has a car. I came to on a Thursday, in a kitchen, holding a pen. The paper was on the table. My stepmother was standing on the other side of it with a face she had been arranging for a while. I read the paper. Took about 90 seconds. She let me, because in her version of the afternoon I was going to read it and cry and sign it, and she had budgeted for the crying. Then I put the pen down and said, "Where's my grandmother, Duhele?" Her face did something excellent. Because here's the thing she had not accounted for. My father's mother was alive. She was 79. She was blind in both eyes from a cataract surgery in the 90s that had gone badly and never been corrected. She lived alone in a village 3 hours away, and she was, under the law of that country, the person a minor's guardianship reverts to when there is a conflict of interest with a step-parent regarding an inheritance. Nobody had thought about her in 6 years. Not the stepmother, not the author. She was not a character. She was a line in a family register. I took the bus that night. She was in a courtyard house with a persimmon tree and a dog with one ear, and when I said who I was, she reached up and put her hands on my face and read it. And then she said, "You have your father's jaw." Ting had a terrible jaw. I laughed so hard I sat down on her step. I lived there for 4 years. The cheat that world was one I had won in the ancient life and never used, called permanent divine power, and one I earned about 6 months in, called divine farming, and I want to be honest that the second one was less a superpower than an unfair advantage in a field where the advantages are usually rain. I planted sorghum. Not to eat. There is a variety of sorghum that is the wrong choice for grain and the right choice for one specific thing, and the specific thing is liquor. 4 years. That is the aging. 4 years in ceramic, in a shed, in the dark, and there is no way to rush it, and the entire time the village considered me the girl who was wasting good land. In the meantime, I filmed things. I want to be clear that I did not set out to be a live streamer. I set out to make 1,700 yuan to fix my grandmother's roof, and the fastest legal way to make 1,700 yuan from a village with no employer was to point a phone at the persimmon tree. The account was called I Love Farming, which I chose because it was the least interesting name available and I was in a mood. It did well. It did well for a reason. I did not understand for the first year, which is that people in cities do not watch farming videos for the farming. They watch them because somewhere in the middle of the video an old blind woman calls out from inside the house asking whether you have eaten, and you say yes, and she says you're lying, and 11 million people feel something in their chest. The points came in little runs, 3 and 4 at a time, every time a stranger in a city watched an old woman ask whether I had eaten. Tack. I sat the college entrance exam in the 4th year. 746. For the record, that number does not mean anything to most people and means everything to about 10 million families, and I sat in a courtyard and read it off a phone to a woman who could not see the screen, and she said, "Read it again," about 4 times. And the liquor took gold in Milan. I entered it as a joke. I entered it because there was an international spirits competition with an open category and an entry fee of about 400 euros, and I had, by that point, an income from a persimmon tree. Gold medal. Traditional category. Sheer sorghum baiju from a shed behind a house with a one-eared dog in it. The village had a banner made. The banner had a spelling mistake in it. It is still up, as far as I know, in whatever way things are still up in worlds I have left. I said I would move through that world fast. I lied about one part of it, and the part I lied about is the stepmother, because she came back. She came back in the 3rd year, and she came back because of a persimmon tree. I want to explain what the account actually was, because when I say live a stream people picture something with lighting. It was a phone on a brick. 50 minutes at a time, 3 times a week, of a girl in a village doing whatever needed doing that afternoon. Turning soil, splitting kindling. Arguing with a dog with one ear about whether the dog was allowed on the step. Making a bowl of noodles at 9 at night for a woman who could not see them. And once every session, from inside the house, an old voice would call out and ask whether I had eaten. I have thought a great deal about why that worked. And I have a theory, and the theory is not flattering to anybody. 11 million people in a country that had spent 30 years emptying its villages into its cities were watching. At 11 o'clock on a Thursday night, in a rented room, a thing that a very large number of them used to have. By the second year, I was making more from that phone than my father's entire construction supply business had made in a good quarter. Which is when my stepmother remembered she had a stepdaughter. She did it properly. I want to give her that. She did not turn up at the gate. She went to the comment section. The first one was a small account with no photograph. It said that it was lovely to see the girl doing so well, and that it hoped she remembered the people who had raised her. Then there were 4. Then 25. Then a video, 4 minutes long, uploaded by an account with her face on it, in which she sat in a kitchen and cried and explained that she had raised her husband's daughter for 8 years as her own, that the girl had left home at 17 without a word, that she had never asked for anything, and that she only wanted to see her once. That video did 9 million views in 3 days. Describe what the internet does at that point. Because it is exactly the same in every country, and it is not stupid, it is fast. It looks at a girl with an audience and a dead father and an inheritance, and it looks at a crying woman, and it does the arithmetic that is available on the surface, and the arithmetic on the surface says the girl kept the money, which she had. That is the thing. Every factual claim in that video was true. I had taken the 200,000 and I had left at 17 and I had not been back. My grandmother heard it read out to her by a neighbor's son who thought he was being helpful. She did not say anything about it for 2 days. Then, on the third evening, while I was washing rice, she said, "Are you going to answer her?" No, why not? Because there is no answer that fits in a comment. She thought about that for a while and then said, "Then answer it somewhere bigger." 81 years old, blind, in a courtyard with a persimmon tree, and the single best strategic instinct I encountered in that entire world. So I did a session. Not a response video. I want to be extremely clear that I did not make a response video, because a response video is a document and a document gets picked apart. I did an ordinary session. Thursday, 9 in the evening, phone on the brick, 50 minutes. Exactly like the 400 before it. Except that I sat down at the kitchen table with a cardboard box. And I said, "Somebody asked about my father's money. I'm going to do the accounts. It'll be boring. You can go." Nobody went. The concurrent viewership went from about 200,000 to 4.1 million in 25 minutes, and the platform's infrastructure had a genuinely difficult evening. I did the accounts. Bank statement, on the table, held up to the camera. 203,400. Received on the 9th of the month I turned 18. Date on the screen. Account name on the screen. Then the receipts. Cataract surgery. Both eyes. 41,000. Hospital in the county seat. Receipt with a hospital stamp. Roof. 7,400. Well, pump and pipe. 3,200. Land lease. 4 mu. 6 years paid forward. 28,000. Sarabic jars. 60 of them. 4,100. Sorghum seed. First year. 900. Grandmother's medication, monthly, itemized, 31 months of it, which took 4 minutes to read out and which I read out anyway, every single line, because the boredom was the point. Tuition and exam fees. Phone. Bus fares to the county seat, which I had kept, because I keep everything. I got to the bottom and I said, "That leaves 19,206 yuan, and it's in that account, and it's my grandmother's funeral money, and she knows about it and she thinks it's too much." From inside the house, at volume. It is too much, 4 million people. And then I said the only thing in that entire 50 minutes that was not an item on a receipt. I said, "My stepmother says she raised me for 8 years. That's true. She says I left without a word. That's true too. She says she never asked for anything." I put the last receipt down. That's the only part that isn't. She asked at 15. She asked at 16. And on the day I turned 17, she put a form on the kitchen table for me to sign, and I have that too. But I'm not going to show it to you, because there's a child in that house who's 9 years old and who is going to be able to read in about a year. And then I made noodles and talked about a hen. She deleted the video within the day. The internet did not delete anything, because the internet never does, and within a week there were people outside her building, which I did not want, and I said so on the next session, and it thinned out. The system woke up somewhere in the middle of that broadcast and started counting the receipts. I checked afterward. It had awarded points for the surgery, the roof, the well pump and the land lease. And it had awarded nothing at all for the 4 million people. Because that machine has never once in 7 lifetimes cared about anything except whether something grew. Here is the part I actually want to tell you. She sued, 19 months later, through a lawyer, for maintenance on the grounds of having raised a stepchild, which is a real cause of action in that country and which is not frivolous. It went to a county court and it took 9 months and I lost. Not the whole thing. She was awarded a sum for the 8 years, calculated on a standard, and it came to about 31,000 yuan, and the judge was entirely correct to award it, and I paid it in one transfer on the day of the ruling. I want to say clearly, she had raised me for 8 years, badly, resentfully, with a strategy at the end of it. And also, she had cooked 8 years of dinners for a child who was not hers, in a marriage that had not gone the way she planned, and the law of that country had a number for that, and the number was 31,000. I have never once been angry about that ruling. I have been angry about the video for 4 subsequent lifetimes, and I have never been angry about the ruling. The liquor took gold in Milan in the 5th year, and I have already told you that. What I did not tell you is that the entry fee was 400 euros, and I did not have 400 euros because I had just paid a court judgment, and my grandmother sold a gold ring. She had exactly one piece of jewelry. It had been her mother's. She had never worn it in my presence. I found out she had sold it about 4 days after the entry closed, because she could not keep a secret to save her life and because she told the dog first, out loud, in the yard, with the window open. I bought it back 12 months later, from the same shop, for about twice what she got. She put it on and looked at it for a long time with eyes that had been working for 2 years by then, and then she said, "It's smaller than I remember. Everything is. Don't be clever." The village put up a banner when the medal came through. It said, in large red characters, "Congratulations to our village on the International Gold Prize for sorghum wine," and the character for prize was wrong. Not badly wrong, 1 stroke wrong, the sort of thing you would only notice if you were looking. I noticed on the first day and never said a word, and it is still up as far as I know, in a world I cannot get back to, spelling that character incorrectly at everybody who drives past. And him. His name was Fu Heron, and he was a soil scientist, which is the single funniest thing the universe has ever done to me. And he came to the village on a survey contract and stayed for 15 days and then found reasons to keep coming back for 2 years. I did not recognize him. Obviously, the knot of hearts, may I remind you, guarantees the binding and not the recognition. And what that means in practice is that I spent 26 months being extremely rude to a man who kept turning up with soil sample kits. Ching proposed in the shed, among the jars. Ching had a whole speech and he got about 1/3 of the way through it and then abandoned it and said, "The sorghum was a good decision," which is the least romantic sentence ever spoken and which worked instantly and completely. My grandmother had the cataract surgery in the 3rd year. The good kind, in a real hospital, with a surgeon who did 900 of them a year. She saw my face for the first time when she was 82. She looked at me for a long time and then she said, "You do not have his jaw at all. You have a perfectly ordinary jaw." I was being kind. Ding. Progress. 12% reward, 1 random skill. Speak the truth. 3 charges. Compels an answer. Ding. I want you to hold on to that one, because I used the last charge of it 2 worlds later on live national television, and it is the single most satisfying thing I have ever done, and it cost me more than I expected. The 6th world opened with a knife. Not mine. I want to be clear about that up front, because the way it plays in memory is that I came to in the middle of a stabbing and that is not accurate. I came to 60 seconds before 1. Airport. Domestic terminal. Northern city, February. The specific cold that makes the inside of your nose hurt. I was standing in an arrivals hall holding a boarding pass to somewhere else entirely and the folder landed while I was walking. Rich family. Only daughter. Ex-girlfriend of a short track speed skater named Yurui, who I had dumped 4 months previously in this novel's timeline. Publicly and badly, in a way that had been screenshotted, and in 9 days, in a corridor outside a training center in a town called Yachun, a man with a grievance and a kitchen knife was going to put it into Jirui's father's spine. That is the inciting incident of the entire book. The father is crippled. The son's career collapses under the weight of it. The family is destroyed. And in the negative space of that collapse, the actual heroine of the novel, a nice girl from a nice family, moves in and rebuilds him, and it takes 400 chapters and it is genuinely well done and I hated every word of it. Because in that same 400 chapters, the ex-girlfriend goes bankrupt. Her family is taken apart by a con man in a series of investments that read, in hindsight, like a checklist. She is cyberbullied to a degree that the author clearly considered proportionate. And on a night in December, her entire family dies of carbon monoxide poisoning in a rented apartment with a blocked flue, in a single paragraph, off-page, as a piece of tidying. I read that paragraph in the folder while walking through an arrivals hall and I did not slow down. I want to be honest that I did not feel anything either. I have found that the feeling arrives about 4 hours later and that the useful part happens before it. I changed my ticket at the counter. Yachun. Next flight, 2 hours. The 9 days I spent in Yakan before the stabbing are, in retrospect, the most incompetent stretch of investigative work in my entire existence. I did not know the man's name. The folder said a former workshop employee with a grievance about a settlement, which narrows it to about 900 people. I did not know the exact hour. I knew the corridor, and I knew the week, and I knew that Shirui's father, who ran a small machine works, came to the training center on Thursdays to watch his son and to argue with him about whether skating was a career. So, I got a job at the training center. Front desk, $200 a month. I lied on the application about my education, which was the only genuinely difficult part, because the education section of that application was the first place in 6 lifetimes where the truth was not available to me in any form. Yes. I want to tell you about Shirui. because I had a very clear picture of him going in and it was wrong. The novel described him as proud. Ching was not proud. Ching was 22 and terrified and extremely tired. And the thing the novel read as pride was the specific flatness that people get when they have been the best in the room since they were 9 and have never once been allowed to be bad at something in public. Ching recognized me on day 2. I was behind a desk with a laminated badge and he came in with his bag and stopped dead and said, "What is this?" "It's a desk. You know what I mean. I need a job." "You have," he said, with enormous care, "a house in the capital. My family's finances are undergoing a period of adjustment." Ching looked at me for a long moment and then he said, "Is this a thing where you're going to make a scene?" "No, because I can't. Not this month. I have the trials." "Zirui," I said. "Sit down or go skate. You're blocking the doorway and I'm at work." King went and skated. Thursday came. I had planned about 3 different versions of that afternoon and every single one of them assumed I would see the man coming. I saw the corridor. I saw Han's father in it, in a canvas jacket, with a thermos, being lectured by his own son about qualifying times. And I saw a man in a gray coat come in through the side entrance that the fire regulations required to be unlocked and that I had personally checked 4 times. Ching was not running. That is the part nobody tells you. Ching was walking, at an ordinary speed, with his hand in his pocket, and there was absolutely nothing about him that would make a room look up. What made me move was his eyes. Ching was looking at one specific back in a corridor of 11 people. I got there about a second and a half before he did. I did not do anything impressive. I have permanent divine power and a strength stat that has broken furniture in 4 centuries, and what I did was grab his wrist and hold it, and he pulled, and nothing happened, and he pulled again with his whole body, and nothing happened, and I watched a man discover in real time that the world had stopped working the way he understood it. The knife came out of his coat pocket on the 3rd pull and went on the floor. Somebody screamed. Han's father turned around. "I want to tell you what the man said, because I have thought about it in every subsequent life." Ching said, "It's not fair. Not about me. Not about the grip. About the settlement. About 40 years in a workshop. About a hand injury and a payout that a lawyer had reduced twice. About a wife who had left and a boy in a school he could not pay for." Ching said it into the floor of a training center corridor while 4 people held him down, and he said it 4 or 5 more times before the police came, and every single time it got quieter. Ching was right, incidentally. About the settlement. I went and looked. That is not a thing the novel is interested in. In the novel, he is a plot device with a knife and he is arrested off-page and never mentioned again. In the corridor he was a man in a bad coat saying it's not fair, and both of those things are true at once, and I have never worked out what to do with that. Han's father sat down on a bench and did not speak for about 4 minutes. Then he looked at me and said, "You're the girl who broke up with my son on the internet." "Yes." He said. "And that was, I want you to understand, the entire emotional content of our relationship for the following 2 years, and it was completely sufficient. The con man took 8 months. Daesh? His name was Ju Gang and he came at my family the way the novel said he would, which was sideways, through a cousin, with an agricultural logistics fund and a set of documents that were about 94% real. I want to explain why he was hard, because he was, and I do not want to make it sound easy. Ching was hard because his fraud was mostly a real business. There genuinely was a cold chain company. It genuinely did move produce. The books were genuine right up until the point, about 4 layers down, where a subsidiary invoiced a shell company for services that had a name and a tax number and no employees. My father in that world was not stupid. He was 61 and he had built a construction supply business from nothing, and he had extremely good instincts about people and absolutely no instincts at all about balance sheets. And Zhou Gang had spent 9 months being likable at him. I got 2 things out of that fight. One of them was a skill and the other was an education. The skill was speak the truth. I've been carrying it since the village. I used one of them at a dinner. There were 14 people at that table, in a private room, at the moment where the papers were going to be signed, and I stood up to make a toast, which is a normal thing for a daughter to do, and I said, "Uncle Zhou, before we sign, my father wants to know one thing. Where does the money in the Hongshu account actually go?" And he told us. Fee told us for about 90 seconds, in detail, in front of 14 people, including his own accountant, including my father, including a cousin who went the color of paper. Fee told us where it went and who got it and what the shell company was called and how many times he had done it before, and his face while he was doing it is a thing I will be seeing for the rest of however long I have. Ting stopped. The room was silent. Tegan looked around at 14 faces and he said, in a completely different voice, "Why did I say that?" Nobody had an answer. I certainly did not offer one. Tegan got 30 years. Not for us. We were not even the biggest one. The investigation that came out of that dinner turned up 4 other families across 2 provinces, and one of them had lost a great deal more than money, too. And here is the education part. My father asked me, afterward, in the car, how I had known what to ask. I had a whole story ready. I had prepared it for a week, and I looked at a 61-year-old man who had just found out that his own judgment had nearly destroyed his family, and I understood that any answer I gave was going to become the thing he believed about himself for the rest of his life. So, I said, I didn't know. I guessed, and I got lucky, and it should never have been my job to guess, which was a lie in the first clause and the truest thing I have ever said in the second. Hill hired an actual accountant the following month. A real one, expensive, with a license and a personality like a filing cabinet, and she is probably still there. The ranch was Sirui's fault. Ching came to me in the second year with a problem that was not a problem I could solve, which is the sort of problem I like best. The national short track squad had a nutrition contract with a supplier that had failed 2 consecutive quality inspections, and the failures were the boring kind, the paperwork kind, and the consequence was that 9 athletes going into an Olympic cycle were eating out of a supply chain that nobody would sign off on. Ching did not ask me to fix it. Ching complained about it. I want that on the record, because he has told this story since, and he gets that part wrong. I bought a farm. 400 mu. 2 hours north, with a water source, and terrible soil, which by that point in my existence was a phrase I heard as an invitation. Divine farming does not create food out of nothing. What it does is tell you, with total certainty and no explanation, what a piece of ground wants. I have spent 4 lifetimes standing in fields having what I can only describe as an extremely one-sided conversation. Beef, pork, 14 kinds of vegetable, and a testing regime I copied wholesale from a document I bought from the system store for 600 points and then had a real consultant rewrite because the system's version used units that did not exist yet, certified in 14 months. Supplying the provincial team in 16. The national squad in 22. I did not make money on it for 4 years. I want to say that clearly, because the version of this that gets told is that I saw an opportunity, and what actually happened is that I spent an enormous amount of my father's rebuilt capital on a farm because a tired 23-year-old complained about lunch. I have skipped the family, and I should not have, because they are the reason that world was hard. My father in that life was called Tang Haiming. He was 61, and he had built a construction supply business out of a truck. Cheng was not the man in the novel. In the novel, he is a background feature whose function is to lose money in chapter 210. In the house he was a man who got up at 5, who could not sit still, who had never learned to read a balance sheet, and had built an entire company on the theory that if you look a person in the eye, you will know. And that theory had worked for 26 years, which is exactly why it was going to kill him. My mother, whose name I am not going to use because she asked me not to when I told her about the accounts, ran the office, and had done since the truck, and had a filing system that was in her head. And there was a cousin. There is always a cousin. Jing was my father's sister's son. He had been to a business school for 1 year, and he had come back with a vocabulary. Ching brought Zhou Gang into that house in the 3rd month. I want to describe how good Zhou Gang was, because everybody thinks they would spot it and almost nobody does. Ching did not sell anything for 9 months. 9 months. Ching came to dinner. Jing advised my father, for free, on a haulage contract, and the advice was correct and saved us about 40,000. Ching came to my mother's birthday with a gift that was expensive enough to be respectful and cheap enough not to be a bribe. Ching talked about his own business, the cold chain company, in the tone of a man who has problems with it. Ching mentioned, once, in passing, in month 6, that he was closing a funding round and that it was oversubscribed. Ching never once asked us for money. We asked him. That is the whole shape of it. By the time the papers came out, my father believed the opportunity was a favor being done for him by a friend, and he was correct that it was being done deliberately, and wrong about every other part of the sentence. I had 8 months and a folder that said, in effect, a con man ruins them, and no names, no mechanism, and no dates, because my character in that book was a girl in a university dormitory in another city who found out afterward. So I did it the slow way. I read 4 months of company filings in a public database at 7 at night, in a dormitory, with a torch, because 2 of my roommates were on a normal sleep schedule and I am not a monster. Here is what was actually wrong, and I want to lay it out, because it took 4 months and it is 4 lines. There was a real company, it really moved produce and it really had trucks and it really had a warehouse in a city I could look at on a map. Below it there were 4 subsidiaries. One of those 4 had, in every one of 3 consecutive filing years, paid out between 60 and 70% of the group's declared operating expenses to a single supplier for logistics consultancy. That supplier had a name, a tax number, a registered address, and, according to its own filings, 1 employee. The registered address was a unit in a commercial building. I took a bus and I went and looked at it. It was a locked door in a corridor with 6 other locked doors and a layer of dust on the handle that I photographed with a flash. That is the entire fraud. That is all it ever is. Real business on top, 1 door in a corridor underneath, and between them a set of invoices that no investor in the world reads because reading them is somebody else's job. I could not tell my father. I want to explain why not, because I tried, twice, and both attempts made things worse. The first time I laid out the filings and he listened for 22 minutes and then said the sentence that every single person in that position says, which was, "You don't know him." The second time I brought the photograph of the door and he got angry, and he did not get angry at Gang. He got angry at me, because what I was actually telling a 61-year-old man was that his judgment, the single asset he had built everything on, did not work. Nobody accepts that. Not from their daughter, not in month 8. So I used the skill. I had one thing left over from the village, and it had 3 charges, and I had been saving it the way you save a thing you do not understand. Speak the truth. It compels an answer, does not compel a confession. It does not compel remorse. It does not compel anything except that the next words out of the person's mouth are true, and the terrifying part is that they hear themselves say it. The signing dinner was in a private room with 14 people at the table. My father, my mother, the cousin, Gang, his accountant, 2 of his people, a lawyer, 4 others from families I did not know then and got to know very well afterward. I stood up to give a toast, which is a normal thing for a daughter to do at that table, and everybody smiled indulgently, and I said, "Uncle Zhou, before my father signs, DM wants to know one thing. Where does the money and the Hongxiu account actually go?" And Gang answered. Fees talked for about 90 seconds. His voice did not change. That is the part nobody believes when I describe it. Fei Chain talked in exactly his ordinary pleasant voice, and he named the shell company, and he explained the invoicing schedule, and he said what percentage he took and what percentage the cousin took, and the cousin went the color of paper, and he said how many times he had done it and in which provinces, and he named 2 of the families sitting at that table. Jane, a lazy Susan, with a fish on it that nobody ever ate. And he looked around at all of us and said, in a completely different voice, "Why did I say that?" I did not have an answer for him then, and I did not have one for the woman on the television 2 worlds later. And I have decided that the fact that they both asked the same question in the same words is not something I am going to examine. And got 17 years. We were not the largest. There were 4 other families across 2 provinces, and one of them had put in a family home. My father did not speak in the car on the way back. About halfway home he said, "How did you know what to ask?" And I had a story ready. So I had prepared it for a week and it was airtight, and it involved a classmate whose father worked in tax. And then I looked at a man who had just watched his own instincts nearly finish his family, and I understood that whatever I said in that car was going to be the thing he believed about himself for the next 20 years. So I said, "I didn't know, I guessed. And it should never have been my job to guess." Which was a lie in the first clause and the single truest thing I have said in 7 lifetimes in the second. Hired an accountant that month. A real one, with a license and a personality like a filing cabinet, who told him no 11 times in the first quarter, and he was still there when I left that world. The cousin got 2 years and 8 months. His mother did not speak to my father again. I have thought about that a great deal, and I have never worked out what my father was supposed to have done differently, and neither did he, and he sent her money anyway, every year, until I left. Now the training center. I took that job for a stabbing and I kept it for 15 months. And I want to explain the 15 months. Because the stabbing was over in 4 seconds and the 15 months are the actual story. The front desk of a provincial short-track training center is the best seat in that entire building. Everybody comes past you. The coaches at 6. The athletes at 6:30. The parents. The physio. The man who fixes the ice machine. The supply company with the invoice nobody has queried in 4 years. I want to be clear that I was not investigating anything. Yes. I was answering a telephone. But you cannot sit behind a desk for 25 months and not notice that the protein supplement, being delivered to a squad of adolescents, is arriving from a supplier whose certification lapsed in a year that had already happened. I did not blow a whistle. I want to be honest about that. I did not go to the press or the federation. I told the head coach, once, in his office, with the paperwork on the desk, and I watched a 54-year-old man with 3 national titles behind him work out that he had not looked at a certification date since 2004. Ching fixed it in 9 days. Quietly. Badly. With a supplier who was worse but current. Which is how, 4 months later, when a tired 23-year-old complained to me about lunch, I already knew exactly how bad the underlying problem was, and exactly how much nobody wanted to hear about it. Yi Rui, on paper, is a proud young man who was humbled by tragedy and rebuilt by the love of a good woman. Ji Rui, in a corridor, was somebody who had been the best in every room since he was 9 and had therefore never once been permitted to be publicly bad at anything, and who as a result could not learn in front of people. That is a real condition. It is more common than anybody admits, and it ends more careers than injuries do. Dong would train alone at 10 at night. Not for the extra hours, so that the failures had no audience. I know because I stayed late doing the month's invoices about 19 times and the lights were always on. I never mentioned it. Not once in 2 years. That is the single most restrained thing I have ever done. His father ran a small machine works and came on Thursdays and argued with him about whether skating was a career, and the argument was always the same argument, and after the corridor it went on being the same argument for another 6 years, which I want to record as the best possible outcome for everybody involved. The first thing that man ever said to me was, "You're the girl who broke up with my son on the internet." Yes. The second thing he said to me was 14 months later, and it was, "The vegetables are good." That was the entire emotional content of our relationship. And it was completely sufficient, and I would not change a word of it. Evadive, I have said I bought a farm because somebody complained about lunch, and that is true, and it leaves out 400 mu of extremely bad decisions. 2 hours north. 400 mu. A water source and a soil profile that a real agronomist described, in writing, as challenging, which is a word that means several other words. I keep saying this and I am going to keep saying it. What it does is take away the guessing, and guessing is about a third of farming, and the other 2/3 are money, weather, and paperwork. The paperwork nearly finished me. Song organic certification, in that country at that time, required a 3-year conversion period on land with no prohibited inputs, an audit trail on every input, soil and water testing at intervals, separated storage, and a documented traceability chain from the field to the delivery. 3 years. That was the number that mattered. I had bought land that had been farmed conventionally until the previous autumn, which meant the clock started at 0. Which meant I could not sell a certified vegetable to anybody until a date that was after the trials. So, for the first 2 years, I ran a 400 mu farm that was not allowed to call its produce anything, and sold it as ordinary produce at ordinary prices, at a loss, into a market that did not care. I employed 19 people through that, then 26, most of them from 2 villages that had been losing their young to the cities for 30 years, which is a sentence I have now written in 3 separate centuries. Yes. My father did not ask what I was doing with the money for 5 months. When he did ask, he came up to look, and he walked the whole 400 mu in a pair of leather shoes, and at the end of it he said, "The road in is too narrow for a refrigerated truck." It was, Fies was completely right, Ding had it widened in 6 weeks at his own cost and never mentioned it again. Certification came through in the 14th month of the 3rd year, which was faster than it should have been and which I attribute entirely to a woman in the certifying body who audited my records and then asked, with visible suspicion, why the input log was complete. Because I wrote it down. Nobody writes it down. I write everything down. She audited us 4 more times over 2 years, each time unannounced, each time with the expression of a person waiting to be proved right, and each time she left slightly more annoyed. Provincial squad in month 16. National squad in month 22. I did not make a profit until the 5th year. When it came all at once, because a national squad supply contract is not really a food contract. It is a reference, and once you have it, every hospital and school and corporate canteen in 2 provinces would like to talk to you. By the time I left that world, it was 700 mu across 3 sites and a cold chain, and 140 people did. And it started because a man who was tired and 23 said the food was bad, and I did not have anything useful to say back. The ankle happened 11 weeks before the trials. Hairline fracture, distal fibula, from a fall in training that looked like nothing and that everyone in the building hurt. The doctors were unanimous, and they were right. 6 to 8 weeks, non-weight bearing. The trials were in 6. Even in the best case, he would come back into competition with no base, no speed work, and a foot he did not trust, and for a short track skater the foot he does not trust is the one on the inside of the corner. Jing did not cry. Jing did a much worse thing. Which is that he said, "It's fine, I'll go to the next cycle," in an absolutely level voice, at 23, about a cycle that would put him at 27, in a sport that eats 27. And I went home and opened my warehouse. I want to be careful here, because this is the closest I have come in 7 lives to the thing I promised myself I would not do. There was a spirit herb in there. From the 4th world. A cultivation adjacent thing that had come in a batch of medicinal stock I bought in a dynasty with better botany than pharmacology. And I had used one on a soldier with a crush injury and watched a thing happen to his leg that I did not have a vocabulary for. 2. I had 2 left. The rule I have kept in 7 worlds is that I do not put anything into a person that cannot exist in that person's world. I have broken economies. Thermentated out plows and furnaces and mosquito coils. I have never once put a miracle into somebody's blood, because a miracle in a blood test is a life sentence in a laboratory. Dear. I ground it into a decoction with 20 other things, all of them real, all of them purchasable in any traditional pharmacy in that country. And I made it taste so bad that no reasonable person would drink it twice. Ting drank it for 9 days. The follow-up imaging at week 4 showed callus formation consistent with a 6-week healing, and the orthopedist used the word remarkable, and then he used the word lucky, and then he stopped using words and looked at the scan for a while. VC Rui skated the trials at 11 weeks on a foot that was 90%. Ting did not win. Dive. I want to say that because the version people tell is that he won, and he did not. TV Ing came 3rd, qualified by 2 places, and threw up behind a barrier afterward. The 6 world titles came later. Over 4 years. 1,500 meters, twice, 1,000, and 3 relays, and the last one he won at 28, which in that sport is essentially a haunting day. His father came to the last one. Walked in on his own legs, with a thermos, and argued with his son about his career for 15 minutes in a mixed zone with cameras running. Ding. Progress. 13%. And I did not recognize him. Again. 6 worlds. 6 for 6. I want to say in my own defense that the knot of hearts does not come with a notification. There is no ping. There is no highlighting. There is a man in your life who is inexplicably load-bearing, and a system that has decided this is funny. I figured it out afterward, on the way out of that world, in the 5 seconds you get between one life and the next. And the way I figured it out was that I was thinking about the corridor in Yachin, and about who I had actually flown there for. I had told myself it was the father. It was not the father. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. The 7th world started with a corset. That is not a joke, and it is not a metaphor. I came to standing on a wooden box in a costume department with a woman's fist in the small of my back and 11 pins in my peripheral vision. Do breathe out, she said. I breathed out. She pulled. Something creaked. Again, I'd rather not. Everyone says that. The folder landed while she was tying off. It landed badly, the way they do when you are already short of air, and for about 4 seconds I could not tell which century I was suffocating in. 24 years old. Orphan. Raised in an institution in a provincial city and then in a series of arrangements that the file described as informal. No family, no money, no agency worth the name, and a heart, congenital. A valve that had never closed properly, diagnosed at 9, operated on never, because the operation cost more than anyone had ever spent on that girl in her entire life. I want to tell you what that folder felt like, because it was different from the others. In the 80s I got a labor camp. In the dynasty I got a beating in a back courtyard. Those are things that happen to you. This one was already inside me. The role was Wen Yue. If you do not know, I will keep it short. There is a novel in that culture that occupies roughly the position that a religion occupies in others. Wen Yu is its most famous woman. She is beautiful, she is brilliant, she is sick, and she dies, and every actress who has ever played her has been measured against a ghost. Casting her is a national event. Miscasting her is a national grievance. And they had cast an unknown with no training and a face that tested well. The novel I was in had a plan for that. The plan went like this. She shoots for 11 weeks. She is competent and no more. The internet decides, 3 days in, that she is wrong, and the deciding is the loud kind, the kind with cropped images and a hashtag. Production quietly reduces her scenes. The studio shelves the release for a year and lets the blame settle where it is cheapest. And 4 days after the announcement, she is found in a rented room, and the cause is her heart, and the paragraph is 9 words long. 9 words. I counted them. I have counted the paragraph for every one of these girls, and this one was the shortest. Turn, said the costume woman. I turned. There was a mirror. I had not looked yet. I want to describe what I saw, and I want to be careful, because there is a way of describing beauty in stories that makes it sound like an achievement. She looked ill. That is what she looked like. The bones were extraordinary and the eyes were extraordinary, and underneath both of those things was a 24-year-old woman who got winded on stairs. The casting director had looked at that and seen Wen Yu. They had not cast an actress. They had cast a symptom. It's very good, the costume woman said, meaning the fit. It's very tight, I said, meaning something else. She let out 2 centimeters. It was the first favor anybody did me in that world, and I remembered her name for 3 years. The first thing I did was find out how bad it was. There was a hospital. There is always a hospital. I went on a Tuesday, alone, in a mask, and paid cash, and sat in a corridor for 4 hours with a number on a slip of paper. The cardiologist was about 50 and had the specific patience of someone who says bad news 8 times a day. He put the images up and turned the screen toward me, which I appreciated, and then he said the number. Then he said, "How long have you known?" "Since I was 9, and nobody operated." "No." King looked at the screen for a while. "It is repairable," he said finally. "It was more repairable at 9 day. It is repairable now. The ventricle has remodeled and it will not fully unremodel. And if you have it done this year, you will most likely have a normal life with a slightly boring one. If you have it done in 10 years, you will have a different conversation. And if I don't have it done..." Quang turned the screen back around. "Den. I would like you to stop asking me questions you already know the answer to." "Fair." The surgery was 140,000 yuan. I had at that moment 4,300, an advance against a shooting schedule, and a contract with a clause about outside employment that had clearly been drafted by someone who enjoyed their work. So that was the arithmetic of the 7th world. 140,000, 11 weeks of principal photography, and a heart on a timer. The system's contribution to this crisis arrived on the 4th day. Ding. New objective. Establish an agricultural production base. I stood in a trailer in a costume that weighed 9 kilograms and I said, out loud, to nobody, "You have got to be joking." It said it again in case I had missed it. 6 worlds. 6. Tailoring shop, a mine, a fleet, a sorghum shed, 400 mu of beef and vegetables, and now this. I have been a princess, an empress, a live streamer and an ex-girlfriend, and at no point has this system ever once looked at my situation and thought, you know what would help here, money. It always thinks farming. I have made peace with it. I want to be clear that I have made peace with it. But there was a period of about 2 years, right around the 7th world, where I genuinely believed the system was an agricultural placement bureau that had suffered a catastrophic filing error, and honestly nothing in 7 lifetimes has contradicted that theory. The set food was what did it, in the end. I want you to understand that I did not start an organic produce operation out of vision. I started it out of a specific bowl of rice, 8 weeks of shooting in a converted studio complex 2 hours outside the city, catering by a contractor with the lowest bid, meals delivered in stacked aluminum trays at 8, 4, and 9, and by week 2 there were 8 people with stomach complaints and 1 girl from the dance troupe who had been sick for 4 days and was still dancing. I have a heart with a hole in it, and I have spent 4 lifetimes learning exactly what my body needs, and I sat in a trailer looking at a tray of gray vegetables, and I thought, I am going to die on this schedule, and it will not even be the interesting way. The set was at Yangshu Bay. Behind the studio complex there was land, 900 mu of it, in a bay, with a river mouth and a soil profile I could read from the doorway of my trailer, and it had been leased by a developer for a resort project that had died in a financing round in a year nobody talked about anymore. Empty for 6 years. Weeds to the waist. A rusted gate. The lease was 41,000 a year. Did not have 41,000. I had 4,300 in a costume. I want to tell you how I got it, because it is the least noble thing I did in that entire world and I have thought about it since. There was a woman on that production, named Yi Ha, who was playing Xiaomeng, and who was the actual star of the piece, and who had been famous for 40 years and had made 2 extremely public failures in a row. She was 38. She was very good. She was tired in a way, I recognized. She had also, on day 3, been quoted anonymously in a piece about the casting, and the quote was about me, and the quote was not kind. I went to her trailer. I did not mention the quote. That is the entire trick, and I'm going to say it once. I did not mention the quote. I said, do you like the food? She looked at me over the top of a script for about 4 seconds. No, she said, I want to lease the land behind the lot, and grow vegetables on it and feed this production. I need 41,000 for the year and I can pay it back inside 9 months out of what the caterer is currently charging for garbage. I want you to lend it to me and I want you to hold the lease in your name until it's paid. Why would I do that? Because you've made 2 bad pictures and this is your 3rd. And if this one is remembered for anything other than the casting, it will be remembered as the shoot where nobody got sick. Long pause. That is, she said, the most cynical sentence anyone has said to me this year, I'm aware. How old are you? 24. She said. She wired it that afternoon, 900 mu, in the rain, with 30 hired hands from the village at the top of the bay and a soil map I built by walking. Divine farming, in practice, is not a magic wand. It does not grow things. What it does is remove the guessing. I stand in a piece of ground and I know, with total unarguable certainty, that this half wants brassicas and that half is going to fight me for 2 years and the strip along the river will grow anything you put in it and will also flood in the 8th month. 6 lifetimes of that and I have started to find real soil scientists. Restful company. They arrive at what I know in about 3 seasons, and they can explain why, which I have never once been able to do. We had greens in 19 days. I did not tell the production. I want to be clear about that. I fed the crew for 16 days out of a 900 mu operation without telling anyone, by the simple method of undercutting the caterer on his own delivery and letting him take the credit, because a caterer who is being paid to deliver my vegetables is a caterer who is not complaining about my vegetables. Chen noticed in week 4. Chen was not pleased. Ing was somewhat less unpleased when I showed him the margin. By week 7, 4 other productions on that lot were buying. By the end of the shoot, the base had a name, a food safety certification in progress, and a man from a supermarket chain standing at the rusted gate with an offer that made me sit down on a bucket. And the shoot itself, I have to talk about the shoot, and I have been putting it off in exactly the way I put off the cannon, and for a related reason. I was bad at first, not catastrophically, just genuinely, measurably bad. I have carried a woman 11 kilometers and thrown a spear through a tree and run a prefecture, and none of that helps you when a man with a light meter says the line again, softer, and you have absolutely no idea what softer means. Week 1 I was working entirely on instinct, and the instinct was wrong. The director was a man named Han, 60, 4 national awards, famously unpleasant. On the 4th day he called cut in the middle of a take, walked across the floor, stood in front of me and said, in front of about 40 people, "You are performing sadness, stop it. She is not sad. She is embarrassed to be dying in someone else's house." And then he walked away. I want to tell you that was cruel. It was not. It was the single most useful thing anybody said to me in that world. And it was free. And it was correct. And it took about 30 days to get into my hands. Because that is what she is. Trapter. That is the whole thing. Wen Yue is not a tragic beauty. She is a guest. She is a girl with no money and no family living in a rich relative's house, counting her own medicine, aware every hour of exactly how much she costs, and every clever, cruel thing she says is the sound of a person being humiliated by charity. I had been playing a symptom, same as the casting director. I knew what she was. I had been her in 4 separate centuries. I had been the 4th daughter of a concubine and the mean little sister and the ex-girlfriend and the stepdaughter with a pen in her hand, and every single one of those women was a person doing arithmetic about what she was allowed to want. The internet came for me in week 3, exactly on schedule, and I want to walk through it properly, because it is the only opponent I have ever faced that has no face at all. There was a stills leak. Cool frames behind the scenes, from a costume test, taken on somebody's phone, and posted by an account with 10 followers at 2 in the morning. In 3 of the 4 I look fine. In the 4th one I have my mouth open and my chin down and I am mid-sentence, and it is the 4th one that went out. By 4 the next morning there was a hashtag. By the evening there were 2, one about the casting and one about my face, and by the second day the polite version of the argument was on the entertainment pages and the impolite version was everywhere else. The shape of it was they gave the most famous woman in our literature to a nobody, and look at her. Here's what nobody outside that industry understands about that situation. It is not personal. It genuinely is not. 9/10 of the people typing had no opinion about me on the Tuesday and would have none on the Friday. What they had was a thing that a great many people care about, being handled by somebody with no defenders. And an afternoon. I want to be clear that I did not read it, and I want to be equally clear that I knew everything in it because 11 other people read it and then were careful around me in a way that is worse. The person who leaked it was in the cast. I am not going to name her because she was 26 and she was frightened and she has had a perfectly reasonable career since. She was playing Jiang Mei, which is the second part in that book and the one that everybody says they prefer when they want to seem interesting, and she had spent 4 years being told she was going to be Dayu. She did not do it out of malice. She did it out of the belief that if the casting fell over, the production would go to the person who should have had it, which is a thing people believe and which has never once been true in the history of the medium. I found out on the 9th day. I want to tell you what I did. Because I have replayed it a great deal and I am still not certain. I did nothing. I did not confront her. I did not tell production. I did not leak it back. I went and asked her to run lines with me. Every evening for 11 weeks. In her trailer, with the door open, in front of anybody who wanted to walk past. Because a woman who spends every evening working with the person she leaked cannot leak again and cannot explain why she has stopped. She was extremely good, incidentally. Better than me for the first month. Her beiche is the reason that production is still watched. She has never mentioned it, neither have I. We worked together twice more before I retired and she came to the hospital in the last month with a basket of fruit and sat there for 40 minutes talking about a script and both of us knew and neither of us said a word. The studio moved to shelve in week 8. That is the actual mechanism of the novel's ending and it took me a while to understand it because I had been braced for the internet and the internet is not what kills you. What kills you is that a distributor looks at a hashtag and calculates that a release into that weather costs more in marketing than it returns, and decides to hold the picture for a year while public opinion resets. And a picture held for a year is a picture whose lead has no credit, no momentum, no next job and no explanation. That is what happened to that girl in the book, not cruelty. A scheduling decision, taken in a meeting she was not in, by 4 people who did not think about her at all. I found out because Manhwa told me. She came to my trailer, which she had never done, and stood in the doorway and said, "They're going to sit on it." How long? A year, 18 months. How do you know? Because they did it to me in 2017, she said. And I know what the phone call sounds like. And then she said the thing that saved that entire lifetime. And I want to record that she did not have to and got nothing out of it. She said, "Don't fight the hashtag. You can't. Give them something else to look at that is boring and true and takes a long time. Boring and true and takes a long time." That is the whole doctrine. I have used it in 2 subsequent worlds. I used it on live television against my own mother. It came from a 38-year-old actress with 2 failures behind her, standing in a trailer doorway at 13 at night in the rain. So, I invited the press to a field. Not a press conference, a field. The base had been running for 6 weeks by then and it fed the lot. And I sent a note to 4 entertainment desks and, deliberately, to 2 agricultural trade publications, offering a visit to the vegetable operation behind the studio complex. 3 of the entertainment desks did not come. Both of the agricultural publications came because nobody ever invites them anywhere. And what ran, 4 days later, in a trade paper with a circulation of about 9,000, was a completely straight 2-page piece about a 900 mu conversion on a failed resort lease, with soil figures in it. And then a food safety account with 4 million followers picked it up, because the numbers were interesting, and did not mention the casting at all. And then everybody had to. I want to be precise about what changed, because it was not the conversation. The hashtag went on, goes on. Somebody typed something about my face this morning, in a world I cannot reach. What changed is that when the distributors people ran the search in week 14, The first 4 pages were about vegetables. They released on schedule. The burial of the flowers is the scene the whole thing lives or dies on. It is the most famous scene in the book. Everyone knows it. You cannot get it wrong quietly. We shot it in week 9, at dawn, over 9 hours, for the light. By hour 6 my heart was doing the thing it does when I am tired, which is a missed step about every 19th beat, and I had been standing in 9 kilograms of costume since 4 in the morning. I did not tell anybody. Obviously. I had 140,000 yuan of surgery in my future and a contract with a health clause drafted by somebody who enjoyed their work, and the only strategy available to a woman in that position is to be fine. Han called a break in hour 7 and came over and stood next to me and looked at the light instead of at me. Ting said, "Sit down." "I'm all right." I did not ask. And then, still looking at the light, he said, "My wife had a valve." That is all he said. Disti did not ask a question, and he did not wait for an answer, and he walked away about 4 seconds later and called the crew back at a pace that gave me 9 minutes and gave me 10 minutes in every single subsequent setup on that production, and he never once said why, and neither did I. Ting is dead now, in that world, and I found out from a newspaper in the 3rd year of the base, and I sat in a field and could not work out who I was supposed to tell. Take 19. Describe what actually happened in Take 19, because it was not inspiration and it was not craft, it was an accident and I have never been able to repeat it. The line is about a bird. She is burying flower petals because she cannot bear to watch them get walked into the mud, and everybody in the courtyard thinks this is charming and slightly mad, and she knows exactly what they think. And the whole scene is a girl performing eccentricity because eccentricity is the only form of grief a dependent is allowed. On Take 19, I was tired enough to stop, and what came out instead was a woman doing something faintly ridiculous in front of people who are watching, with her chin up, absolutely refusing to be embarrassed about it. Which is the entire character. It took me 9 weeks and 18 takes and a missed heartbeat to arrive at a thing that Han had told me in one sentence in week 1. Yihua was standing behind the camera. She had no call that day. When Han said cut, she did not applaud, because nobody applauds, and she nodded once and left. I have 2 national awards, and I would trade both of them before I traded that nod, and I have said so in interviews, and everybody thinks it is a line. The Gardenia is the older of the 2 big ones in that country. Ballot of about 900 industry voters, held in a theater with a bad sound system, and it has a category called Best Actress that had gone to a woman under 30 exactly twice in its history. I want to describe the walk, because it is the part people ask about. It is 6 meters. D. It feels like 400. There is a specific noise a room makes when the result is a surprise, and it is not a cheer, it is a kind of intake, and I heard it and thought, distinctly, in the middle of it, my valve is going to pick right now to be interesting. It did not. It behaved beautifully. Traitor. Time. I thanked the costume woman by name. I did not thank the casting director. I have been asked about that 12 times and I have never once explained it. And I paid Yihua back in the 9th month of the base's first full year in one transfer, with the lease transferred back into my name, and she sent me one message that said, "You were right about the 3rd picture," which was the closest that woman ever came to affection and which I have kept. The surgery I had in the winter between the 2 awards. 6 hours. Mechanical valve. Because at that age, the tissue one means doing it again in 15 years, and I have never been fond of doing things twice. I woke up with a tube in my throat and a nurse saying my name and a sound in my chest that I could hear, which nobody warns you about. It ticks. Quietly. In a silent room at night, you can hear your own valve. And for the first 4 weeks it kept me awake, and for the next 22 years it was the most comforting noise in my life. Nobody knew. The production announced a scheduling break. I had 11 weeks and I took 9. And then my mother turned up. I want to be careful with this part. She was not a monster. I have written her as a monster in my head about 400 times since, and it is not accurate, and the inaccuracy is the whole problem. She had given the girl up at 4. Not at birth. At 4, which is old enough to remember a face. There had been a man and a debt and a second family, and the file said the words voluntary relinquishment, and that phrase was doing about 5 tons of work. She surfaced after the Gardenia. Obviously she surfaced after the Gardenia. That is when everybody surfaces. She did it well, too, and I want to give the devil her due. No demand, no lawyer. A message through an agency, then a photograph, then a letter, and then a magazine piece with the headline about the mother who never stopped looking, illustrated with the photograph, in which she was quoted saying that she had followed every step of her daughter's career, and had not made contact because she did not want to intrude. That piece ran for 9 days. The internet did what the internet does. Within a week the shape of the story was fixed, and the shape was, cold daughter, warm mother, waiting. Then the interview requests started coming to me. Then her second family's son needed a school place. Then it was an apartment. Then it was a joint appearance on a variety program about family reconciliation with a producer who called me personally to explain, warmly, at length, that this was an opportunity for closure. I said yes. Live broadcast. Provincial satellite, Saturday evening. Audience of about 40 million. Format built entirely around the moment where two people cry and embrace and a string arrangement comes up underneath. They had the string arrangement ready. I heard it in rehearsal. I had one charge of Speak the Truth left. I had been carrying it for 2 worlds. I had used one on a con man at a dinner table and one on a court physician in a dynasty who had been altering a dosage, and I had the third one and no plan for it and a rule about not wasting it. I want you to know that I thought about it for 20 days. Because here's the thing nobody tells you about compelling the truth out of a person on live television. It is not a weapon you point at a villain. It is a thing you do to a human being in front of 40 million people and there is no undo, and if what comes out is small and sad and human then you have not exposed a monster. You have taken a woman apart on a stage for an audience. I did it anyway. We were 19 minutes in. She had done the letter, she had done the photograph. She had done a story about a coat she had knitted, which was, I later confirmed, entirely true and had happened in a different year to a different child. And the host turned to me with a face they make and said, "Is there anything you want to ask your mother?" And I said, "Yes, why did you come back?" The string arrangement started, she said, because I never stopped. And then she stopped. Her mouth kept going for about half a second without her D. And then she said, in a completely flat voice, in the wrong rhythm, "Because you were on television and my son needs school fees and my husband said a famous daughter is an asset and I thought if I cried enough on the program you would not be able to refuse in front of everyone." 40 million people. The string arrangement kept playing for 4 more seconds because the man operating it did not understand what he had just heard. I want to tell you what her face did, and I am going to, because I owe her that much. It was not the face of somebody caught. It was the face of somebody who has just heard their own inside voice come out of their own mouth in a room, and who is now living, in real time, with the fact that it is true. She looked at me. She said, in her own voice this time, "Why did I say that?" Which is exactly what the con man said. Word for word. In a completely different life, I have never told anyone that those 2 sentences match. The host went to a break. The break was 90 seconds and it was the longest 90 seconds of that entire lifetime, and neither of us moved. She said, "You always were a cold child." I said I was 4. And that was the end of it. She left before the second segment. The clip was everywhere by morning, and the internet did what the internet does, which this time was to turn on her with exactly the same enthusiasm it had brought to turning on me. And I want to be honest that I did not enjoy that as much as I expected to. There is a version of that night where I am satisfied. I have looked for it. It is not there. What is there is a woman saying, "Why did I say that?" and me knowing the answer, and never once being able to give it to her. The second award was 2 years later. The Qingyun Tat. The newer one, bigger, televised, decided by a jury of 11, and I won it for a film about a woman who runs a soy sauce factory in the 1950s, which is the single most on-the-nose piece of casting in the history of that industry and which nobody but me will ever find funny. I gave a short speech. I have gotten better at those, dicks. And then, at 31, at the height of it, with 4 offers on the table in a management company that had 8 people employed entirely to say no on my behalf, I stopped. Not dramatically. I did not announce a retirement. I finished the contracted work, declined the next thing, declined the thing after that, and went to Yangshu Bay. 900 mu had become 4,100 across 3 counties, with a cold chain, a certification department, and 260 employees, most of them from villages that had been losing people for 30 years. I lived in a house, at the top of the bay, with a view of the river mouth and a valve that ticked. 4 years. The best 4 years I have had in 7 lifetimes, and I want to be honest that I spent a large part of them waiting. Because he was not there. I had figured it out by then. I had come out of the 6th world understanding what the knot of hearts actually was. And I went into the 7th with my eyes open for the first time, and I looked. Dodger. I looked at the cardiologist. I looked at 4 separate men on that production, and 2 at the base and a supermarket buyer and, once, embarrassingly, at a man who came to repair a pump. Ching was not there. I want to explain why that was so much worse than it sounds. The binding is guaranteed. That is what the description says. In every world remaining to you, he will be there. And I had 6 worlds of evidence, 6 for 6. A soldier and a prince and a soil scientist and a skater, and I had built an entire private theology on top of that. Which is that whatever this is, whatever has been done to me, at least it is consistent. 40 years in the 7th world. Every room, every set, every certification meeting and awards, dinner and village banquet. Nothing. I stopped looking in the 9th year. I want to say that I made peace with it and I did not. What I did was stop looking, which is a different thing that people mistake for peace all the time. I died at 35. It was the heart, in the end, not the valve. The valve was perfect and outlived me, and I want that on the record. It was the ventricle, which had remodeled at 9 and never fully unremodeled, exactly as a tired man in a quarter had told me it would 13 years before. And it went slowly, and then quickly, over about 4 months. I had time to arrange things. That is more than most of these girls get. The base went into a trust with the 260 employees as beneficiaries. Yi Hua was one of the trustees. She came in the last month and sat in the chair by the window and read the paper out loud, badly, doing the voices, and did not once say anything comforting, which was the kindest thing anybody could have done. The last thing I remember from the seventh world is a nurse opening a window because I asked her to, and the smell off the bay, and thinking, with real annoyance, that I had never got the strip along the river to stop flooding. Ding. Progress. 14%. Reward. 1 random skill. Omnipotent voice actor. Which, and I say this with the full weight of 7 lifetimes behind it, is the stupidest possible reward for a woman who has just spent 16 years being told she is a great actress and who was, in the specific and private way that matters not. I opened the 8 worlds folder before I opened my eyes. I have started doing that. Saves time. Farm household. Northern County. Married 4 months. Husband, absent, conscripted, at the border, not expected back before spring. Household. 2 children, a boy of 7 and a girl of 4, both his siblings, both mine to feed. Assets. A house with 2 rooms, a cooking pot, a kitchen knife, a cutting board, a length of hemp, 4 bowls, and a root of ginseng that their dead mother had put aside for an emergency. Standing crop. None. There had been no rain in the county in 5 months. And the plot. I read the plot lying on a brick bed with my eyes shut and a child breathing somewhere to my left, and I read it twice, because the first time I thought I had misunderstood. The original Mei Lin sells the ginseng. Then she meets a traveling peddler, a good-looking man with a cart, and she runs off with him, and she takes the 2 children with her, and about 14 days into the journey she finds out what the peddler actually deals in, which is not pots. And she sells them. Both of them. The boy and the girl, too. The same man, in a market town, for a sum the novel specifies to the copper coin, and then she goes on with him for another 4 months until he sells her too, and then, in the last chapter of that subplot, the elder brother comes home from the border, finds out, and goes and finds her. She dies on his blade, too. It is written as a satisfying moment. There is a line about justice, and it is, I want to be fair, satisfying. That is what makes it obscene. The author gave her no interior, no hunger, no 5 months without rain, nothing but the appetite, and then killed her for having it, and the reader claps. I lay there with my eyes shut for about a minute and a half, then I said, out loud, in a voice I had not used in 7 lifetimes. No. Sister-in-law. The boy. 7. Sitting up on the far end of the bed with a blanket around him. Thin in the specific way that is not about food yet but is going to be. His name was Sing Fu. Which is not a name, it is a position. Second son. There had been no money for a proper one. Nothing, I said. Go back to sleep. King did not go back to sleep. Fins watched me from the end of the bed for about 25 minutes, and I let him, because I have been looked at like that before and I knew exactly what he was doing. Was working out how much of a problem I was going to be. 7 years old. I got up before dawn and went to see the uncle. There were 3 of them, technically. 3 brothers of the dead father, who had between them received a sum of silver from Yugang before he marched, on the understanding that they would look after his siblings. They had looked after the silver. The eldest, whose name I am not going to bother with, had also been farming 2 mu of the family's land for the last 2 years on an arrangement that he described, when pressed, as informal. I pressed at sunrise. In his courtyard, in front of his wife and his sons and 4 neighbors who found reasons to be near the wall. 2 she of grain, I said. That is what the rent on 2 mu comes to for 2 years at the county rate, and I have the county rate, and I have the years, and I have asked the ward head about the rate and he was extremely helpful. King laughed at me. Describe that laugh, because it is the same laugh in every century. It is not cruel. It is comfortable. It is the laugh of a man who has never once had to consider the possibility that the arithmetic might be enforced. Little sister, he said, you have been married 4 months. 2 she. There's no grain in this county. There's no rain in this county. Go home. So I picked up his grain jar. It was a ceramic jar about the height of my hip and it was full, which was the interesting part, in a county with no grain, and I picked it up with one hand by the rim and held it out at arm's length over the flagstones of his own courtyard. Nobody said anything. 2 she. I said, or I put this down. I want to be clear that I am going to put it down either way. The question is the speed. I got 2 she. I got them measured out in front of the neighbors, into sacks I had brought, by a man whose hands were not entirely steady, and I want to be honest that I have replayed that morning more than any other morning in 7 lifetimes, that Ingfu was standing at the gate. I had told him to stay at the house. Tiking had followed me. Tiking watched the whole thing from the gatepost with his sister on his hip, and when I came out he did not say anything, and he walked home beside me, and about halfway back he took one of the sacks off my arm without being asked, and staggered, and carried it anyway. That was the entire negotiation of our relationship. It took 22 minutes and neither of us ever mentioned it. The locusts came in the 6th week. I had told them. That is the part I want to be clear about, because it is going to sound like I am blaming the village and I am not, quite. I had gone to the village head in the 4th week and told him to harvest early. Everything. Green, unfinished, whatever was in the ground, cut it and dry it and get it under a roof. Ching asked me why. And there it was. The wall I have run into in every pre-modern world I have ever been dropped in. Because in the 5th month of a drought year, in a county with this soil profile and this wind, you get bands. And the bands become swarms. And I know, because a Fodder in my head told me and also because I have read about it in a life you would not believe. I said, the ground is cracking wrong. There are hoppers in the south field. I have seen it before. King said. Where? And I did not have an answer, and a woman of 19, with no answer, is a woman with an opinion. They did not harvest. I harvested. Cut 2 mu of half-grown millet with a hand sickle in 3 days, alone, and dried it on the roof, and Xingfu and the girl turned it every 4 hours in shifts because they had decided, without ever discussing it with me, that whatever I was doing was correct. The swarm arrived on a Thursday afternoon and it took about 90 minutes. I am not going to describe it at length. There is nothing to describe. It sounds like rain, and it is not rain, and afterward the fields look like somebody has swept them. The village lost everything, every household. In one afternoon, in the 5th month of a drought year, in a county with no reserve and a granary that had been reported full to the prefecture and was not. We left 4 days later. Southeast, toward Dongsuan Prefecture, where there was said to be rain, on foot, with a handcart I built in a day and a half out of a door. 2 wheels off a broken barrow, and 19 pieces of somebody's fence. 2 children, 1 cart, 1300 li. I need to explain the disguise now, because it starts here and it is going to run for 2 years. A woman of 19 on a famine road with 2 small children and a cart of grain is not a traveler. She is a category of event. I had strength. I had a system warehouse and I had absolutely no interest in finding out how many times a night I would have to demonstrate the first one. So I put on the dead father's clothes, and I bound my chest, and I used the reward I had been sneering at 4 days earlier. Omnipotent voice actor. I dropped my voice about a fifth and roughened the edge, and I said, Xingfu, come here. And the boy came around the corner of the house and stopped so fast his sister nearly went out of his arms. I have never in my life seen a child look so betrayed. Where is she? He said. It's me. It is not, Xingfu. King came very close and looked up at my face, at that voice coming out of it. And then he did a thing that I think about more often than the locusts. King reached up and put his hand flat on my throat, to feel it, the way you would check a wall for damp. Then he said, do it again. I did it again. Then he laughed so hard he had to sit down on the step, and the girl, who was 4 and had understood absolutely nothing, sat down next to him and laughed too. And that was the last laughing that house ever heard. I was Song Haixing on the road, Hero Liang, elder brother. Xingfu held that life for 2 years without a single slip, at 7 years old, in a refugee column, in front of soldiers and magistrates and matchmakers. I have known one other person with that kind of nerve, and he was an emperor. The road took 31 days. Not all of it is worth telling. Some of it is worth telling more than I want it to be. Day 1 I wrote on the walls. That is the first thing I did in that house before we left it, and it is the only thing I did in 7 lifetimes that came back to me 25 months later from somebody else's mouth. Gang was at the border, and he was coming home in the spring, and he was going to walk into an empty house in a village where every door was open and everybody was gone. So I wrote where we had gone. On the table in charcoal. On the doorpost. On the inside wall of the main room, high up, where rain would not reach it. Southeast, Dongsuan. 3 of us. Date. I wrote it 4 times in 4 places because I did not know which walls would still be standing. Xingfu watched me do it and did not ask why, and about 6 li down the road he said, King can read. I know. How did you know? Your mother sold something to send him to the scholar's house for 2 winters, and people who did that talk about it, and somebody in that village would have told me eventually. That was a lie. It was in the folder. But it was a good lie and it held. The cart took a day and a half, door off its hinges, 2 wheels off a barrow that had broken an axle in a previous decade, 11 pieces of somebody's abandoned fence, and a length of hemp for the pull rope. I want to record that I built a functional handcart in a day and a half in front of an audience of 2 children and that neither of them was impressed because 7-year-olds have no historical perspective and 4-year-olds have no perspective at all. Jingjing's entire contribution was to sit in it while I was testing the wheels and refused to get out. She rode 1100 li in that cart. She had a spot. She had a piece of folded cloth. She considered hers, and she arranged it every morning with enormous seriousness. And if anybody moved it, she went silent in a way that was much worse than crying. The food was the thing that kept us alive, and it was also the thing that nearly got us killed. I want to explain the arithmetic of a famine road, because it is not what people think. Everybody thinks the danger is running out. It is not. Not in the first 3 weeks. The danger is having. A column of people who have not eaten properly in 2 months can smell cooking from a very long way. And there is no version of that story where you cook grain in the open and nothing happens. So I cooked badly on purpose. That is the whole technique. I made things that smelled of nothing. Thin gruel with wild greens in it, which smells like wet grass. Boiled sweet potato, which smells like almost nothing at all. Anything with fat, anything with salt, anything with meat in it got eaten in the dark, cold, out of a covered bowl, sitting inside the cart with a cloth over the three of us, like the world's least convincing tent. Sing Fu worked out what I was doing on about the fourth night and never once said anything about it in daylight. Jedits. I have known that boy across a lifetime, and the single most impressive thing about him is that he was 7, and he understood, without being told, that some things are set inside the cloth and some things are not. Day 9 was the robbers. There were 5 of them, on a stretch of firewood hill where the road narrowed, and they were not professionals, and that was obvious from about 40 meters out because professionals do not stand in a line. The one in front had a long knife and a broken eyebrow and a completely terrible voice. Leave the cart. I looked at them for a second. 2 of them were shaking. One of them, and I want you to hold on to this, was about 16 and was holding a hoe. How long since you ate? I said. Leave the cart, so I kicked them. 1 each. That is not a figure of speech, and it is not an exaggeration for effect. I kicked 5 men, individually, in sequence. And the 5th one turned around before I got to him, and I kicked him anyway, and every single one of them went off the road and down the bank, and none of them got up quickly. Jing Fu, from the cart, said, Big brother, you missed one. I did not miss one. King ran. That's not missing, that's efficiency. Here is the part that is actually interesting, and it is not the kicking. There were about 100 households on that road behind us. They had been walking in a loose column for 4 days, and they had seen 5 armed men set up on a narrow stretch, and they had all stopped about 200 meters back to see what happened. And what happened was that a slim young man with a handcart kicked 5 bandits down a bank in about 9 seconds. By that evening I had a following. I did not ask for it. I want to be extremely clear that I did not ask for it. I made camp and 100 households made camp 40 meters away, and in the morning when I moved, they moved, and by day 12 there were men coming to me to ask which fork in the road we were taking, and by day 15 a man named Gao Yun was walking beside me telling me about his son. Day 7 a woman 4 families back had a baby. On the road, in the afternoon, beside a dry irrigation ditch with 26 other women around her, and the column stopped for 4 hours, which is a thing that column had not done for anybody else and did not do again. She lived. The baby lived, and then there was a woman with a 2-day-old infant walking 1100 li in the 5th month of a drought, and she had no milk, because you do not make milk on wild greens. I want to tell you exactly what I did. Because it is the most careful piece of work I did on that road, and it took 12 days. I could not hand her food. A young man with no visible pack producing nourishment for a stranger is a young man with something, and I had 2 children and a cart full of grain and about 100 households behind me who had already noticed that I ate. So I bought a goat. There was a village on day 12. Half abandoned. And in it was an old man with 3 goats who was not leaving, because he was 81 and had decided, out loud, to nobody, that he was not walking anywhere. I bought 1 nanny goat for a price that was insulting to both of us in opposite directions, in front of about 9 witnesses, and I walked it back to the column on a string. And then I gave it to the woman. Publicly. Loudly. In the worst possible taste. I made a small speech about how a hero cannot walk past a newborn. And I made sure the yamen runners heard it, and I was thoroughly obnoxious about the whole thing. Because a public gift is a closed transaction. Everybody watched me buy the goat and everybody watched me give away the goat, and there was no unexplained food anywhere in that story, and the milk had a source that anyone could point at. The goat's name, according to Jingjing, was Goat. She was 4. She had strong opinions and a limited vocabulary. That child got 1100 lei on goat's milk, and I have no idea what happened to her afterward, and I think about it about once a year. Day 14 was the first one we lost. Song old man, 3 families up. Ching had been walking for 2 weeks on a bad chest, and he sat down at midday to rest and did not get up. There was nothing to do. I want to be extremely clear about that, because I have spent 2 lifetimes with a warehouse full of medicine, and this is the one that will not leave. It was not a cold, it was not a fever. It was 81 years of a life and 2 weeks of walking, and there is no sachet for that, and I stood at the edge of a road with the system store in my head and refreshed it 4 times like a fool. Dichas, his son buried him in a field with a borrowed shovel, and we walked on inside the hour, because a column that stops for a burial in the 5th month is a column that loses 2 more people to the delay. That is the arithmetic. Everybody knew the arithmetic. Nobody said it out loud. Sing Fu asked me that night whether we would bury me if I died. I said yes. Ting said, where? And I said, somewhere with a tree, so you can find it again. And he thought about that for a while and then said, all right, and went to sleep, and I sat awake for most of that night doing a thing I do not want to describe. The Yemen runners picked us up on day 19, 2 of them, out of a county office, with the job of escorting displaced households to the reclamation grounds, which sounds humane and which was in practice 4 extremely tired men with a quota. The lead one was about 40 and had the flattest voice I have ever heard on a living person. Ching counted us. That is the first thing he did. Not a greeting, not an announcement. Ting walked the length of the column counting households on his fingers and writing on a strip of paper. And when he got to me he stopped, because there was a young man with a handcart at the front of a column of 100 households, and the column had a shape, and columns do not have a shape. In charge here. Nobody said anything, which is its own answer. You? No. Then why are they walking behind you? I don't know, I said, and it was completely true, and I think it is the reason he decided I was not a problem. Pien rode with us for 12 days. On the 4th of those days he had a cold, and I gave him a bowl of what everybody was getting, and on the 6th day his cough was gone, and on the 9th day 2 of his men asked for some to take with them. And on day 31, when they had to choose a piece of ground for us out of about 4 pieces of ground, they picked the one that was closest to a road and a river and a village, instead of the one that was 4 lie further into the hills. Nobody wrote that down anywhere. There is no line in any record that says 100 households got a better allocation because a bowl of decoction cleared a runner's head on the 6th day. I have built cannon and cement roads and a fleet, and I want to put on the record that the single highest return thing I have ever done in 7 lifetimes was giving cold medicine to a bored civil servant and came to say goodbye before they went back. You've got some skills, kid. I'll put in a word with the magistrate. I cupped my hands and thanked him, and Xing Fu pulled my sleeve. I looked at him. Ficheng looked back at me with an expression of such profound exasperation that I actually said, out loud, "What?" And this child sighed, walked past me, picked up a small bundle containing a few liters of rice, and presented it to the Yamen runner with both hands and a bow. Runner laughed until he had to hold his own knees. Song, Haisheng, your little brother is cleverer than you. But I'm not after a reward. I only came to say goodbye. In future, if I have aches and pains and come looking for you, don't turn me away. After they had gone, I looked at Xing Fu for a while. You are 7. You are very slow, said Xing Fu. Where did you learn that? Everybody knows that. Xing Fu, you have a great future in officialdom. I'm going to find you a teacher and get you started on your characters. Quick went completely still. And then, in a much smaller voice, he said, studying costs a lot of silver. His parents had never been willing to send him. The scholar's house had wanted 2 strips of cured meat a year, and that was before the drought. And he had done the arithmetic himself at some point, and filed it under things that are not for us. Don't worry about the silver, I said. I have it covered. I did have it covered. There was more gold in that warehouse than in the county treasury. Faden did not believe me. Faden believed me 11 weeks later when I put a silver ingot in the hand of a broke scholar in a neighboring town and enrolled him, and he cried on the way home and pretended it was dust. I did the water at night. That is the other thing that started on that road, and it is the single most careful thing I have ever done in 7 lifetimes. I have a spring. It came from the 4th world, from a mountain sect with better water than sense, and it is in the warehouse, and it does not run out, and what it does to a dehydrated body is not subtle. You cannot hand that out. There is no story you can attach to a woman producing 15 buckets of clean water in a drought. So I walked ahead of the column at dusk, every night, to scout the road, which was a completely reasonable thing for the strong young man of the party to do. Damn. And every time I found a low place with a green patch in it, a dip, a ditch, the bottom of a dry stream, I emptied a quantity of spring water into it and walked on. And in the morning, 100 households would come over a rise and find a seep. Nobody thanked me. Nobody knew. They thanked the ground and the ancestors, and once, memorably, a rock. There is a thing about doing good that nobody tells you, which is that the useful kind is almost always anonymous and the anonymous kind is almost always boring. And I did it for 31 days and I would like some credit for it now. Please, retroactively, from you. Day 26 was the rain. We reached the gates of Dongswan Prefecture on day 24 and found them shut. I want to describe those gates because I have described a lot of things in 7 lives and that one is near the top. A wall. A closed gate. 900 people on the road outside it. And nailed to the boards a proclamation from the Imperial Court on wasteland reclamation, offering a 3-year tax grace period to any household that would go and break new ground in the hills. The prefecture would not let us in. The prefecture would, however, allocate us dirt. The rain came 2 nights later, and it came the way it does after 5 months of nothing, which is all at once and with a personal grudge. We got into a mountain god temple. Most of us. About 400 of us in a building meant for 20, and outside it, people under carts and under trees and under nothing. By morning there were 5 or 6 people down with fever. And this is the part where I had to decide something. I had modern cold medicine in the warehouse. The kind that comes in a paper sachet and works in 4 hours and would have been, in that temple on that morning, indistinguishable from a miracle. You cannot hand out a miracle. What you can hand out is a decoction. So, I built a fire in the courtyard and put a clay pot on it, and put in isatus root, and honeysuckle, and burdock, and plantain, and platycodon, and buplurum, and mint, all of them real, all of them from a bundle a physician would recognize, and I boiled it for a long time in front of 3 witnesses. Then when nobody was looking, I put the granules in 5 bowls. 5 people who had been shaking at midnight and who were sitting up by dawn. Ding. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. 100 energy points per person treated. I want you to appreciate the timing. 7 lifetimes of this system assigning me vegetables. And the one time I am actively committing pharmaceutical fraud in a temple at 4 in the morning, it decides to sponsor me. By the second morning I had 30 people wanting a bowl. That is a problem, and it is a problem I want to explain properly, because the answer I found is the single thing I am most pleased with in that entire world. 2. I could not make 30 bowls. Not of the real thing. The granules were finite and the herbs were finite, and there were 700 people on that road. And I could not say no. Because a man who cures 5 people and then refuses the 6th is not a healer. Ching is a man with something. So I said, bring me herbs, not money. Not gratitude. Labor. Go up the hill when the rain stops. Dig. Bring me what you find, and I will identify it and I will boil it, and everyone who dug gets a bowl. Half of them turned around and walked away. Actually turned around, physically, and went back to their end of the temple. Because the hill was dangerous and the medicine was free, and if I would not give it for nothing, well, the other half went up the hill. Gao Yun was first. Ching took 1 stalk of each of the 7 herbs to memorize and cupped his hands and said, and I remember this exactly. With those words from little brother I'll be bolder. And in among the baskets on the first morning was a plant I had never seen, and something in my head went ding, and an illustrated handbook I had been carrying since the 4th world lit up an entry that had been dark for 3 lifetimes. Wind cold grass, which is, as it turns out, a herb for preventing and treating exactly what everybody in that temple had. I have thought about this a great deal. I do not have a conclusion. I have a fact, which is that I told 100 desperate people to go dig on a hill because I could not afford to be generous, and the hill gave me the thing I actually needed. I have decided not to draw a moral from it. Every moral I try makes me sound like a worse person than I am. The Yamen runners settled us on day 31. Sandy hill, yellow mud with gravel through it, no water source inside, half a lie. Everyone's faces fell at once. I have never seen a group disappointment land that cleanly. How much can this grow in a year? Somebody said. It won't cover the tax when the grace runs out. They were right, it was bad ground. I had farmed worse. Twice I walked out into the middle of it and stood there, and divine farming did what it does. Sandy loam. Drains fast, hates rice. Will grow melons and potatoes and, if you are patient and rude about it, ginseng. I turned around and said I wanted the whole eastern stretch. Xing Fu was appalled. There are 3 of us. Why do we need 10 mo? Because I'm strong and I'm bored. Big brother said we can go home after the new year. Then we'll go home rich. 2 objectives in a row, one on top of the other. Break the inferior land, reward a random skill. Plant medicinal herbs, 100 points per mu. Herbs. On a sandhill, in a famine, the system had a type, and the type was agriculture. I built the house myself, mostly. Gao Yun came over to offer his men and stood watching me lay the foundation, dug the trench, then walked to the stone pile and picked up a basket that took 2 men to carry. Eng dropped his hoe. It nearly landed on Xing Fu's foot. Xing Fu jumped clear and said, in a voice of enormous disgust, Uncle Cheng Ming, your hoe. Your brother, Gao Yun said, is very strong. The boy turned his back and made a noise into his sleeve. I did not look at him. If I had looked at him we would both have gone. The water was the actual problem. There was a river half a lie off. Everyone was carrying it in buckets, up a slope, all day, and getting almost nothing onto the ground. They had a water wheel in that dynasty. It was a dragon-bone chain pump, and it needed a man pedaling it the entire time it ran. They had never seen the kind that turns itself. I drew it on the gravel with a stick. Bucket, wheel, upstream, on the current. Buckets fill at the bottom, come up, tip into a launder at the top, run off down a canal we dig from here to here. And it runs by itself? As long as the river runs. 20 men dug that canal in 9 days. I cut and pegged the wheel. Lin Feng and Song Bo shaved the timber. The morning we assembled it, the entire settlement came out and stood on the bank. It creaked. It turned. The first bucket came up, tipped, and about 2 liters of river water went into the head of a dry ditch and vanished into the mud. Absolute silence. Second bucket. Third. Ninth. 20th. And then the mud stopped taking it and a thin brown tongue of water started moving down the ditch, and it went past the first plot, and the second, and a man ran alongside it shouting, I have won awards, I have been crowned. Nothing has ever come close to that ditch. They fought over the crank. Grown men with families elbowed each other for the right to turn a wheel that did not need turning. Their sons could not get near it. I ran a bamboo pipeline off the hill spring the same month, split and knotted and lashed with vine, so nobody had to climb for drinking water. Then I dug a catch pool at the bottom of it. Xing Fu put 4 minnows in the pool and announced they were for the new year. I quietly added fingerlings when he was not looking, because 4 minnows is not a new year, it is a disappointment on a schedule. Songbo came at me on his knees in the 4th week. I did not recognize him kneeling. I recognized the eyebrow. Ting was the one from the road. The one with the long knife and the terrible voice, who I had kicked down a bank on day 9, and who had, apparently, been in the column ever since. keeping well out of my line of sight. His parents were dying, both of them, weak from the road, then caught in the rain, then fever. Ting had known for 2 days that I was handing out medicine. Ting had not come, because he was certain I would recognize him and refuse. Ting hit his head on the ground while he told me this. I made him stop. I'm not a doctor, I said. I have medicine for colds. If it isn't a cold, I can't do anything. If the hero's medicine can't cure it, then it was fate. I've heard a lot of sentences in 7 lifetimes. That one is in the top 5. I went. I had him wipe them down with strong liquor while I was busy elsewhere in the room. And while he was busy, I put a tablet in each of their mouths and a few mouthfuls of the spring water after it. Fever broke by morning. Qisheng came to find me 2 days later, and he did not kneel this time, and he said, "From now on, whatever you need me to do, say it." I said all right. I did not need him then. I needed him 14 months later, in a flood, and he was there in about 4 minutes. The other one was Lin Feng, who had been on that bank too, and who was 19 and shameless and could not stop talking. Jing brought me a pheasant to apologize. Then a second one. Then he started bringing firewood every single day and would not stop no matter what I said. His father found out he had robbed me and beat him for it, then found out I had given him a hen and 3 chicks and beat him again on the grounds that being forgiven by a benefactor you robbed is worse than being punished. Lin Feng complained to me about this at length. We didn't know each other then. I've sincerely repented. Why is he still hitting me? How much did you get for the sugar? Jing brightened instantly, which was his single most reliable feature. The sugar. I should explain the sugar. I wanted chickens. There were no chickens to buy on a reclamation site because nobody had brought livestock through a famine. There were chickens in the villages down the valley, and the villages down the valley did not want copper. I gave Lin Feng a small jar of rock sugar and told him to go and trade with it, keep 20% of whatever he got, and use his judgment. Qing came back with 3 laying hens and 18 chicks and a report I will treasure forever. Hero brother, sugar is better than silver. The women were fighting. I picked the fattest. I didn't take any scrawny ones, and I checked every chick. King was so proud. Qing had haggled. Qing had walked 11 li each way and haggled for a woman he thought was a man over poultry, and he was going to tell that story for the rest of his life. Qing tried to refuse the hen and the chicks. I told him I would not ask him for anything again. Qing took them and staggered home and got beaten. The market trip was the child traffickers. We went to the town on market day. Me, Jingfu, the girl, and a cart. I sold the silver hairpin at a pawn shop to have money that could be seen. Xingfu went red-eyed over the hairpin and could not eat the juju cake I bought him. King was 7. Qing had watched me pawn a piece of my dowry and had privately decided to buy me a jade one when he grew up. Qing told me about the jade one 4 years later, on a completely different occasion, and I had to leave the room. I bought everything. That is not an exaggeration, and I am not going to pretend to be embarrassed. Eggs, seeds, farm tools, a bolt of the best linen on the street, the 4 treasures of the study, hair ties, pastry, a whole clothing stall. Xingfu followed me down the street with his voice going up in pitch. Stop buying. Stop buying. The cart is full. Stop buying. Who is the elder here? And then, near the noodle stall, a young peddler with a carrying pole, walking fast, not stopping for customers, with a sleeping child in the basket in front of him. Sleeping. In the middle of a market. At noon, Qing got into a hired carriage. I put the cart down and told Lin Feng not to move, and I ran. The carriage was already through the crowded stretch and picking up speed toward the town gate, and once it was on the main road that was the end of it. So I roared. Omnipotent voice actor does animals. I had not tested it on anything larger than a dog. I filled my lungs and put out the roar of a tiger in the middle of a market street. The horse locked up, every leg. It could not take a step. Also, and I want to be fair here, the entire market lost its mind. A tiger? The big tiger has come down from the mountain. 40 people went into shops. 1 man went over a fruit stall. Somewhere behind me, a woman was shouting for a monk. I got to the carriage and took the peddler off it by the collar and asked where the children were. What children? I hit him once and got up onto the carriage and pulled down 2 baskets. 2 boys. Both asleep, neither of them waking up for the shouting, which is how you know. The mother arrived 4 seconds later, out of breath, and picked one up and started saying his name into his hair. The woman with the peddler tried it on. Straightened up, got righteous, said the child was hers. The crowd did the rest. Somebody recognized the second boy. Somebody else went to fetch the family of a third. Go Yun went for the yamen and came back with runners. Children came off that carriage in total. One of them was the nephew of the county magistrate's wife. I did not know that at the time. I found out from Lin Feng, at a tea stall, at speed, with his hands going. Hero brother, you don't know. One of them is the magistrate's wife's own nephew. You'll be rewarded. Absolutely not. You'll be rewarded, and I will personally eat your food. Here is the part I never told anybody in that world. I recognized the peddler. Not his face, his profession, his route, his cart, the sleeping child in the basket, all of it lifted straight out of a paragraph in the folder in my head. The good-looking man with the cart. The one the original Mei Lin ran off with. The one she sold Xing Fu and the girl to, in a market town, for a sum written out to the copper. I put him on the ground in a market street 31 days into that world, and I have never once regretted the timing. The magistrate came out to the sandhill 9 days later. Ping had not intended to. Then he heard that the same young man had contributed herbs on the road, and he thought about it, and came. Fing Jing walked the site. Qing saw the water wheel. Xing stood in front of it for a long time with his hands behind his back and asked how it worked, and then asked whether it had to be pedaled, and I said no, and he asked again. Then he offered me a job. I'd rather farm. Gao Yun made a noise behind me. Song Bo was winking so hard he looked unwell. The magistrate stroked his beard and asked, in the voice of a man who has decided to be amused, whether I understood what I was refusing. Xing Fu stepped forward, bowed like a court official, and said, "Sir, my elder brother has to look after me and my third sister. Perhaps when our eldest brother comes back from the war, you could employ him instead." "Your eldest brother? King has taken many heads and done great deeds, and he is coming home next spring." Absolutely straight face. 7 years old. Duh. Magistrate abandoned the recruitment on the spot, because a household with an officer at the border is not a household you press, and went away thinking we were the descendants of some minor martial family. Then he came back 4 minutes later, alone, and asked if I would tell him how to build the wheel. I drew it in charcoal and gave it to him. He tried to refuse the gift when I said I did not want payment. So he simply left 200 taels of silver in a box and departed at speed, which is a tactic I have now had used against me in 3 separate centuries and which I have never found a defense for. Xingfu opened the box and nearly put his chin through the table. "See silver. So much silver. Sister-in-law, our house has nowhere to hide silver. My mother used to use a hole in the wall, but these walls are wood." "Under the bed?" "No." Kem was genuinely appalled. "Under the bed is the first place. If a man lies on the floor, he can see it. Then take your sister outside and I'll hide it somewhere you'll never find." Quicks came back an hour later and searched that room for 20 minutes. Then he stood in the middle of it and said, with total sincerity, "Sister-in-law, you are amazing." It was in the system warehouse. Yes? And I want to be technically accurate, a place he was never going to find. Then came the matchmakers. I want to be honest that I did not see this coming, and that in hindsight I should have. I was, in that county, a young man of about 19. Unmarried, fair-skinned, literate. Physically capable of lifting a stone basket one-handed, owner of 10 mu, of reclaimed land, a house, a water wheel, and the personal regard of the county magistrate. I was, in local terms, an extremely good catch. The magistrate's wife opened. She sent her steward with a proposal for her niece and an offer to pay the entire bride price herself on the grounds that I was a famine refugee and she did not want me embarrassed. Already betrothed. I sat there with my ears going hot and said I was already betrothed back home. Which was true, technically, in a way that made my head hurt. The steward, being a professional, immediately began asking about my in-laws. Which prefecture, why we had not fled together. Whether they could be contacted. One lie needs 4 more to stand up. I built the 4. My head was splitting. Then the village head's wife from Lingao came with gifts in both hands about her own niece. Then Lin Feng arrived after dinner, scratching his head, to inform me that his cousin was fond of me and that a family who would let their son-in-law flee a famine alone was not worth having as in-laws, and that in his opinion I could do better. Ding was standing up for me. That is what was happening. A 19-year-old man was in my courtyard defending my honor against my fictional in-laws. I choked on my tea. Xing Fu stamped his foot and said, "Brother Lin Feng, stop talking nonsense, my brother is betrothed." And then Liang Ru's mother came and told me, in a low voice, that Qian Rui had fallen for me on the night of the mountain temple because I gave her a bowl of medicine, and that her mother had asked her to ask me, and that I should really consider it because Qian Rui was quick and good at managing a household. I went up the hill the next morning and sat in a hot spring and put my face in my hands. In this world it is not easy to be a woman. I would like to report that it is also, unexpectedly, not easy to be a man. The riot came out of Tongsing in the 8th month. Someone raised a banner and pushed the gates down and there was fighting with soldiers, and the court sent troops, and a great many people started moving toward Dongsuan, who had not been moving before. Lin Feng brought the news at a run. "There'll be more sent here. We've got old people and children. Some of them are rebels. They look fierce." I looked at him. "What are you afraid of? Show them that spirit you had holding a long knife on the road." Qing nearly went to his knees. "Hero brother, can you please stop bringing that up? My father has beaten me 4 times. We laughed. It helped, for about a day. Then I called a meeting and told them we were going to fire bricks. Shiu. I want to explain why, because it was not obvious and half of them thought I had lost my grip. We had wooden houses with grass mat roofs. Winter was coming, the grace period was 3 years, and everybody was planning to go home when the drought broke. Nobody wanted to build properly for a temporary life. But a grass roof does not survive a snow load. And the soil under our feet, which was terrible for growing, was excellent for brick, and a firewood hill is, if you look at it from the correct angle, a charcoal supply. Once we have bricks, we build houses. After the houses, we sell the surplus. That's a trade. Trade doesn't care about rain. But we don't know how. I know how. I'll show you. They believed me. That is the part I still find strange. They had known me for 4 months and they believed me about kiln temperatures. The first batch came out red. Everyone was delighted. Red is a lucky color. Red is festive. Several of them said the red ones were prettier. Du Yun did not say anything and then said something. Qing had heard a storyteller in the prefecture city talk about a rich man in the north who built his son a red-walled wedding chamber and was beheaded for it. Red walls and yellow tiles are imperial. I smashed every brick in that batch personally. Lin Feng had opened the kiln too early and let air in while they were still hot, which is what turns them red. Second firing, we sealed it, wet the crown, and let it cool all the way down before anybody touched the door. Gray. Ordinary, boring, non-capital offense, gray. The careful ones went around the yard afterward picking up red brick dust and putting it back in the kiln so that not a crumb of it was left outside. The second wave arrived in the 9th month, and they were much worse off than we had been. Also, on the second afternoon, they stole our drinking water and netted every fish out of Xingfu's pool. Xingfu came up the back hill at a dead run to report this. Dai Yun had a dislocated arm. Songbo was fighting 6 of them in my courtyard. I got down the hill and took a carrying pole off the ground. I want to be accurate about what happened next. It was not a fight. I hit 6 men with a carrying pole in sequence, like a fairground game, and I was shouting the entire time. Stealing, robbing, young, all your limbs, and this is your plan? Then the pole broke. I stood there with half a pole, out of breath, looking at 6 men on the ground. Does it hurt? Will you do it again? No. Louder. Haven't you eaten? And one of them said, into the dirt, we haven't eaten in 3 days. There was a pause. I have replayed that pause a great deal. Go and count how many of you there are, I said. I'll make porridge. Songbo thought I had gone mad. Yun, holding his own dislocated arm, asked me why on earth I would. I put his arm back in while he was asking. Jing stopped asking. 50 caddies of rice and 200 caddies of sweet potato, out of the magistrate's reward money, on the second afternoon. That is what it cost. That is the entire price, and I want to put it plainly, because I did not understand it at the time and I have understood it since. 100 desperate men were fed 1 thin meal and given a bowl of preventive medicine each, and from that afternoon they did whatever I said for 2 years. I did not plan it. I have never once managed to plan a thing like that. Everything I have ever built deliberately took years, and the things that changed everything took an afternoon and a pot. I made them into 6 teams under the 6 I had hit. That was deliberate. If you are going to give a man authority, give it to him in front of the people who watched him lose. Then I hired them. Wages or food, their choice, clearing my land while they cleared their own. They started calling me boss. I told them not to. I'm not older than you, we don't call you boss because of your age. I thought, if I ever put a skirt back on, let us see if you say that. We built the first brick house for them, not us. Winter was coming and they had nothing. So the first brick and tile building on that hill was a long shared hall for the new arrivals, on the understanding that once they built their own they would move out and it would become the granary. Debt. They could not believe it. Several of them had never touched a brick. They built it in 40 days and moved in about 9 hours before the first autumn rain. And then they started carving longevity tablets for me. I found out because Songbo was carving one and thought it was a lovely idea. Tell them to stop. Everyone means well. Tell them if one more person carves a tablet for me, I stop hiring him. Qing hid his half-finished one under his bedding and went and told them. They were baffled. What does the benefactor like, if not tablets? Just do the work he gives you, Songbo said, grumpily, having no idea. I have been given a lot of things in 7 lifetimes, 200 taels. Song Imperial Seal. A gold medal from Milan. Nobody has ever tried to give me worship before, and I want to record that it was the most frightening thing that happened in that world, including the flood. They elected me village chief in the 10th month. Nobody asked me first. Lin Feng informed me after it had happened, and then asked me to name the settlement, because they refused to be called Fleeing Village. I stood in front of about 400 people and said the target was 80 to 90 peekles, brick houses for every household, and nobody hungry. Somebody laughed. 80 peekles a mo was, at that time, a fantasy. Why is that too much? When we got here, you said this dirt wouldn't grow anything. Look at the potatoes. There are better crops than potatoes and you'll see them in the spring. Hope Village, somebody said. So that was that. I came home from the meeting, drank 2 cups of cold water and told Gao Yun that public speaking was not for me and he should do it next time. Pete Sheng waved his hand. Everyone likes to hear you talk. I felt, very distinctly, that I had been promoted against my will by a committee. Then the winter came, and with it the herbs. I want to explain the herb business, because it is the only economy I have ever built that I actually enjoyed. There was a hunter village 2 mountains back. The Qing family, 3 brothers and their father. Their children had been among the 4 off the peddler's carriage. They came to thank me. I refused the gifts and asked instead whether they knew herbs. They knew a few. Common ones. They brought a basket, and in the basket, 2 plants lit up in a handbook I had been carrying for 3 worlds. I told them I would buy it 3 times what the pharmacy paid. They tried to refuse. I told them I would not take the herbs otherwise. They walked home with a tale of silver for 2 baskets, and the 2 village lads with them could not speak properly the whole way. We'll work with you 3 from now on. If we do this till the new year, we can each get a wife. That was the entire business plan. It worked. By midwinter, I had a supply chain, an excuse for every herb in my warehouse, and a handbook that was 6 entries from complete. The last one was oxbizor, a hard, ugly lump out of the gut of a sick cow, which the Qing family's 3rd son had asked for off a butchering because a doctor once mentioned it in the town. The system had filed it under herbal medicine. It is a mineral concretion. I have never forgiven that. Handbook complete. Reward. Stealth. Non-permanent, 8 uses, half an hour each, 8 uses. I used 1 on a hot spring and 6 on nothing in particular. I used the 8th one to save a man's life in a flood, and I have never stopped thinking about how close I came to wasting it on convenience. The eldest brother came home in the 11th month. I was in the hot spring at dawn, which was the one place in that entire world where I did not have to be a man, and I was washing my hair and singing. State clearly that I cannot sing. I have never been able to sing. 4 lifetimes of instruction would not fix it. I sing off-key with total confidence, and in that particular life I was doing it in a borrowed baritone that I found extremely satisfying, and that made the problem worse. Somebody laughed in a tree. I got my robe on faster than I have ever done anything. Feet came down off the branch. Enormous. Beard to the eyes. Filthy from the road. Sorry, brother. Did I frighten you? I got in after dark and couldn't find the way down, so I slept up there. Ding looked me over and whistled and said, "Fair skin, red lips. If I hadn't heard your voice, I'd have taken you for a pretty girl," I said. "And if I hadn't heard yours, I'd have taken you for a black bear demon that got out." Qing froze. Then he laughed so hard he had to hold the rock. Then he leaned over the water to look at his own reflection and said, delightedly, that his beard had got out of hand on the road, and that his face was actually quite fair, and that he had been called a pretty boy in earlier years until he beat the people who said it. I want you to hold onto that, because that was the first 90 seconds. I grabbed my basket and ran. Ding caught up at the bottom of the hill, which I resented, because I had taken a shortcut and sprinted. And Xing Fu was at the bottom of the hill digging wild greens. And Qing looked up. Qing stared for about 3 seconds. And then he made a noise I had never heard out of him and went across that ground and into the man like something fired. Big brother. Big broad. The girl came after him on her short legs and stopped and looked all the way up and said, "Are you really big brother?" I stood there holding a basket of firewood. Mo Longwei, I thought. Xing Fu and Jingjing's elder brother. My husband. Looks like a bear. I took a step back and was working out how to get to the house and think about this when Xing Fu, radiant, ruined my entire year by shouting, "Sister-in-law, big brother is back. We don't have to be afraid anymore." Afraid of what? Liang Xing Fu. Clarify. Mo Longwei's eyebrows went up. His voice, which was extremely good and which I noticed at exactly the wrong moment, said, "You call her sister-in-law?" "Yes. This is the wife our uncles chose for you in the 6th month. Big brother. Why are you making that face? Don't you like her? She's been so good to me and Jingjing. Let me tell you. Do not tell him. Let the child be quiet." And I looked at that man's face, working through the fact that his uncles had married him to a man, and I lost it. I crossed my arms and walked a slow circle around him. "Oh my, so this bear? Ahem, this gentleman is my husband. What a pleasure. I had no idea we were so fated. Dupa, I wonder, husband." Husband, Liang Ru's mother, coming up the path with a basket of greens. Her voice went straight through the trees. "Hero, hero, your betrothed is a man. I want to die. I have died 4 times and I would like to do it again immediately." Xing Fu, in a panic, started shouting that I was not a man, I was a woman, which did not help. So I took the skill off and said, in my own voice, "I'm a woman. I dressed as a man for convenience. Auntie, I'm sorry." She slapped her thigh. "You fooled every single one of us." Mo Longwei was extremely interested in the voice. "How did you do that?" Xing Fu, who had been holding this in for 4 months, exploded. "She can do a tiger too. At the market she scared off a child trafficker with a tiger roar. She's amazing. She's the best," said the girl, jumping. "The 2 of them, my personal supporters association." I went home and changed. When I came out of the house my courtyard was full, not busy, full, inside and out. The entire village had come to see what I looked like. "Don't you all have work? Village chief, your voice has no authority now." Everybody laughed. I have never wanted a carrying pole so badly. Chi and Rui came up afterward with 3 other girls and stammered out my name, and I told her my real one and apologized to all of them. She would not have it. She said she had disguised herself as a man once too, on the road, and that her voice had given her away, and that if Lin Feng had not got there in time it would have gone badly. She said it lightly. Then she changed the subject. I have thought about that sentence a great deal. She was 17. Mo Longwei shaved. That is a small thing and I want to give it its due. Qing went off to the hot spring and came back without the beard, in clean clothes, and Lin Feng, arriving with news, looked straight at him and said, "Excuse me, brave sir, who are you?" "I am Xing Fu and Jingjing's elder brother, Mei Lin's husband." Tell. But they said Xing Fu's brother was a bearded, uncultured martial artist. Silence. I put my face in my sleeve and made a sound. Finn had done well at the border, beheaded an enemy commander, been promoted to deputy general on the spot, and then, when Tongxing rose and troops were needed, volunteered to bring a garrison home because Tongxing was where his family was. My superior is going back to the capital when the Northern War ends. Qing'll be rewarded. Choosing to come here means I give that up. If the unrest can't be settled, I may be punished instead. A pause. Do you also think I'm a fool? I said. Killing enemies at the border is defending the country. Garrison farming is defending the home. Both are worth doing. And I think you'll find a way to earn merit doing it anyway. His face lit up like somebody had opened a door. You think so? Yes. Fools have fool's luck. That last part was, I admit, unnecessary. Beacon grinned like an idiot for the rest of the day, and then went out and started doing farm work, and did so much of it that the men I was paying sent a delegation to complain that my husband was taking their livelihood. I had Jingfu drag him home. The first gift he gave me was on the second afternoon. Qing pulled a cloth bundle out of his coat and put it on the table. 5 small gold ingots and a heap of jewelry. That's my reward for merit. You keep it. You nearly died for that. Keep it yourself. King raised an eyebrow. Too little, too lucky, is what your life is. King laughed, pushed it across the table and said, "You're my wife, who else would I give it to?" Then he threw it at me and physically ran out of the house so I could not give it back. I want to be honest about what that did to me, because I have had a lot of men be generous at me across 7 lifetimes and almost all of it was strategic. Ting had known me for 2 days. Ting had no reason to trust me with anything. His uncles had eaten the money he left for his siblings, which he had just found out, and his response to discovering that his family's money had been stolen by family was to hand all of his remaining money to a stranger who was technically his wife. I put it in the warehouse, Tin's fault in the empire. Then I asked him whether he minded if I spent it on a mountain. Mountain? That one? There's nothing on it. There will be. King scratched his head and grinned. Whatever you say. I'll listen to you. Aren't you afraid I'll waste all your money? If my wife is willing to waste my money, it means she doesn't think of me as an outsider. I couldn't be happier. Absolute simpleton. I bought the mountain. Then I bought the bamboo mountain behind it and a large stretch of the surrounding wasteland because I had heard the magistrate was being promoted out and I did not want to negotiate with whoever came next. Deed done in less time than it takes an incense stick to burn, because it turns out that having saved a magistrate's wife's nephew is worth more than money in a land office. We planted tea on the sunny slope and fir on the shady one and put chickens under the tea. Because chickens eat the pests and scratch the soil and fertilize it and lay better for the exercise. Tea garden chickens. Best eggs in the county. I sent him back to the garrison with dumplings. Dumplings for departure, noodles for return. I made salt pork and bamboo shoot dumplings and steamed a basket of buns and fried dried vegetable meat cakes and turned every saved egg into braised ones. Qing dawdled at the gate like a large dog. Is there something you've forgotten? My wife. I've forgotten my wife. I pushed him down the road. If the family quarters get built, will you move to the camp? Not soon. The herbs are just in? After the herbs are harvested? All right. I did not mention that ginseng takes 3 years minimum and that I had planted a great deal of ginseng. Finga went away happy. I want it noted that this is the only genuinely dishonest thing I did to that man in 2 years and that he found out eventually and laughed for 12 minutes. The Ascarid business was the one that made me a doctor. A woman came to my gate with another woman and knelt. Son had a swelling around his navel that moved when you touched it, an abdominal pain that put him on the floor, and vomiting, and it had been happening for years. Roundworms. I knew that immediately, because I had a neighbor's kid as a child who drank rainwater out of a jar and ended up in a hospital screaming. There was no deworming medicine in the system store. I looked. I refreshed it twice. But I had a medical text out of the 4th world, and in the chapter on worms there was a decoction. Green tangerine peel, fennel, smoked plum, licorice, areca, I had all of it except the cinnabar and realgar, which she could buy in the town. I wrote it out for her. She kowtowed until I made her stop. Then went to town, then went home and boiled it. 100 points. The day the boy stopped rolling on the floor. Then, 4 days later, the counter went off in my head 4 times running, and did not stop until it had reached 1,500. 14 people. She had taken my prescription to her sister-in-law's village, where half the households had it, where men with severe cases had been making funeral arrangements because they believed they had an incurable disease. 2 doses. That was all it took. 2 doses, and men who had been arranging their own funerals were back in the fields. She came back with a thank you basket and the news. And I sat down on my own step. Then I asked her whether her village had mountains, and whether the mountains had these. I held out a handful of Sichuan peppercorns. Because I had, in the meantime, been reading my own handbook, and it turns out that ground peppercorn boiled into porridge does the same job as the decoction, more cheaply, for people who have worms and no symptoms yet. Also, I wanted peppercorn trees, because they have thorns, and 20 mu of ginseng needs a fence that argues back. She promised to organize her whole village. Then Mo Longwei turned up with an ox cart and over 100 peppercorn saplings. How did you know I wanted these? I caught 3 large fools digging behind the garrison. They mentioned a benefactor. I assumed it was you. The Chiefer brothers had gone looking for peppercorn trees across 3 counties, wandered onto the mountain behind a military camp, found an enormous stand of them, and been surrounded by soldiers with spears while holding shovels. Ting had brought his men on their day off to deliver them. I fed them all. Braised eggs first, then boiled fish with peppercorn. The eggs made them cry. Actual crying, into their sleeves, over a braised egg, because they were farm boys who had been in a camp for 2 years. Cheng kicked each of them. Even if you don't like it, swallow it. They liked it. That was the problem. The next morning I gave them rice balls with egg and shredded pork, 2 tea eggs each, and a bowl of spicy soup, and it happened again. Pian complained to me that the military doctor had stolen half his last food parcel. Ting complained about it in the tone of a man reporting a war crime. And by the time they left I had sold the entire garrison's brick order to Hope Village, at a friendship price, which he pointed out to me with a straight face was a very small discount. If you'd been born into a merchant family you'd be an iron lady, dear. I could also be a steel lady, sir. Do you want to find out? The flood warning came from him. Ching mentioned, in passing, over a bowl of noodles, that the local old farmers were uneasy. Long drought, then thin rain. 10 years earlier it had gone the same way and then rained for a month and the low villages went under, and people who did not reach the caves in time did not reach anything. Date. I stopped eating. I had spent 9 months guarding against drought. It had genuinely not occurred to me to guard against the opposite. I refreshed the system store until I nearly ran out of refreshes and found a flood control manual for 500 points and bought it without reading the title twice. Then we went to work. Trees on the slopes, because that is a national policy in a century these people have not reached. Widen the river channels. Reinforce the banks with fired brick. Dig the field ditches out. Sow sandbags. Every brick we made from that day went into a riverbank. I suspended tile production entirely. Just below the hill came up wanting to buy bricks for their houses. I turned them down. I told them why. I told them, specifically, in detail, that a great drought is often followed by a great flood and that they should widen their channel and clear the ditches around their houses. They laughed. Their village head told them not to listen to refugees who had got addicted to fleeing. Qian Rui came to me shaking with rage about it. They had called us cowardly refugees. Why bother with them? As long as we know that month wasn't wasted. It is infuriating. You're too idle. Come and cut cabbage. Yeah. We finished the banks in the 12th month. Sandbags stacked like a wall at the village entrance, nets woven over the brick facing. Every ditch open, and then, for 4 months, nothing happened, and the villages below the hill made a running joke of us. Where's the flood? A whole month wasted. Give us the bricks if you've nowhere to put them. I made cabbage into pickles and said nothing. The spring thunder came in the 3rd month. It rained for 4 days. Not steadily. In sheets, then harder, then in the way where you cannot hear a person 2 meters away. The kind of rain where the sound is a physical object in the room. Our fields drained. That is all. That is the entire payoff of a month of digging, and it is not cinematic, and I want to describe how it felt anyway. Water came off our hillside, went into ditches that were open, ran into a channel that was wide, and went away. The village at the foot of the hill went under on the 2nd morning. Their river came over, their courtyards had nowhere to drain and the water went into the houses. Heavy rain outside, light rain inside, and the head of that village standing in a flooded field beating his own chest. Then the bridge broke, which meant they could not get up the hill to the caves. Songbo came to me at a run with the news, soaked through. I sent a cartload of sandbags down. Sandbags set hard when they are wet. We stacked them in the ford and made stepping stones and they came across on them, household by household, in the rain. And I opened the 3 oldest brick buildings for their old people and their children. Not everyone. That is where it went wrong, because a woman standing in the rain said, "Well, your land is higher and your houses are all brick, why don't you take all of us?" And then a second one. And then, from the back, a man saying, "We gave you the land to reclaim in the first place, you're getting the benefit, what's wrong with helping us out, it cost you nothing." I want to explain the actual arithmetic, because it was not spite. Each house in Hope Village had been built for the family that lived in it. There were 400 people in that village below and about 400 in mine, and nobody knew if the rain would last a month. I could take the elderly and the children. That was the honest limit and I had already gone to it. I said no, and they turned. "You refugees, used to fleeing and now you want us to flee too." Heartless little bitch, you'll get what's coming. And the families whose roundworm sicknesses I had cured with a written prescription 3 months earlier stood in that rain and said nothing at all. That is the part. Not the shouting, the silence from the ones who had thanked me. Then somebody raised a fist and said, there were more of them and they should just take the houses. I threw the iron rake. Not at him. In front of him. It went into the stone slab a hand's width from his toes and stood there, humming. Absolute silence, except for the rain. Nobody in that century had seen an iron rake go into a flagstone. They knew what it took to put one into soil. Their village head, to his credit, immediately began shouting at his own people and driving them up the hill. I got their old people settled with charcoal and a warning about ventilation, and then I walked home. Duh. The girl met me at the door with a hot cloth and said, Sister-in-law, did you cry? No. That's rain. Change your clothes, you'll catch cold. You must be hungry. Jingjing will get rice. You must be tired. Jingjing will rub your shoulders. 4 years old, small, hands in entirely the wrong places on my shoulders, working extremely hard. That is the moment from the 8th world I would keep if I could only keep one, and I have been offered better ones. I did not sleep that night. I lay there working through what happens if the rain does not stop, and where 400 people go, and how many caves there are on the back mountain, and then, somewhere in the last part of the night, I dreamed. Day truce. I dreamed his face, with that lazy shameless grin on it, and he said, my wife, take care, and faded out. I sat up with my chest hurting and cold sweat down my back. I was out of the house in 4 minutes. I took the girl to Liangru's mother, wrapped in 2 raincoats and a quilt, with 2 days of dry food in the bundle. Where are you going? It isn't even light. Out. Keep her. Tell them to stay alert. Should I send Lin Feng with you? The village can't spare anyone. And then I went into the rain. Pheedom was at Jishan Hollow. 10 villages outside Tongxing had been evacuated by then, in batches, by soldiers working double, because he had gone to the prefecture office to ask for men and supplies and the prefect had told him there was no available manpower. Jing had told the prefect that if you will not save people today, nobody will save you tomorrow, and then he had drawn and taken off a piece of the man's sideburn with the blade, and the prefect had fainted from rage. And none of that had produced a single sandbag. So they had taken the doors off the barracks and used them as rafts. Duh. I got the whole story afterward. What I got at the time was water over the fields, and a flooded hollow, and 1 man in it. There was a young soldier in the water, with a leg cramp. Qin had pulled a villager onto a door, and gone in himself, and the villager had pulled away without him. Mo Longwei swam out and got him onto the door, and told him to pull forward and meet the others, and then went back into the hollow for the last 2 families. One of the women was pregnant. Tiqing got them out. Doors under the ones who could not swim, wooden basins for the children, parents pushing. And then the mountain let go. A flash flowed off the slope, carrying mud and rock, and he turned and dragged the sandbags that had been blocking the river channel across into its path to buy the last of them time to get clear. And then he braced the sandbag wall with his own back. I want to be clear about what that means. It does not mean he held back a flood. Nobody holds back a flood. It means he made the water turn, for about 40 seconds, so that a line of people on doors and in basins got another 40 seconds. Ting had been working without sleep for 4 days. I got there in the last of those seconds. I want to describe this accurately, and it is difficult, because the part I remember is not the water. The part I remember is that he was already going. His eyes were already unfocused, and I heard him say, my wife, I fear I will fail you in this life. And I said, you fool. And it came out wrong, and I picked him up. Then I got up a tree. That is the entire heroic action. I climbed a tree with a man in my arms, one that took 3 people to reach around, and I sat in it while the water came up over the roofs and the small trees went under. I have water evasion. I can breathe underwater and move through it like it is a floor. It is completely useless when you are carrying an unconscious man who cannot. I put 2 nourishing pills in him and a few mouthfuls of the spring water. I got a long nap towel out of the warehouse and stuffed it inside his clothes to pull the water off him and wrapped him in a military overcoat. And then I held onto him and checked his forehead every few minutes for a fever. Qing did not get a fever. That physique of his was outrageous. At some point in the small hours I realized he was snoring. Ting was asleep. In a tree. In a flood. Because he had not slept in 4 days and somebody was holding him. I sat in that tree until the rain stopped and I laughed and cried in a fairly undignified alternating pattern and there was nobody there to see it. His men came in the second half of the night with torches on bamboo rafts, calling for him. I fed him a few more mouthfuls of the spring water. Then I put away the overcoat and the towel and everything else that did not belong in that century. Then I laid him on a door panel that had floated down against the tree, used my 8th and last charge of stealth, and pushed him out where the torches would find him. The general. Where? Ahead. Peimes fainted. I watched them get him onto a raft. Then I went home, without alarming anybody, and washed my face, and made breakfast, and that was the end of it. Jaime woke up in the camp with the military doctor's decoction in him, and the young soldier crying at his bedside. His first words were, "Why is it you? Where's my wife? General, we're in the camp. How could your wife be here? Qing worked on it for a while. Finch remembered a voice. Ting remembered being held, and something warm, and something that tasted better than anything in the camp. And he woke up guarded by a subordinate who had not bathed in 4 days. Ching asked how he got back. They told him. Floating on a door panel at the mouth of the hollow. Ching scratched his head and decided he had dreamed it. Then he decided that even if his wife had not personally pulled him out, her worrying about him had obviously carried him through, and that this was an invisible power, and that it must be so. Ching explained this theory to me later at some length. I agreed with it completely. I have never told him. I am not going to. Ching is dead now, in a world I cannot reach. And I have carried that one entirely by myself for 2 lifetimes, and I have decided that is the correct place for it. The plague came after the water went down. That is how it always goes. Drowned livestock in the fields, and people picking them up and taking them home to eat, because they were starving and it was meat. Some of those animals had been in the water for weeks. I sent a cartload of herbs to the camp, internal and external, preventive and curative, and a letter telling him to burn the dead animals, high heat, in one place, and douse the ground with lime water several times, or it would spread. I was extremely glad that month that I had spent a winter buying herbs off a hunter village. Not because I needed them. Because I had a reason to have them. The prefect of Tunggyeksing heard there was plague in the city and consulted his aide, and the 2 of them decided to expel every infected resident from the city. Then he sent men to blockade them outside. Jing announced that this was the method used by the imperial physicians in the capital. The imperial physicians' method involved treatment, medication, and disinfection, in centralized halls. His method involved a gate. Nobody objected loudly, because everyone with the plague was poor. Only the poor pick up drowned pigs. And he sat in his office drinking tea and thinking about the memorial he would write and the promotion it would bring. The garrison took them in. All of them. Mo Longwei sent men to the gate, and the announcement was that anyone who is ill may enter our camp for treatment, and the yamen runners were delighted, because guarding a camp gate is easier than guarding a village with no walls. I came over on the 3rd day with a cart of herbs, several bolts of cotton gauze, 2 jars of high-proof liquor, and an epidemic manual. Masks, that is what the gauze was for. I sat in his tent with the soldiers' wives and mothers and taught them to sew masks, and I made the face shields myself because those were for the men going into the tents. Madam, is this sewing method acceptable? Yes. Make the ties a little longer. Some heads are bigger, and a loose one does nothing. Prevention decoction twice a day for the uninfected. Medicated smoke, ground and lit, to fumigate the crowded tents morning and evening. 1, then another, then 3 together. The system counted them for me. Every recovery. I sat sewing gauze in a military tent and listened to a bell go off in my head every time somebody stopped dying. And it is the closest I have ever come to liking that machine. Then the military doctor came for me about the 3rd prince. I want to explain who that was. Jing was a prince. He was the one the emperor favored, he was the one the court expected to inherit, and he was in a plague camp outside Tunggyeksing with a fever and 3 doses of the standard decoction in him, and he had not woken up. If he died there, it would not be a tragedy. It would be a category of event that ends with a great many people who were nowhere near him being executed. Mo Longwei came to find me because the doctor had run out of ideas and had, in his own words, been recognized by the prince's servant and could not now pretend he had never seen him. Banlingen was not working. I went through my small storage and found a box of Lianhua Qingwen. Modern. Compound. Clears heat. Resolves toxins. I copied out the formula by hand and gave it to Mo Longwei to give to the doctor. The prince woke up inside an hour. The doctor came personally the next day to thank me, having sat up all night watching for a relapse, and I said as long as it helped, that is good, and he went away thinking about how disgustingly lucky that scoundrel Mo Longwei had been in his marriage. Several other patients on that formula went from critical to mild in 2 days. When the last one recovered, the whole camp shouted. The prince spoke to Mo Longwei before he left. Afterward I asked what they had discussed. Qing scratched his head. King's very literary. Qing said a lot of classical phrases and I'm a rough man and I honestly didn't follow. But he said he wanted to reward me. Ting asked whether I'd prefer 1,000 acres of good land, or to be surrounded by beauties. I looked at him. Guess what I asked for? You can have both, I said. His Highness will grant your wish out of gratitude, and I will grant it with a knife. Ting laughed and put his stubbled chin against my face. 1 beauty is enough. I couldn't manage more. I didn't ask for either. I asked for permission to keep my garrison in Tunggyeksing, so I'd be nearer my wife. I called him a fool. The edict came in the spring. The prefect of Tunggyeksing was dismissed and exiled 3,000 li for repeatedly nullifying decrees, disregarding the common people, and disrespecting the crown prince, which is a phrase that was doing a great deal of quiet work. And Mo Longwei was made assistant minister of war and concurrently prefect of Tunggyeksing had, up to that morning, been a general with no rank at all. His men called him general because his commander had made him a deputy in the field and it had stuck. Now he had a rank and a city. The city was poor. It had had a drought, a flood and a plague inside 2 years. But it was a city, and the head of a city does not have to ask permission. The people of Tonggexing beat gongs in the street. Lord Liang is coming to be our parental official. From now on we won't have to envy Dong Xuan. Dong Xuan will envy us. I moved to Tongxing the following spring, with Xingfu and the girl. Xingfu went to the prefecture academy and his teacher said he was precocious and might sit the examinations the spring after. The girl kept up her embroidery, and I took her with me when I received officials' wives, and when I checked accounts, and when I went out on business. I want to explain that because it was deliberate. Women in that dynasty married into a household and depended on it entirely, and a great deal of that was money, and a great deal of the rest of it was that they had never been anywhere. She was 6. She sat in the corner of every room I did business in for 4 years, and by 10 she could do the arithmetic faster than my steward. And by then the herb fields were 3 years old, the tea garden was cropping, the brick kiln had a name, and was shipping into 2 prefectures, and I had bought 100 mu of good land outside the city for high-yield rice and rice fish culture. Hope Village had permanent residents. Zhang Bo and Gao Yun went home to Tongxing when the plague lifted, looked at their own villages, came back, sold their old family land and moved in properly. The people who had reclaimed land in the deep mountains came down and joined. And then the aunt came to freeload. I want to end this world on her, because the ending she got is the best constructed thing that happened in it and I did not construct any of it. She was one of the 3 uncles' wives. They had fled the drought to Nanling, sponged off a distant relation, until they were caught stealing eggs out of her kitchen, been thrown out, and spent a year doing dock labor and laundry. Then they heard the eldest nephew was an official. They came to the yamen every few weeks to complain to him about how hard life was, and he gave them grain for the lean months out of kinship and stopped when their fields were replanted. Tang could not give them silver. Tang had no silver. Tang had given all of it to me. So the aunt had an idea. Every official has 3 wives and 4 concubines. If she could get a girl of her own choosing into his household, and if that girl caught his eye, then her family would be set. She went to her maiden home and got 2 nieces. I heard them coming down the alley. She was still coaching them. Lanying, you're delicate. Learn from the city girls, speak softly. G. When Gang is at the office you serve him. Pour tea, add water, grind ink. What's the scholarly phrase? Red sleeves, adding fragrance. That will win his heart. Yume, you have wide hips. You're good for bearing children. Stay home and get 3 children in a year. Get ahead of that annoying woman. 10. Once Gang has a son, will he still think about her? The whole second branch will be yours. Girls, silver if you want silver, grain if you want grain. Am I not good to you? They swore they would never forget her kindness and would let her run the household. Then she hammered on my gate, shouting about how a wife who leaves an aunt standing outside is an outrage. D. And Mo Longwei walked up the alley behind her. Oh, auntie, weren't you just here? Why again? She spun around, delighted, and began introducing the nieces. Feeden talked straight over her. Ah, you heard my wife was looking for rough servants and brought some for her to look at. Yes. But I have to be fair with you. These 2 aren't as capable as the maids she bought from the broker last week. Look at this one's build. I doubt she could lift a bucket of water. And this one is clearly a big eater. I'm not sure we can afford to feed her. I opened the gate and leaned on it, because I was not going to miss this. Jing crossed to me, pulled a small parcel out of his coat and put it in my hand. My salary went up. It's all for my wife, for buying people with. Then, in a voice pitched precisely to Carrie. My wife, best not to take the ones my aunt brought. They don't look up to rough work. The thin one is less capable than Jing Jing, and the fat one will eat. If we buy them we'll have to feed them, and we'd take a loss selling them back to the broker later. The aunt went the color of ash. She could not form a sentence. She got as far as, when did I say they were servants, 4 times. The nieces started wailing about justice. Justice for what? He said. Didn't auntie bring you here to sell to my family? I was thinking, for her sake, I'd take a loss and give 10 taels each, and you could go out to the estate and raise fish. You do know how to raise fish. Why are you crying? Can you or can't you? If not, you can run errands. If that doesn't work, we can always sell you onto the broker. They ran out of that alley with their faces in their hands. The aunt went after them shouting their names. You, I said, are mean. King spread his hands. I have to be mean. My wife is buried in the estate, and the tea garden and the herb fields. If I don't play the villain and finish this idea of my aunt's now, she'll get someone into this house eventually, and then it's chaos and my wife never has peace again. How would that be a problem? You'd be perfectly content with a woman on each arm. And then he stopped joking. Jim picked a budding willow branch off the roadside and said, I, Mo Longwei, swear by heaven and earth that since I was bound to Mei Lin, my heart has been for Mei Lin alone. In this life I will never take a concubine and never harbor a second thought. If I break this, let heaven and earth not tolerate me. And he snapped the branch. I said, I believe you. Why swear? If a man's heart changes, no oath stops it. Thiven Yia said, I only want my wife to know. I will never take a concubine. I will live with my wife alone. And not with our children? King picked me up off the ground and carried me into the courtyard and shut the gate with his foot to stop the neighbors looking. Mo Longwei, it is not even dark, it is almost dark. Ding, progress, bar, 14%, reward, settlement pending. That world ended quietly, and it ended late, and I am not going to tell you the details of the end of it because they are mine. What I will tell you is the last thing I thought in it, which was about a saying. 1,000 acres of good land still gives you 3 meals a day. 10,000 grand houses still give you 3 feet of sleeping space. I had run a prefecture in one life and worn a crown in another, and in that one I had a tea garden, a fish pond, 2 children who were not children anymore, and a man who came home on time. 6 for 6 on not recognizing him. 7 for 7, if you count that one, and I do, because I did not know until the day he told me his name. Mo. Longwei. Longwei. Liang. The wooden ladle went straight out of my hand onto the floor. Because I had been standing at that stove 10 minutes earlier working out how to propose a graceful divorce without damaging a soldier's self-esteem. The 9th world started with a dare. 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 Maylin, what are you waiting for? Pick dare. Team. Makey Kai kiss you. Go for a record. I came to in a private room in a restaurant with a die on the table and 5 people around me, all shouting, and a man on the sofa opposite who had not looked up once. Ching was extremely good looking. I want to establish that immediately, because it explains 4 years of a girl's life. The folder landed. D. Modern world. 23. 3rd year university. Social work. A major she hated. Class reunion. 3 years out of high school. And the novel. Now, I had actually read this one, genuinely read it, in my own life, on my own phone, on a website, because it had been advertised beside a hospital drama I liked. I had also, and I want this in the record, written it, a review. A long one. At 2 in the morning. With paragraph breaks. Because the plot went like this. The male supporting character is in love with his own brother's wife. She develops kidney failure. Ching needs a donor, and he mobilizes everyone around him for compatibility testing. And the girl who has been chasing him for 4 years comes back with the highest match. So he starts being warm to her. Deliberately. On a schedule. For 8 months. And she gives him a kidney. And then, on the day she goes to his apartment with a gift bought out of 6 months of internship pay, she sees him in the doorway with his arms around his sister-in-law saying, and this is close to verbatim, that for her sake he had endured the disgust of dealing with that infatuated woman, and would she please divorce his brother. And later, the girl finds out, and runs into the street, and gets hit by a scooter, and her leg does not work properly again. And her grandfather, whose ancestral house she had signed away in a demolition deal, dies of a chest complaint and shame. I had typed a very great deal about that book at 2 in the morning, and I had been extremely rude, and I had a private theory for a while that this was why I stood up. The room went quiet because the girl they knew did not stand up. Yi Kai. King raised his head. Every woman at that table sat up. Kong had that face, and he knew exactly what it was worth to the 0.1%. We've known each other 5 years. I've chased you for 4 years and 3 months. Doll. On the first day of the entrance exams, I nearly missed my own Chinese paper, going back for your admission ticket. I gave up the major I wanted to follow you to your university, and you have been warm and cold with me for 4 years. Nobody was breathing. I want to ask you one thing. Do you actually like me? King did not answer. Dees turned the die over in his fingers and smiled a little. So that's a no, I said. You never did. Then why did you keep pulling me back? Every single time I was ready to stop, why did you say something ambiguous? Somebody's chair creaked. You're in love with somebody who isn't in love with you, and you've been walking me around in front of her to make her jealous. I know exactly who she is. I'm not going to say her name, because that would be a favor to you, and I'm about done doing those. And then I threw the wine in his face. Not the glass. I want to be clear. I have permanent divine power, and a glass thrown by these hands is a felony. Everything before today is dead as yesterday. Everything from today is born new. Yi Kai, I don't like you anymore. You are not worth it, and you do not deserve it. And I walked out. Behind me, in a room like a henhouse, I heard him laugh and say, "You've got guts." Nobody agreed with him out loud. That is the detail I enjoyed most. Then I sat down on a curb outside, because it occurred to me that I had left my bag in the room, that my phone was in the bag, that I had no money on me, and that I had just made a scene in front of every person who could give me a lift. Also, I lived in the apartment next door to his. I want to explain that, and it is the single most humiliating thing in the folder. That girl had moved out of her university dormitory and paid 3 times the going rate to sublet a studio next to his, to improve her odds. She had given him the door code. She had given him a spare key. That is where my clothes were. I looked up at a sky with no stars in it because of the air quality and thought, honestly, I should have just knocked him out and gone home to sleep. Then a voice above me said, "Your bag, tall. Very tall, shirt, sleeves down, backlit by the restaurant door, and a voice with a kind of clean edge on it like something cold." I took the bag, said thank you, tried to stand up, discovered both my feet had gone dead from squatting, and fell directly onto him. At which point a red Maserati came up the ramp from the underground garage and the window came down, and Yi Kai said, throwing yourself at him. Is that what tonight was about? None of your business. Mind your own, scumbag. His face went ugly. You'll regret this. Only that I didn't work you out sooner. Quing laughed loudly, as such men do. I let go of the arm I had been holding this entire time and apologized to it. Uteral, dear. I'll buy you a meal sometime. Sometime, he repeated. When is sometime? There was something odd in his voice. I looked up and he looked at me and then gave a small self-deprecating smile and said, never mind. Then he walked to a black Volkswagen at the curb and got in. I had been squatting next to his car for 20 minutes. I knocked on the passenger window. Something else? Can I have your number? I got out my phone. It shut itself off in my hand, at 0. In front of me. There was a notepad in the bag. I found a pen, date. And then I stopped, because I could not remember this body's own phone number and therefore could not give him mine. So, I asked for his instead, which is the reverse of how that is meant to go. Ching looked at me for long enough that I nearly withdrew the question. Then he recited 11 digits, and I wrote them down, and I thanked him and stepped back and waved. Get in, he said. I'll drop you. It's on my way. King had not asked where I lived. I did not want to go back to the studio next to the scumbag's apartment, and there was exactly one other address in this girl's head. Is she Jingxian Alley on your way? Yes. There was a pause I did not understand at the time. Yes, he said. Grandpa Kai lived in Shijingging Alley. Her parents had gone into business early, made money, divorced, and each started a new family, and both of them handled their daughter by transferring money on time. Her grandmother had moved to the south the year a grandson was born and had not been back since, not once, not for a new year. The grandfather stayed in the alley. She had lived with him from middle school, and she had been a genuinely terrible granddaughter, and I want to say that plainly because the story does not work otherwise. When Yi Kai scraped his hand playing basketball, she skipped class to buy ointment. When her grandfather was in hospital with pneumonia, she did not go. That is not a villain. That is a 17-year-old, and it is worse. The alley was bluestone slabs, courtyard walls, and about 22 pots of flowers on every wall. I got out and my right heel went straight into a gap between two slabs. I pulled my foot out. Then I squatted down and pulled the shoe out, and the shoe came and the heel stayed, so. I looked at the heelless shoe, and at the intact one, and I snapped the other heel off too. Behind me somebody made a small noise into his fist. Grandpa Kai came out of a gate with his head first, small man, 2 small tufts of mustache, delighted in a way that hurt to look at. Mei Lin is back. Dandy Ha didn't call me. You came with John Mingze? Where's John Mingze? Has he gone? I'm here, Grandpa Kai. Come in, sit a while. It's late. I'll see my grandfather and go. John Mingze. I got inside the gate and asked carefully. Grandpa, that's San Mingzi. Do you know him? Of course I know him. His family lives further down. His grandfather is your Grandpa Deng. They moved to a city flat a few years ago and Sung found it too quiet, not enough neighbors, so he came back inside 6 months. Zan Mingzi comes to see him. Then he beamed and said, how did you end up riding with him? Are your schools near each other? I said we met at a reunion. A reunion? Of course, Ting was famous at your school, wasn't he? Recommended straight into Ru University. Your Grandpa Deng bragged about it to me every day for a year. Then he paused and added, loyally. My Mei Lin is excellent too. Beijing Institute of Technology, Social Work Department. Not everyone gets in there, though. Nobody goes to a science and engineering university to study social work, Grandpa. I want to say the next part carefully, because it is the whole of that world. I made 3 decisions standing in that courtyard that night, and I made them in about 90 seconds, and every single thing that followed came out of them. 1. No internship day. The internship was at his family's company, in a reception job, arranged by begging. I would sit the postgraduate examinations instead. 2. Move home. Cancel the sublet. Pretend we do not know each other. 3. Keep the house, fix the old man's chest, and give him a long healthy end. And underneath all 3. Keep my kidney, keep my leg, and get out of this book with all of my parts still attached and functioning. Then I walked into a flower pot. Ah, I forgot, Grandpa Kai said, and moved it. This afternoon I was having tea at Old Shink's and a cat knocked this pot over and tore up its roots. Kapta cried about it. Ting's afraid his wife will scold him when she's back from visiting relatives, so I took it home to nurse for a few days. If it lives, I'll send it back, and if it dies, she'll think it's still with me and won't be angry. But look at it. Cat claws are sharp. Half the roots are off. Ding. Successfully revived the damaged iris. Reward, 50 energy points, 7 worlds, 7. A tailoring shop, a mine, a fleet, a shed of liquor, 400 mu of beef, 900 mu of vegetables, and now, within 4 minutes of arrival, a houseplant. I took the pot out of his arms. There was rooting powder in the warehouse from the 8th world. I dissolved a pinch of it in a cup of water and watered the crown. and while I was doing it, he asked, hopefully, whether my internship unit was near home and whether I wanted to live at home, and said he would clean my room. Ching had asked before. She had always said no. The old house was 3 tile-roofed rooms facing a yard about the size of a large rug, with courtyard walls that backed onto other people's houses, and a well and a vegetable patch behind, dead in the 70s. Wooden window frames. She had spent 4 years telling him to sell it and buy a flat with floor-to-ceiling windows, and they had argued about it every single time it came up. Grandpa, I said, I've decided to sit the postgraduate exam, so I'm not interning. I'd like to move home for it. Is that all right? Inklot's so excited he could not settle. His mustache went up. That's good, that's good. Come home. Grandpa promises not to disturb your studying. Then, after a moment, Maylin, weren't you at a reunion? Didn't you eat enough? I was, at that moment, cooking myself a bowl of noodles at 10 at night, having eaten nothing. I changed the subject immediately. I ran into Auntie Ho at the alley mouth. She says you've been coughing. Have you been to the hospital? Why spend that money? I took the medicine old Fing got me and I'm fine. I looked at the medicine, dextromethorphan, a cough suppressant. It does exactly one thing, for about 4 hours, and then the cough comes back and the reason for the cough continues undisturbed. Tomorrow we go to the hospital. No need, no need. P. You're not going to listen to me? King agreed so fast it was insulting. Again. We went in the morning to a tertiary hospital and joined a registration queue that went around a corner. I sat him down with a flask of monk fruit tea I had brewed at 6, and went to stand at the back of the line. And 30 seconds later a very tall man in a white coat was standing next to me saying, "What are you doing here? Where do you feel unwell?" Zhejian Mingzi, D. 8-year clinical program at Ru University, currently on a rotation, currently in the department 9 meters from where I was standing. Teaching took one look at the queue, waved a colleague over to hold my place, walked my grandfather into the doctor's office, sat him down out of the noise, and made a call. There was a friend with him who had, I later learned, been in the middle of daring him to go and talk to the beautiful girl in the lobby. That was me. Ching never got to say the second half of the sentence, because his roommate had already crossed the floor. Ching got us an appointment in the famous doctor's clinic, which is booked out for weeks. Ching gave me a cup of longjing and a paper cup and apologized for it. His desk was completely bare. Every other intern in that room had a leaning tower of textbooks and 17 colored highlighters. Ching had a notebook and a nameplate. I picked up the nameplate to look at it. Songji, Liang, Du. And I sat there in a doctor's office with a paper cup in my hand and thought, very clearly and with no evidence whatsoever, oh, there you are, 7 worlds. 7 for 7 of not recognizing him. And this one I got in about 11 seconds off a piece of plastic because of a syllable. What is it? He said. Nothing, Du. I could hardly say, you may possibly be my designated soulmate, could I? The pneumonia was mild and it was real. Blood work off in several places. A course of oral antibiotics and hospitalization if it did not turn. I asked the specialist whether dried lily flower steeped in water would interfere. Ching said a moderate amount was fine. Debt. I had dried lily in the warehouse from the 8th world, from a military doctor who had told me it was for chronic lung complaints, and I had just been given clearance by a real specialist in a real century. So I knew what the first crop was going to be. Tiger lilies. I turned the backyard into a flower field in 9 days. The vegetables came out, the soil went over, and one narrow strip along the eastern wall stayed vegetable because 2 people cannot eat much. Grandpa Kai offered to dig it. I took the rake off him and sent him to old Xing's. Ching went, carrying the monk fruit tea, and showed off about it for 25 minutes. Taylin says just go out and wander and come home for a ready-made meal. She even said she'd cook all my meals from now on, but of course I said no. She has to plant lilies for me and brew my lung tea and study for her exams. Grandpa Deng in his own courtyard said, "You are doing this on purpose." How is this on purpose? She really said it. What are you drinking? You're sipping it like liquor. Herbal tea. Maylin made it. Good for the lungs. Pour me a cup. I've only got the 1 flask. That flask holds 3 liters. Pour me a cup and tomorrow when Zan Mingze brings me good liquor, I'll share it. Done. There. Nearly overflowing. Next time you pour liquor it comes to the same line or you're cheating me. And then Zan Mingze walked into the courtyard carrying a mutai box. Grandpa Kai started laughing before it was open. Grandpa Deng's face was already doing the arithmetic of half a bottle when his grandson opened the box and took out a tin of tea. You little wretch. Why is there tea in a liquor box? There was nothing else to put it in, and the box was to hand, said Zan Mingze, entirely calm. Grandpa, with your blood pressure. And Grandpa Kai, you were prescribed antibiotics today. They do not go with alcohol. Silence, dear, said Grandpa Kai, standing up. Maylin will have dinner ready. I'm going home. Where is my dinner? No liquor, no dinner. That joke, the tea in the liquor box, ran for the entire remainder of that world. It came back at the birthday, and at the Mid-Autumn Festival, and at Christmas, and every single time John Ming's face did the same thing, and every single time I laughed anyway. I invited them both to dinner that night, because I owed him a meal and because his grandfather had been cheated out of one. River mussels, stir-fried and stewed, pan-fried crucian carp with peas, spicy river snails, salt pork with garlic scapes, and a medicinal soup with aidnephora and Solomon's seal, for the lungs, out of the warehouse and entirely explicable as something a girl might have bought. Grandpa Deng ate for a while and then said, "Old Kai, I didn't expect Mei Lin to cook like this. Your good fortune has arrived. Look at that, a granddaughter. What use is a grandson? It's rare he brings me a bottle at all and it turned out to be an empty shell." In San Mingze came and washed dishes at the well with me. University are you applying to? I'm changing subject. Botany. Which means I can't stay where I am. They don't have it. Ru University, he said. I nearly choked. Are you serious? I scraped into my current university on the line and you're telling me to apply to Ru. I think you can. Quinn kept washing. His shirt cuff was going into the basin. I rolled it up for him without thinking about it, which I have thought about since. It's not as though wanting it makes it happen. You're overestimating me. I'll help you. Every night I'll go over the key points with you. See? Which is how a man on a hospital rotation with an 8-year medical program and night duty 4 times a week spent 19 months tutoring a girl in plant science. Ching came online at 7 every evening. Ching said he was on duty. Ching said this every single night for 3 weeks, and I said, at one point, is being an intern really this bad? And he said the air conditioning is better here and the hot water never runs out and it is quieter than the dormitory. Ching was not always on duty. I found this out much later. The flower field started paying about a month in. The iris lived. Elder Shing's wife came home from visiting relatives, looked at her 3 pots, and told her husband he had done a wonderful job caring for her precious flower, better than the other 2, and he could have a cup of liquor. At which point he got smug and said, "Lucky Mei Lin knows flowers and saved it." Jez. She chased him half the length of the alley with a feather duster. So then the alley knew. And in a place where every household has pots on the wall, and where half of those pots are dying of something, the news that the Liang family granddaughter could bring back a plant with the roots torn off traveled at approximately the speed of light. They came with hyacinths with rot, with jasmine going yellow, with a tulip with something fungal. The counter went off 3 times before the 3rd neighbor was through the gate. The system was assigning them faster than the neighbors could carry them in. It was, I am convinced, afraid I would refuse. The hyacinth needed the rotten roots cut off and disinfected and dried in shade before replanting. The jasmine had been fed the wrong fertilizer and the soil had gone alkaline. The tulip needed a fungicide. 500 points, sprayed daily. Everybody dropped their plants and ran before I could say no. If she can't save them, don't blame her. J. Grandpa Kai shouted after them. We won't. Meanwhile Yi Kai was having a bad month. I found out in pieces. First he called the company to check I had really withdrawn from the internship. Then he turned up at the sublet on the day I was packing. Fei Yver came through the door with the code I had given him. So, you are here, J. Arms crossed, leaning on the frame, doing the lazy thing. Manager Liang says you're not interning. Why? New target? A doctor? Are you going to go and be a nurse? You're an art student in the worst department in your university. Would a hospital even take you? I left the door open and went back to folding clothes. Packing, so last night worked did it? No. Moving in together already? Don't you think that's cheap? Or is this a performance for me? I folded a sweater. Do you think I'm like you, stringing along somebody I don't like? I said everything I had to say. From now on, pretend you don't know me. Like whoever you want, did. But if you get any ideas about me, I don't mind having a chat with your elder brother about you and your significant other. King came off the frame like something snapping. Don't go too far. Who's going too far? Have you heard the saying, if someone crosses me once, I let it go. Twice, I hit back. 3 times, I cut it off at the root. And en route I let my eyes drop about 40 centimeters. Stings stepped backward. His face went through 2 colors. How did you turn into this? I'm clear about debts and favors. I did like you. You don't like me. A melon forced off the vine isn't sweet, so I've taken the feeling back. As of last night, I don't like you. The best possible distance between us is strangers. You go and chase whoever you want and I'll live my small life. Isn't that good? And it was good. That is the thing. Ching had been bored of her for years. Only every so often Zhou Xingye would see a message from her and get quiet, and he could feel her caring about it, and you do not throw away a working tool. Heen Weig kicked my door twice. So I called the landlord and said I was terminating the tenancy because a lunatic had kicked my door twice in 1 minute, and I felt threatened. Dao, the landlord faced with a tenant who might tell people, refunded the deposit on the spot. I could not get the month's rent back because I had sublet, but the deposit was more than I had budgeted for. Thank you for your assistance in that performance, I said, and cupped my hands at him. Fima slammed his own door hard enough to be heard on the street. I took both cases and the checkered bag down 3 flights of stairs because the lift was slow, and he watched through his peephole waiting for me to cry, and then opened his door to check, and the lift was still sitting on the ground floor. Ching genuinely could not work out how I had got down. Deek. Grandpa Kai could not stop smiling when he saw the luggage come through the gate. Now, Tiu Lan. I need to introduce her properly because she is the hinge of that entire world. Same year, same department, described in that girl's head as her best friend. Confidant, the one she told everything. She had also liked Kai since high school. Without ever risking anything. And every single time Mei Lin did something embarrassing for love, Qiu Lan made sure it was known. Never directly. She would let a detail slip, then look stricken and say, "Oh no, Mei Lin asked me not to tell anyone. She wanted to surprise him. Please don't spread it." Which is how the entire department, and eventually most of the university, and several members of staff, came to know exactly how hard one girl was chasing one boy. I have met a lot of unpleasant people across 7 lifetimes. The 3 fake friends in the 6th world only wanted money. This one wanted to watch. She came at me on the campus path with a whole performance about how worried she had been and why hadn't I answered and had something happened. You stopped interning too. That's different. I'm sitting the exam. Snap. So am I. She did not believe me for a second. She kept asking about the reunion. She kept asking what he had said. Ding. He. Are you asking about me or him? If you want to know that badly, go and ask him. Thinkin and I have nothing. If you say his name to me again, I will genuinely get angry. She stood there, and I watched a small hope arrive on her face, and I want to say that I saw it and understood it and said nothing. And that is on me. Because 7 days later she called him. She got as far as saying her own name twice before he hung up on her. And she called back, and by pure accident he did not end the call properly, and she heard the next 4 minutes. She heard a doctor telling him there was no matching kidney in the system, that his family should be tested, that he should prepare for dialysis and a waiting list. And she worked out how to make herself useful. Yi Kai, it's me. Chu Lan, I heard someone in your family is ill. If there's anything I can help with, say it, I'll do it. Are you willing to donate a kidney? No? Then get lost, I'm willing. King had to hold the phone away from his ear. She told him she had liked him longer than Mei Lin had, that she had just never been brave enough, that she would do anything. There was a long silence. Then he said, "All right, come over." She announced the relationship in the class group and the exam group. She called me personally, in a voice with sugar all over it, to make sure I knew. I tried. I want that recorded. I tried twice. Get to know him first. Mei Lin, I know you're upset, but you can't force someone to like you. If he'd wanted you, he'd have taken you after high school. Phil didn't, so he kept putting you off. Whatever you say about him, I won't believe. I trust him. And then, brightly, when we get engaged, you absolutely have to come. I'm going to give you a matchmaker's gift. Thank you for making it happen. I sent a message anyway, advising her to think very hard before making any decision. She answered inside a minute. I know exactly what I'm doing. It's just a kidney. What's the big deal? It's not worth this fuss. Are you jealous? Too bad, you lost your chance. I sat and looked at that for a while. There is a thing about knowing the plot of the book you are inside. It sounds like power and it is mostly not. I could not say to that girl, in a way she would believe, that I had read the chapter she was in. Ding. Everything true I could tell her sounded exactly like a jilted woman being bitter. And there is no sentence in any language that gets past that. I have thought about it for 2 lifetimes since. I do not have a better version of that conversation. I have tried to build one about 6 times. The birthday was in the 6th month, lunar. My grandmother called 2 days before, from the south, to say they were flying up. My father was throwing a 70th birthday banquet at a hotel. Grandpa is 71, I said. That's his actual age. By the old count, he was 72, neither number is 70. What does it matter? A late celebration is still a celebration. She hung up without asking about his health or my studies. 2 years earlier, on his actual 70th, he had cooked himself a bowl of egg noodles. Alone. No phone call. I made him a tang suit, real silk, bought online, cut from his favorite jacket, sewn a little each night for half a month between exam papers, and came out of his room in it and said, "Mei Lin, when did you learn to make clothes? It's better than a shop's." Then he went straight to Grandpa Dang's to show it off, and Grandpa Dang came back at a run to commission, one for himself, with Grandpa Kai chasing him and shouting that Mei Lin had to study and was not allowed to be disturbed. The 2 of them argued about it in my courtyard for 8 minutes. Then the banquet. Zan Mingze swapped a shift and drove us, which required a small piece of theater from Grandpa Deng about how nobody had asked him to. The private room was called Pine and Crane Longevity. My father was on the phone. His wife was shouting at their son about his eyesight. My grandmother was defending the child. The 2 of them got into it about heredity. And then my father hung up and slammed the phone on the table and said, "Mother, when Dad gets here, talk him round. Blue Land wants Shi Jing Kung Alley. Get him to lead the neighbors on the demolition. These are decades-old houses. A developer willing to knock them down is money delivered to the door. Once the demolition settled, my line into the south is secure." His wife joined in about how damp and dark old bungalows are. Grandpa Kai pushed the door open with his face gray. Ting had wondered, all the way there, Why a family that had not remembered him in 2 years had suddenly flown 1,000 kilometers for a birthday. Sell. I don't agree. What followed was ugly in the ordinary way. My grandmother pointed her finger at his nose, which she did when she scolded. I pushed her hand away. She told me I was ungrateful and that she had changed my nappies. His wife tried to link arms with me and I stepped out of it. And her smiles stayed on and told me that an old alley house is dark and damp and how could it compare to a new tower, and I should persuade my grandfather not to make himself angry. My grandmother remembered something helpful. Maylin, didn't you tell me you wanted a flat? This is the chance. Redevelopment pays far more than a private sale. My father brightened. She wants a flat. Then it's easy. Sell the alley house. Bring your grandfather south. I'll find you a good school. Transferring is nothing these days. Transfer, said Grandpa Kai. She's about to finish university. She's sitting postgraduate exams. Transfer where? In my father's face did something. Bajan genuinely thought his daughter was still in high school. And then his wife said casually that since I was an adult and might get funding from a supervisor, they would be stopping my living expenses because there was pressure at home, because my brother's private middle school was going to be $60,000 a year. Grandpa Kai started to get up. I put my hand on his arm. That's fine, I said. I've kept a record of every yuan of living expenses my father has sent me over the years. When he's old, I'll pay him support at exactly that rate. Her smile came off in one piece. Her husband glared at her and told her to take the boy elsewhere and stop interrupting the serious discussion. Grandpa Kai stood up. Mei Lin, we're going. Birthday meal. I call it a rage meal. It's meant to finish me off early so he can get what he wants. And we left. We left and walked 15 steps down the corridor, and Zhan Mingzhe opened the door of the next private room. Grandpa Deng was sitting inside, calmly drinking tea, with a menu. Fixing had heard it all through the wall. So had his grandson. Sit down. Sit down. I had Zhan Mingzhe order a few things to keep us going. Mei Lin, order for your grandfather. He's the birthday boy. He's the boss. My treat. How is it your treat? We should have been eating at my house. Haven't you fed me enough at your house? Today it's settled. It's rare I get to pay. Don't fight me. We ate a very good lunch, 5 steps from a private room called Pine and Crane, Longevity, in which 4 people sat in silence, except for a boy playing a game. Afterward, the 2 old men put their heads together and made a plan. And that afternoon Grandpa Kai took me to the housing office and transferred the deed of the old house into my name. 2 days later the certificate came. I looked at it for a while. Then I said, Grandpa, I'll protect the house. Good, good, good. Then I put the deed into the system warehouse, where absolutely nobody in that century was going to find it. They came to the alley 3 days later, having decided he had cooled off. His wife got her heel stuck in the blue stone exactly as I had, pulled it out without my particular advantages, went over backward, and landed in a warm pile of dog mess. She cried and shouted about what kind of hole this place was and that it should have been demolished years ago. Grandpa Kai would not let me open the gate. My grandmother hammered on it. Old Kai, this is your only son. Don't force him to abandon you in your old age. I don't need him to. Who's going to care for you then? I will, I said from the yard with the teapot. His wife found that funny and explained, through the gate, at length, that I did not understand what caring for the elderly meant, that hospitals cost money and require somebody present. Jame. And then the neighbors started answering. Over the walls, all down the alley. Old Kai, don't worry, none of us agree. What good is demolition to old people? My cousin's place went last year. His son and daughter-in-law talked beautifully when the money came. Then the old couple moved in with them and got a face full of daughter-in-law every day. Money gone, house gone. We don't want to sell. Are they going to force us to sign? I'll sue. Auntie Hao walked past and asked which developer, and my father said Blue Land, eagerly, and she said, never heard of it. Sounds small, even the name's mean, and walked on without looking back. And then the neighbor's dog came off his chain end and hit the gate barking, and my little half-brother screamed that he was afraid of dogs, and the whole family left the alley at speed, with his wife smelling of what she was smelling of and my father limping from a turned ankle. The project fell through the following month. My grandmother called and screamed at Grandpa Kai down the phone for 40 minutes about how he had cost his son a contract worth $1 million a year and why did he not hurry up and die. Ting ate half a bowl of rice that night and went to his room early, and I heard him turning over for a long time. The next day I told him that well-kept orchids sell for a lot of money, and that I would raise him a pot for his retirement. Do you think orchids are easy? Elder Kama's wife has grown flowers for 30 years and says she can't manage orchids. You'll see. I went to the flower and bird market and picked out ordinary orchid seedlings. Then, at home, I swapped several of them for Suchin Hedin, which is a variety that in that country changes hands for the price of a small apartment, and which I had been growing in a warehouse across 4 centuries without ever once having a legitimate way to explain. 4 pots. Red clay, with plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum on the sides. Zhan Mingzhe heard about it inside a day, because Grandpa Deng complained to him about it at volume. What use is a grandson? Old Kai's granddaughter is raising him orchids to save for his old age. And you turn up empty-handed. King came over that evening. Where are the orchids? I knew you had an ulterior motive. What do you think my motive is? Qing leaned in to say something and then caught the smell of my hair, which had just been washed, and took a small step back instead. I showed him the 4 pots, 1 for Grandpa Kai, 1 for him, 2 to sell. You're really going to sell them? How much can they fetch? Hard to say. If they turn out to be such a fortune, then sell them to me. King got his phone out and did something on the screen. Why do you want so many orchids? To keep. You raise them, but they're mine. I laughed and said we would see when they flowered, and that he might not want them by then. Dang. 2 self-grown flowers sold. 100 energy points. I stopped. The orchids were sitting right there. Nobody had paid anything. I did not hear what he said next, which was 3 words, quietly, and which were not about orchids. I found out 2 hours later, when I picked up my phone before bed and there was a bank notification on the screen. 521,314 won. If you do not know why, that is the number. In that language, spoken quickly, it sounds like I love you for a lifetime. I called him. Did you transfer this to me? For the orchids. Suching head-in is expensive. That's all I've saved so far. I'll make the rest up later. Is that all right? These are seedlings. I can't even promise they'll be suching head-in. And then the important part. You haven't started earning. This is your family's money. I can't take it. Because that is precisely what the other Mei Lin did. Spent her family's money on a man for 4 years. I went to send it straight back. Listen to me, he said. It's mine. Scholarships. Manuscript fees for published papers. A few short trades. I haven't asked my family for money since I started university. Then what are you living on? The rotation pays a subsidy, and there's another fee due. I looked it up on the flower forums. Suching head-in really is worth that. So what I've sent may not even cover a deposit. That is how my bank card gained 500,000 yuan overnight for 4 pots of grass. I did not delete the notification. I could not make myself. And I looked after those 4 seedlings like they were on life support because I had taken the deposit and it would be extremely awkward if they came up ordinary. Grandpa Kai, who understood none of this, went to Grandpa Deng's and reported that I moved his orchid into the yard morning and evening, brought it in at noon, and would rather get rained on myself than let it get wet. Oh. Grandpa Deng then scolded his grandson with it. At length, weakly, Zhen Mingzhe sat through it and then messaged me. Did you get rained on the day before yesterday? No. Then why does Grandpa say you'd rather be rained on than the flower? Oh. That was when I moved the pots inside. I got a few drops. Still, not acceptable. People matter more than flowers. I sent him the little red flower sticker. Qing did not understand it. Qing forwarded it to his roommate to ask what it meant. His roommate assumed he was being given a reward and got excited. Qing worked out eventually that it is what a teacher gives a child, and that evening he called me Teacher Liang, which started a fight that lasted 3 days in which I lost. The camping trip was the first proper date. I made myself a dress for it. Silk, fitted waist, narrow sleeves, pale pink, a few small embroidered flowers along the skirt. Over several evenings, in the gaps between mock papers, Jane got out to open the door and said, next to my ear. Very beautiful. Are you praising me or the dress? Both. Men. Fina drove 2 hours to a camping resort in the suburbs and did not tell me where we were going. And while we were waiting at a light, I found out he had not eaten breakfast because he had been in the emergency room until 3. I made him pull in at a breakfast shop and went and bought him food and came back and put it in his hands. And he looked at the bag for a second too long before he said thank you. I have thought about that second since. We ate. We went to the entertainment building. Ting asked what I wanted to play and I picked archery because I had never done it. Ting got 2 sets of gear and taught me the stance and how to knock and set the arrow. My first shot missed my target entirely and buried itself in the dead center of the target 1 lane over, deep enough that a member of staff came to look at it. Daryang turned and stared at me. I stuck my tongue out and said, again. By the 9th shot I had an 8 ring that I was genuinely proud of, and I turned around to say so, and Chu Lan was standing in the doorway with her arm through Yi Kai's. Oh, Mei Lin, you're here too. What a coincidence. Yi Kai tried to get his arm loose. She held on. T-Fi had not wanted to come. Ting had come because his girlfriend had arranged a compatibility test. And if the numbers were right, his sister-in-law could have surgery inside a fortnight. So he was giving her an afternoon. Ting looked at me and something in his face turned over, and he covered it the way he covered everything. So, I wasn't wrong that night. You really were throwing yourself at him. Together already? I'll give you that sentence back unchanged. Also, you're forgetful. Do you remember what I told you? King remembered. His hand remembered. 2 months earlier by the subway station, he had grabbed my wrist and refused to let go, and I had opened his fingers, and he had spent the rest of that morning shaking his hand out. And because I would not look at him, he kept going. What? Afraid your new man will be upset if you talk to me. Does he know that since the summer before senior year you've been chasing me? buying my meals, bringing me medicine, folding my quilt, ironing my clothes, kneeling down to tie my. Zanmingzi crossed 4 meters and hit him in the face. I want to describe how surprised I was. Extremely. Absolutely no warning. That man had spent 4 months being the calmest person in any room he entered. By the time I got there, they had exchanged several. The bartender was on the phone to a manager shouting at them not to fight in the venue. I got in front of Yi Kai's next swing and pushed him off balance. Ain stumbled and looked at me standing in front of the other one like a hen over a chick, and his eyes went red. You're helping him. Jay started it. Are you blind? You earned it. Ching wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and spat, and said, Mei Lin, you're really something. Du Lan fluttered at his lip with a tissue and he swatted her away. We're going. Now we haven't seen the fireflies. What fireflies? And he went out through the glass door hard enough to make it bang, with her running after him in heels. The other party to the fight was not in much better shape. Dirt, creased, with a few spots of blood on it. And the back of his right hand opened up. Ching put the hand behind his back. Why are you hiding it? Ding. Where was all that bravery? King laughed and held it out. It's a scratch. I got iodine swabs from the counter and cleaned it, and pressed a little harder than was strictly necessary, thinking about Yi Kai's face. Hiss? Does it hurt? Good. Will you be impulsive again? I could see him wanting more of it. We did not shoot anything else. Ching had a suite booked with 2 rooms and told me to nap, and went to change out of the shirt and came back to find me at a desk writing out my registration details in advance. Ching rolled his cuffs and asked, extremely casually, have you ever folded his quilt or ironed his clothes? No. I had not. That was her. And bought him meals and brought him medicine? You chased him for 5 years? 4 years and 3 months, I said, immediately, at volume. The air stopped moving. I would like to formally apologize to myself for that sentence. I took his hand and said weakly that all of it was brainless behavior committed by a person whose mind was not clear and had nothing to do with me now, and would he believe that? Ching said, and now? What? King lifted the hand I was holding. Is this brainless or clear-headed? Clear-headed. I've been clear-headed since the night of that reunion. I said goodbye to brainlessness completely. I made a fist with the other hand. Farewell to brainlessness is like being born again. Questian nodded thoughtfully, then he leaned down and kissed me. Afterward, with his thumb on my lip, he said, what a coincidence. I worked out that I liked you on the day of that reunion too. My taste hasn't declined after all. It has declined, otherwise I could have been beautiful entirely by myself. Then thank you, Granny, for making it happen. We came out at sunset and he took me into the valley behind the resort. And the whole floor of it was moving. Fireflies, in the grass, at knee height, lifting and settling, so that the entire lawn looked like a piece of sky that had come down for the evening. I was looking at that. Ching was looking at me. Then something cool went into my palm. Somebody important once said that dating without intending marriage is hooliganism. King was very serious about it. So, Jade. Miss Liang, are you willing to date me with the intention of marriage? I put the ring on my middle finger. It fitted exactly. When did you measure my finger? King coughed into his fist. That evening at your house. Ah, the evening he came to go over key points and would not let go of my hand for 3 hours. Teen. Once it's on, don't take it off. I have kept a great many things across 7 lifetimes and lost almost all of them at the world boundary, and I want to record that I did not take it off. The compatibility test came back low. Q-Lan did not match, not close. His sister-in-law was moved to a program abroad within the month, which was not in the book at all, and which meant the entire spine of that novel had come out. Chu-Lan came back to her dormitory one evening and drank an entire case of beer and cried and could not be consoled, and the class monitor called me, cautious, to ask whether the boy from the mechanical engineering department was a scumbag. Chu. How so? Well, first he was with you, then her, and now it looks like he's dropping her too. I heard he's going abroad. I was quiet for a moment. Long pain is worse than short pain, I said. The pain of breaking up with a garbage man beats the pain of losing an organ. I did not say the second half. She sent me a voice message that night. Mei Lin. Are you very pleased with yourself? I was not. I want that written down. Because she is the only person in that entire world who ended up worse than she started, and I could not think of a single thing I could have said differently that she would have heard. Ting came to the alley in the autumn, drunk, with Shilei propping him up. School beauty, he had a few of us out drinking, said he's going abroad. King got drunk and kept shouting for you, so I brought him. Someone in his family is ill. Say something nice to him. Mei Lin, I'm going abroad. Chu. Those peach blossom eyes were bloodshot. Have a safe trip. Can't you say something else? How many times do I have to say it? I haven't liked you since the night of the party. You like Zhan Mingzi. Fine mocked on. What has he got that I haven't? King's better than you in every way. Dear. I turned to go and he caught my arm. You call me a scumbag and then say he's better in every way. How? Teen performs in front of you. Do you know he flirts with the nurses? Do you know he takes the director's daughter around the hospital? Chatting and laughing? Why is that not scummy? Why is it only me? None of your business. And I went. And I want to be honest with you, because this recap has been honest about worse. Those words went into the water and made rings. I would be lying if I said otherwise. I bought 30 river crabs. I came home with 30 because when I am unsettled I shop, and I have done this in 4 centuries, and in one of them it was a mountain. Is there a sale? Said Grandpa Kai, tipping them into a basin. We can't eat 30. You, Grandpa Dang, and old Fentu haven't had a drink together in ages. I've got good hariao. Crab and warm wine is the season. And I want to make drunken crab with a dozen. King forgot every other question the moment I said wine. 12 went into 8-year hadiao with rock sugar, preserved plum and bay. 6 steamed, the rest cut and dusted and braised in oil. 3 old men. One afternoon, extremely satisfied, Grandpa Deng sent his grandson a voice message afterward that could be heard across the room. You didn't buy me liquor, but Mei Lin invited me to drink. Good hadiao. Lake crab. That girl's hands are so clever. And I'll tell you something, you need to hurry up. If you keep dawdling, a girl like that will be taken by some other young man. Your Auntie Heath says a handsome young man in a big red sports car came looking for her this morning. San Mingzi listened to all of it with the phone pressed to his ear in an office with 4 other people because holding it away would have put it on speaker. Then he went out and asked Shilei to arrange a meeting. I have something to discuss with him. Shilei, curious, went along to the park to watch. Bidian arrived to find them already fighting and later described it to me as less of a meeting and more of a brawl. Bidian tried to break it up. Yidian took a punch to the mouth. Jing tried again and took one to the forehead. Jing got his phone out and announced he was calling the school beauty, at which point Zan Mingze stopped instantly and gave him a look, and he put the phone away. Dan Mingze, what is wrong with you? Not a word and straight to hitting. I'll give that back to you, Deke. In front of Mei Lin again, and you can do without your tongue. Ha! So you're being doubted and now you've come to settle it with me. But was I wrong? Why fear a knock at the door if you've done nothing? Do you think everyone is like you? Jing picked his jacket off a bush and walked away, and Yi Kai shouted after him. Wait till I'm back and we'll compete fairly. And he stopped and looked back with the expression of a man identifying an unfamiliar species and said, Don't you know you've been out of the game for a long time? Jilei took a photograph of his own ruined face and sent it to me with a caption, School beauty, I got this breaking up a fight, isn't it tragic? Xing did not tell me whose fists. Xing was afraid Zhan Mingzi would want to have a chat with him at night. So, my boyfriend went out and won a fistfight in a public park and I did not find out for 2 more lifetimes worth of subjective time. The nurses turned out to be about the shirt. I had made him one, black, which is not his usual, because I wanted to see what would happen. What happened was that the nurses at his station asked him where he bought it, and he was so pleased that he stood there talking to them about what girls generally like, because I had given him something and he wanted to give me something back. And the director's daughter had come back from abroad and did not know the hospital's procedures, and the director asked him to show her around for 4 days, and it was over before Yi Kai mentioned it. I asked him. Tix told me. Ching played with my fingers the whole time he was explaining, and then lifted my hand and kissed it and asked if there was anything else I wanted to know. No. You can go home. Tix Sting laughed. Used and discarded. Used for what? And then he used me, or I was used, and I have never got rid of the habit of saying things out loud. The chrysanthemums funded the last 4 months. I raised 4 kinds on the flower field. 3 of them are medicinal as well as ornamental, so I sold some pots and dried the rest for tea. The market at the alley mouth, 3 to 5 pots a night, on a small stool, with Grandpa Kai chatting to the neighbors nearby. Every single pot. 50 points, and a small bell in my head, and an old man 12 feet away telling a stranger that his granddaughter had saved a hyacinth. Ching could not stop bragging. Somebody would say the flowers were good and he would say, of course, she saved my hyacinth. Somebody else would say the water spinach was tender and he would say the 2nd and 3rd cutting were tender too, and that Mei Lin grew it, and that he had not even known she was composting. Auntie Tang, who matchmakes professionally as a hobby, asked whether I had a boyfriend, and Grandpa Kai said not yet, she's studying. Grandpa Dang, standing 8 feet away, let out a breath he had been holding. And the tea did something I did not expect. His roommate drank it for a day and said his acne went down. His other roommate chased him across a campus for some. Then that one bought a tin at a pharmacy and it did nothing at all and came back and asked where the real one came from. You can't buy this outside. Then where? My girlfriend grew it and dried it. There is one of it and no other branch. The reason, which I never told anybody, is that I soaked the seed in mountain spring water from the 4th world, and it is not a miracle, but a chrysanthemum grown out of that water clears heat about as well as a chrysanthemum can be asked to. 2 young men with bad skin spent a semester being extremely nice to me. The exams were in December. Grandpa Kai made breakfast. Di Kai had bought black pork the day before and spent an afternoon folding fresh xiaolongbao with old dough and freezing them, and he ground black soy milk in the morning and went out for 2 fried dough sticks. Di Kai arranged them on the plate as a 1 and 2 zeros. dough stick and 2 buns. 100 marks. I did not tell him that 2 of the 4 papers are out of 150. Some information is not helpful. Zhan Mingze was at the alley mouth with 2 honks and no warning. You didn't say you'd pick me up. Then it wouldn't be a surprise. Ching fastened my belt and kissed me and asked if I had eaten. Ching had taken leave. 2 days of it, from an 8-year clinical program in December, to sit in a car park. At the gate he checked my documents twice and handed me a clear plastic bag with a small knife and a glue stick in it, in case the professional paper had to be unsealed, and told me to be careful not to cut myself. Then disinfectant wipes. Then, a tiny bottle of medicated oil, in case I felt faint. Then, don't forget your water. The girl next to me pinched her own boyfriend savagely and said it was bad enough. He was not as handsome, but did he have to be less thoughtful as well? The boy looked at Zhan Mingze with tremendous hatred and said, "Brother, don't be so competitive." Both days he waited in the car with a laptop, writing papers, and took me to lunch after and got an hourly room near the venue so I could nap between papers. When the professional paper finished on the second afternoon, I came out of that building at a run and hit him at speed. I'm Mfar-e, Jer. A press photographer caught it and came over and asked whether they could use the picture. Ching looked at it and then turned and asked me, and I saw what was in his face, which was a man who very much wanted his relationship on the internet. And I nodded at the photographer just to watch him try not to look pleased. The story ran that evening under the year's exam coverage, and the photograph was the reason it ran at the top of the local trending list. And we were still in the car when Auntie Hao reached my grandfather's gate at a run with her phone out. "Old Kai, is your Mei Lin going out with the Song family's Zhan Mingze? You two have kept that quiet." "Nonsense. Look, it's in the news." King squinted at it. Fina could not read the comments without his glasses, which was a mercy because the comment at the top was from somebody who had gone to our high school and was very excited. But the photograph was large and it was in focus. By dinner, half the alley knew. Which is why, when we walked in from the car, 11 separate people put their heads over their own walls and then smiled at us like ants. We looked at each other. Neither of us had any idea. And then Grandpa Kai, from inside the courtyard, said, "You. Inside, Zhan Mingze, go home." Grandpa Deng came strolling down the alley with his hands behind his back at exactly the moment required, which I have always believed was not chance. I heard my Zhan Mingze and Mei Lin, "Oh, everyone's home?" Grandpa Kai snorted and went inside, which meant he was not chasing anybody out. I followed. "Grandpa, I wasn't hiding it, Jing. I was looking for the right time." "When was there not a right time? Am I not at home every single day?" King was not angry about the boy. I could see that immediately. Fiken was angry that I had kept something from him, which is a completely different injury and a much more legitimate one. Grandpa Deng kicked his grandson. "Do you want to be swept out with a broom?" Zhang Mingzi walked up to my grandfather and said, "Grandpa Kai, I am serious about her. I am with her, intending to marry her. Please set your mind at rest and entrust her to me." "You're not married yet, don't call me grandpa, do." But most of it had gone out of him. "If you two like each other, would I stop you? Why hide it?" "It's my fault," I said, and squatted down beside his chair. "King wanted to tell you before mid-autumn." I stopped him. "I wanted to get through the exam first." "It's my fault," Zhan Mingze said immediately. "Blame me. I'll take any punishment. I only ask that you approve of us." Grandpa Kai picked up the broom next to his chair and waved it and told him to go home and eat, because there was no place for him at that table today. "No place today," said Grandpa Ding, delighted. "There will be from tomorrow. You old wretch, you knew." I did not. If I'd known, I'd have been showing off about it. I knew he liked her. I did not know they were together. Don't accuse me falsely. Christmas he came openly with an armful of gifts. Grandpa Kai spotted a mutai box immediately and looked at him with half a smile. "Tea? In a liquor box?" I turned around and made a noise into my sleeve. "It's liquor," said Zhan Mingzi with tremendous patience. Grandpa Kai carried it down the alley humming, to show Grandpa Dang that his own grandson had given him tea and had given the neighbor the real thing. At the gate he turned around and shouted, "You two can go out. Don't come home late." So that is where the ninth world leaves off for me. A cinema, on the 25th of December, with popcorn, and 2 of his classmates outside in the lobby, loudly deciding they could not sit through a film after that, and Yi Kai's cousin, 2 rows behind us being unpleasant and getting shut down in one sentence by a man who had until recently been the politest person in every room. And the lights going down. I have been in 9 of these now. Let me tell you what I actually have, at the end of it, because it is not what I thought it would be when I started. The girl in the 80s was going to spend 10 years in a labor camp and bleed out on a piece of porcelain in a washroom. She has a physics degree and a niece who is 39 years old and does not know she owes her entire existence to an ox. The 4th daughter of a concubine was going to be beaten to death in a back courtyard while her mother lost her mind. She held an imperial seal one-handed in front of 400 people and made the son of heaven turn around to laugh at a screen. The stepdaughter was going to sign a piece of paper at 17. She has a gold medal from Milan and a grandmother who saw her face at 82 and immediately insulted her jaw. The ex-girlfriend was going to be cyberbullied to nothing and die in a rented flat with a blocked flue. Her family is intact, and a man skated 6 world titles on an ankle that should have ended him. The orphan with the bad heart was going to be found in a rented room 4 days after a shelved release, in a paragraph 9 words long. She won 2 of them, and fed a production, and got 35 years instead of 24, and gave a farm to 260 people who had nowhere to go. The vicious sister-in-law was going to sell a 7-year-old boy and a 4-year-old girl to a man with a cart and die on her own husband's blade to the sound of a reader applauding. Xing Fu sat the imperial examinations. Jingjing could do compound interest at 10. And the man who was supposed to kill me swore an oath on a willow branch in a public street because he did not want me troubled by his aunt. And the girl who was going to lose a kidney, and then a leg, and then her grandfather, and then a house that had been in one family for 3 generations, is sitting in a cinema with all of it. That is the whole ledger. That is what I have. I do not have my own name back. I do not have my own century. I do not have the flat I was standing in on the Tuesday this started, or the people who were in it, and I have stopped being able to remember what my mother sounds like when she is annoyed, which is the one I miss. The bar is at 14%. I would like you to sit with that number for a second, because I have had 9 lifetimes too and I still cannot. Dean. Which means 86 more novels in which somebody has already written the paragraph where I die, and my job is to get there first and cross it out. 86 more folders. 86 more first mornings of working out whose body this is and how long I have got. And he will be in every single one of them. That part is guaranteed. It says so in the reward description. The binding is guaranteed and the recognition is not, which means I get to meet him 86 more times and I will probably get it wrong for the first 3 months of each one, and one of these times he is going to be somebody's grandfather, or a woman, or 9 years old, and I have decided not to think about that yet. There is one more thing. That developer never went away. Leland wanted Shi Jingging Alley before I got there and they want it now. And the alley is old, and the people in it are older. And every single one of those courtyards has a son or a daughter somewhere with their household registration still on the deed and a very clear opinion about what it would be worth. The neighbors held this time. They held because a dog got loose and a woman fell in the wrong place and my father is not a patient man. They will not hold forever. Somebody will come back with a better offer and a nicer suit and a longer timetable, and the deed to that house is in a system warehouse that travels between worlds, in the name of a girl who is going to be pulled out of that century without any warning at all, possibly in the middle of a sentence. I have not worked out what to do about that. I have got about 4 months of that lifetime to work it out, if I am lucky, and I have never once been given 4 months of warning. So, if I go quiet, that is why. The lights are going down. There is popcorn. Ting is holding my hand and the ring is on the wrong finger, on purpose, because he put it there. And somewhere above all of it there is a bar with 14% filled in, ticking, the way a mechanical valve ticks in a quiet room at night, which is a sound I used to hate and got extremely fond of, and which I would very much like to hear again.